Today is June 23rd, 2010. We're here at Jacob Michael Hagopian's home in Thousand Oaks, California, to do an interview. The interviewee is Jacob Michael Hagopian. The interviewer is Karen Youngblood, and we're in Thousand Oaks, California, USA. Today is June 23rd, 2010. My name is Karen Youngblood, KarenJungblut. I'm here in Thousand Oaks, California, and we're here to interview Jacob Michael Hagopian in Thousand Oaks, California. Today is June 23rd, 2010. We're here to interview Jacob Michael Hagopian. Michael, I'd like to start by asking you if you can state your current name.
If I can do what?
You state your current name.
My name, and I'm Jacob Michael Hagopian.
And your name at birth? Was it different?
I was named Hagop, which is an Armenian name translated to Jacob. And so Hagop Hagopian would be my name, Hagop Michael Hagopian.
Which was that name at birth, and now you go by Jacob Michael Hagopian.
Jacob Michael Hagopian.
Okay.
I think you're going to have to move a little closer.
Okay, or I'll try and speak a little louder, and if that doesn't work, I'll move a little closer.
Okay.
Should we do that? Can you talk?
I don't know about this hearing aid I put on, whether it's helping or not. Say something.
Okay. Could you state when you were born?
I was born on October 20, 1913, in the city of Harput, or missionaries called it Harput, in Turkey. It's in the interior of Turkey. I was born actually in the district of Mezre, which is the downtown area.
Mm-hmm. Can you talk about and tell us the names of your parents, the name of your father first?
Well, my father was born Michael Minassian, and when he came of age, he was going to get his medical degree. He assumed the name of his father as his surname. So his father was Hagop Minassian, so my dad became Hagopian, took the first name, made it his surname. And many Armenians have done that, and it's hard to trace your genealogy when you do that. But our roots are Minassians from the region of Gurun, G-U-R-U-E-N, which is north of Aintab, where my dad was born, in the city of Aintab. Mm-hmm. And so he became Mikhail, which is the Turkified version of Michael, Mikhail Hagopian.
And the name of your mother?
My mother is Aghavni. Translated literally, it would be dove. Aghavni. Her maiden name was Shahinian. Shaitanyan. And she came from the district of Chimiskezek, which at one time had a princely ruler, I understand, but now was a kind of a satellite city of Harput. And she met my dad in the name will come to me. Well, she met my dad when she was teaching, and at the age of 26, he was 46. He was a successful doctor at the time, and they were married in 1912.
So your father's occupation, he was a medical doctor?
Yes, he was a medical doctor. He received his training in at the American University of Beirut. Some missionaries who had become aware of him, that he had a desire for learning, and they financed him through elementary school, and they'll finally send him to college. He came from an Armenian Orthodox family. Armenian Orthodox correctly are called Lusavor Shagan, the Mother Church. But I guess in the process of going through school, he became a Protestant. And he was a rather firm Protestant throughout his life. He got his degree at the age of 21, the medical degree at the age of 21, and then passed his exams in Constantinople and started practice.
And so did your father and your mother then move to Harput, or did they live somewhere else before?
They moved to Harput. He was a municipal doctor in this particular town, south of Harput, somewhere near Malatya. And they moved to Harput. That's where I was born. And I don't know where he was practicing prior to that, because he'd received his degree in 87 and had about 25 years of practice. He'd been to England a couple of times before my mother met him. He'd been to Germany. He'd studied at these places and put all his earnings into surgical instruments. So he had possibly the best collection in all of interior Turkey, maybe more, because later on when they left Turkey after the genocide and were in Lebanon, he brought all his instruments, and not thinking that he was going to stay in medicine, he sold them. And I remember the display in Antilyas, which is a little suburb of Beirut. That's where we were staying, and the doctors all over Lebanon came to buy the instruments, and they were amazed how one man could have so much and such advanced. So he supplied probably the instruments for a few dozen doctors.
That was, now we're talking about sort of 1923 when you were leaving.
I've skipped and
Yeah.
talked about 1923, summer of 1923.
If you can go back a little
Sure.
again into sort of life in Harput and you growing up. You were born, you said 1913.
Well, I remember some, yes, I remember some things about life in Harput. Some of it told to me. You know, I remember a swimming pool that existed on the German grounds. There was the German school. There were other schools, compounds. And I remember more about the German because after the genocide, when the Germans consul had left Harput, my dad rented that building and compound. So we lived in the whole German compound was our home. And Armenian school was at one end of it. And the swimming pool was there. They tell me that I almost drowned one time at the age of 2. I was face down in the water, and some alert American saw me and pulled me out.
Do you know when the Germans left?
I don't remember the
Was
departure.
What year approximately?
It would have to be somewhere in 1917 or 18.
Towards the end of World War I?
Yeah.
Okay.
When they were being defeated. And right across the street from the German compound, I remember very well, was a piece of territory, rectangular piece of territory of 20 acres. My dad owned half of that, and in his half, he planted mulberry trees, or part of his half. The entire 20 acres was enclosed by a very high wall, I would say 8 or 10 feet high, and as I remember, at least 2 to 3 feet wide mud wall. And into that area, I remember seeing a great many refugees. Now, these might have been refugees who had not perished or war ended and they were still en route, or else some of them may have even been Muslim refugees that the government was moving in to the interior from the Balkans to resettle the Armenian areas that had been vacated. But I remember very well the coming of an American mission of some kind, a contingent. At that time, of course, I didn't know what it was, but it must have been about 1918 or 19. And later on, once I started doing research in Armenian things or started filming, I realized it was the General Harbord mission, United States General Harbord mission, which President Roosevelt sent to Armenia and to Turkey. The independent Armenian Republic had been established in 1918. So the mission was in 1919. I'm talking about the period of 1919. I remember the cars, the old Model T cars, and a flat truck, and all the dignitaries in town, or a number of the dignitaries, sat on chairs on this flat truck as they moved them from one part of town to the other. That mission, incidentally, later I found out, was to determine if the United States should take a mandate over the Armenian provinces of Bitlis, Van, Erzurum, Mumirat al-Aziz, where Harpert was, 6 basic provinces. And I remember in those days, as little boys, we were very aware of certain things that were happening. We were aware of a man called President Woodrow Wilson, and I remember a discussion that some of us, there were 3 of us, we must have been 6 or 7 years old. We'd kind of hidden in a corner of a compound it seemed like there were high walls around us, but I'm sure they weren't that high. And we were talking in whispers. I remember one of the guys, he was called Gene Garo. Gene means devil or the wind, and Garo was his name. So he was the fastest runner, so he ran like the wind. So Gene Garo was in on this convention of three guys, and we were trying to decide what man was our idol, whom would we follow. And one of them said he was for Antranik, the Armenian general who was battling the Turks on the Caucasus front and trying to save what Armenians he could. General Antranik was regarded as a great savior of the Armenians. And the other boy said General Vartan the Great of the 5th century, who fought the religious wars against the Persians, against the Zoroastrians. And that was his idol. And I remember distinctly, I said, my hero is Woodrow Wilson. And because I had heard that about him and the great work he was doing. Self-determination didn't mean anything to me then, but I realized that at that age that he was trying to save a portion of mankind, and that must have made a big impression on me.
Do you remember hearing about it by listening to your father, or conversations that your father may have had, or radio?
What conversations?
The conversations about who Woodrow Wilson is and what Woodrow Wilson was even doing. How did you, as 6 or 7-year-old boys,
how did
you heard about these things that were going on and about people in general?
My parents continually talked and conversed at home, dinner table, what was happening. So there was no radio, of course, no television. So my knowledge of the fact that Wilson existed must have come from my father. My father was more aware of public and international life. My mother was more a homebody. She wasn't oppressed like people think of women being in that part of the world. Of course, the Christians always had a more of an open approach towards women. And she probably ran the household financially in other ways. But my dad was interested. And since he was a leader in the community, there must have been many gatherings at our home. And I was, no doubt, I don't remember, no doubt privy to all this that was happening. And I knew something had happened to the Armenians. If you're to ask me, did I know that the genocide was taking place, I can't say that I did at that time, but I knew that important things were happening. And these conversations went on even between my dad and mother, even after they moved to the United States. In fact, at the end of their life, all survivors talk about what happened. So some things I'm telling you I saw with my own eyes, but those weren't the atrocities. It was the aftermath.
Mm-hmm. So when we're talking about when you were 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, which were the years that you were living in Harput, you remember certain events and you remember political discussions in your home.
I remember
and hearing about
discussions.
But you don't have a recollection that at the time that you remembered what was happening or happened in Harput in 1950, 16, and 17?
No, I didn't know exactly. If you say, asking me what happened, I didn't know. I knew great things had happened. I saw the refugees. The American mission coming in. But I don't have a sense of fear. Since then, I've interviewed many survivors who at that age, 6 or 7, have gone through traumatic experiences where they've seen their parents slaughtered, where they've been forced to march. I lived rather secluded and quite safe life. My friends, mostly playmates, were Armenian, although I knew Turkish. Prior to living in the German compound, we lived on the main street in Harput, and there were two major buildings, two biggest buildings, and I was told by my parents later on that I was born in one of those buildings. I don't know whether the first one, corner one, or the next one. And my dad rented one building, and the governor of the state of Harput, Mumirat Al-Aziz, lived in the other. So I must have played with his children and other children. I do remember I had a caretaker, a young man. I must have been 7 or more. And he would accompany us or carry me on his shoulder when we went out to play. That man also was a survivor. And as he tells the story to me later on, when I was interviewing, his name was Harutun Chichian, Harry. He changed his name to Harry Chichian. He's probably the one individual that I've interviewed most frequently. I've interviewed him about 4 times over a period of 30 years. And not to determine if his story changed, but new things come up that they forget to tell you. Well, Harry, or Harutun Chichian, appeared at the door of my parents in Fresno in the 1930-31. And my dad didn't recognize him, but my grandmother did. Later, Harutun moved to Los Angeles. And so I do remember a young man kind of being with us when we played outside. I remember riding the horse, one of the horses my dad had, and with his following him as he went to make a call. And my mother was on the horse, my sister, and me at the end. And somehow I slipped off the rear end of the horse and pulled the rest of them down. I remember that.
That was sort of a Sunday outing on a horse with the family?
You know, yeah.
Do you remember the patients that your father saw? I assume your father was the doctor in the town?
Yes, he was not the only doctor. From reports that I've heard from what he's told me and what other people have told me, throughout my life. He was the most famous doctor in that area. In fact, he'd achieved the status of a kind of a demigod. They worshipped him. This Harutun Chichen, he's written a book. He devotes a chapter to my dad. Then he has a section about it in his book about me. And I have it on film, I think, where he says there were 3 great men in the world. There was the Armenian Catholicus, and there was Jesus Christ, and then there was my dad. And he says, I'm not so sure about the first 2. So he worshipped him, and there were many others. When my dad came to Boston, I remember patients appearing at his office, because his office was in the front part of our home on Massachusetts Avenue. These were Turks with suitcases full of Turkish cracker bread. They were coming from Detroit. Well, since then I've learned that Detroit is quite a Muslim center. But the Turks, when they found, who had lived in Harpert and migrated to America, learned that Dr. Mikhail was America. Many of them would come from Detroit for treatment. So his fame was quite wide.
So your father received patients that were of Turkish...
My father was what?
Your father received patients that were Armenians and Turkish Muslim patients.
Yes, yes.
So anybody, there was no...
Why is that? My dad treated all kinds of patients, regardless of whether they're Armenian or Turks. In fact, all the Turkish officials, top officials, were his patients, from the governor down, and the top mullah. And that's probably what saved him, because during the genocide, my dad tells a story later on. The Turks, apparently, from my reading of history later on in the documents, knew what they were going to do. In fact, there's a diary that the wife of the American doctor wrote. Her name was Tacy Atkinson. She quotes a Turkish official as telling her towards the end of May that we have already killed 1.5 million Armenians. Now, we know from historical fact that in May 1915, 1.5 million Armenians were not killed. Maybe a few hundred, maybe a few thousand at most. But the Turkish official thought that they had killed, because apparently he had gotten word from higher up that we're going to get rid of 1.5 million Armenians. There are 2 million in Turkey. We get rid of 1.5 million. We can deal with the rest. And as the story unfolded, after his remark, by 1923, when we left Turkey, 1.5 million Armenians had been killed, and there were only 500,000 left. So the story was written years ahead, before it happened. Well, my dad never believed the Turkish officials, whatever they told him. He felt that they kind of smiled at you, or treated you with kindness, but a soft tongue, but they had a sword. And they would tell him, "Doctor, we love you. We're not going to send you with this group. You're not going to be deported. You can go with another group." Or the time when my dad felt that they really were going to be deported, that's when they hid me in a well in the property that he had
We're talking
under the
about the
mulberry
year.
trees.
Yeah, we're talking about the year 1915.
We're talking about 1916, 15. See, I was 2 years old, 2.5. He felt that he was going to be sent. And no matter how much they liked him, the Turks, it was more important for them to get rid of the Armenians. Although in some towns they kept 2 individuals from each profession. 2 shoemakers, 2 cobblers, 2 doctors. It didn't always hold. So my dad felt he had to go, and that's when they tried to save me. But
what did they do when you said they tried to save you? How did your parents go about it? How did they try to save you?
Try who?
You.
My parents?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they knew that they knew what we know now, that Consul Davis had visited the killing fields. Consul Davis, the American consul, 1915. He had seen how Armenians who had been marched past the main street, Armenians that my mother saw from her second story room, they were supposedly going to a new place, being deported to a new town for safety. Those same Armenians were killed within 12 hours. They knew about that. So my dad knew that there was no safe journey. That's when they decided, rather than to be killed in 12 hours, I might survive. They might be killed. I might survive. Somebody might find me. I don't know what other arrangements they'd made with any Turks to tell them I was there. But at least I wasn't going to be killed. It wasn't certain death.
So what did they actually do? They took you were a 2-year-old boy?
They put me in a well.
In a well.
In a dry well.
And the dry well, that was on the property that your father owned?
It was under the mulberry trees. Mm-hmm. And that's a story that I heard later on.
Do you remember or do you know how long approximately you were in the well?
I was there 2 days, because what I was going to illustrate by this story was that my parents were saved because some Turkish official, a high-ranking official, was passing through town. None of the other doctors could treat him. My dad had the expertise, and he conducted surgery right on the dining room table of the Turkish home, because by that time he had to disband his office. He was called from his refugee status, almost ready to go. He was called back, "Doctor, we need you." And so my dad said he overheard the side Turkish officer saying, "What are you doing with this doctor? You better stick around. You're making a mistake sending him off." So he stayed. So that incidents like that happened 3 or 4 times during the period that other Armenians were shoved out. They were going to sweep him along, but every now and then somebody had an appendectomy. a Turkish, the wife of a high Turkish official was sick, and she wouldn't let any physician touch her. They trusted him. I don't know why they trusted him, but they trusted him. In fact, some of the Turkish officials trusted Dr. Atkinson also, because they didn't want their wives to be examined by a Turk. Dr. Atkinson would have his wife hold a bed sheet in front, and then she and the patient would be on the other side. Patient would be naked. Mrs. Atkinson would observe and tell Dr. Atkinson the condition, the size, this, that. So I guess my dad used techniques like that, and the Turks approve of that.
So your parents took you out of the well again after a couple of days?
Well, once they said, you can stay, they took me out. But that wasn't the only time that they were threatened. But somehow, there was a period of number of years when my parents didn't know whether they were going to live or not. And along with quite a number of other Armenians, Turks couldn't get everybody, weren't able to do it fast enough. So a number of Armenians did survive Harpert.
So when you were a child and you were playing with your playmates and the two other boys you were talking about before, they were Armenians as well?
Yes, they were Armenian, the boys that we were talking with. We knew we were talking about something that we could not share with the rest of the world or with Turks, because we would do it in secret. To say that you believed in General Antranik or Kach Vartan the Great, was a very treasonable thing. We realized that.
So do you remember when you went to school for the first time, when you entered school in Harpert?
I remember my school experience at the German compound. The Armenian first grade was a part of the compound. And all I remember is getting spanked. I remember a number of times where I got hit by the ruler on the knuckles.
Do you remember
that.
why?
What's that?
Do you remember why?
Being spanked.
Yeah, why you were spanked? Do you remember what the reasons
Why?
were for being spanked?
I don't know. I guess I was too active, mischievous. The punishment didn't end for me, even in the United States, because when I was 10 years old or 9 or 10, first grade in America, I was punished. This time they didn't spank you. They put me in a corner. And the reason I remember that reason, because during morning break, where you got a cookie, you stand in line, all these students lined up. There was another Armenian survivor, my age, who was in the class. And we didn't believe in being at the end of the line. We knew there were cookies, so we shoved other students aside and stood in the front. We were a little older because we were 9, and the others were 6, and we got punished for that until we learned English.
I want to take you back one more time, a little into the time of Harput and living in Harput, and leading up to your parents.
What about her?
Your parents making a decision to leave.
Yes.
You had a few years in the Armenian school, in the German compound, or next to the German compound.
I went through the first 2 grades.
2 grades. And then your parents must have prepared or made a decision or came to the point of, we need to leave, we want to get out of the area and moved to
Yeah.
the United
Well,
States.
by 1919, when the American military mission came through Harpert, my dad knew that the war was over. They knew that Turkey had lost. They knew there was an independent Armenia. But somehow they felt they didn't want to live in that country anymore. And so during the period of 1919, 1923, my dad was looking for ways to leave. But during that period, Mustafa Kemal Pasha had closed the borders, and no one could leave. Then in 1922, the latter part of 1922, he opened the borders. And my dad, at first, he had sought permission to move to Constantinople. But that was only to get out of Harpert, because he never intended to stay in Constantinople. His ultimate aim was to come to the United States, to come to California, where he had 2 nephews. And incidentally, these 2 nephews, he had gotten out of Turkey prior to the genocide, 1915, because he felt that something was going to happen in that country, and things weren't looking right. So in 1912, he convinced his sister. He was earlier than 1912, must have been between 1910 and 12, because he married in 1912. His sister was keeping house, and she had a family of 5. He got the 2 older boys and financed their way to America. 2 older boys and a daughter.
So your father had then thought
So
of
he had-
joining them or coming also to the United
Yes, so
States?
he got them out of Turkey, and they came and established themselves in Kingsburg, California. Anyway, so my dad never intended to stay in Constantinople, but in 1922, he finally got permission to go to Constantinople by way of Lebanon, rather than travel inland through Sevaz. He went south, but he went as far as Lebanon and never went to Constantinople. And we stayed 9 months in Lebanon until he worked out everything.
And this was the period that you were talking about earlier, where your father didn't think he was going to be a doctor anymore, and he
Yes.
started to sell.
He got. We left Harpert. I remember leaving Harpert. We left in a Model T. He rented a car, and there was my father, mother, sister, grandmother, and we left my dog behind. And there were some mattresses in the car. But apparently he had shipped his medical instruments ahead of him, or at the time, I don't know.
Do you
So it took us 7 days to travel from Harpert. It took 7 days to get to Aleppo.
Do you remember the day when you left? Do you remember sort of getting
I remember
into the car?
very day. I have a clear image of us in that car, leaving this town, the 2 buildings behind, the dog running behind us, trying to catch up. Yeah, I remember that day that we left. And I remember much of the terrain through which we passed. Although there was no massacre going on, you know, you're in the hills There's robbers, thieves all around. The car broke down a number of times. One occasion, I remember the car wouldn't go, the Model T car. They were using benzene to run it. They didn't have gasoline. So the women folks stayed on the roadside. And my dad took me by hand and we went cross country to find a village. And we came to a Kurdish village. And he explained what had happened. And so they went back and got the others and pulled the car. But he and I sat in the living room of this Kurdish village, not knowing whether they were friends or enemies.
What was the language that was mainly used when you were growing
my
up?
My dad spoke Turkish, of course. His use of the Turkish language was superior to his use of the Armenian. He's given a lot of sermons in Armenian, but he preferred to talk in Turkish or pray in Turkish because the people of Aintab, where he was born, are Turkish speakers. At one stage in their life, the Turks had been able to force them to speak Turkish, and Armenian. Speaking Armenian would cause death. So many people in Galicia were Turkish speakers. In fact, they had a church here in Los Angeles, Protestant church, where everything was in Turkish.
So when you were speaking at home, growing up, also in Harput, you spoke Armenian or Turkish in your household?
No, Armenian.
And Armenian at home?
Oh, yeah. But Turkish only with the outside world. So I don't know whether my dad had any fluency in Kurdish or not, but Turkish was the language of the country.
There's one other thing I wanted to go back to when it comes to Harput, because you had a sister, and the name of your sister?
Mary.
Is Mary. And Mary was born in Harput as well.
Yes, 2 years later. She's 2 years younger, 2.5 years younger.
So she was born in 1916 in Harput?
1916, yeah.
Do you remember growing up with your sister? Did you have a
relationship?
relationship?
Yeah, we had a lot of fights. Little kids. I remember as a little runt, being in my way, taking away attention from me. I remember it must have been I'm not sure if there was a German compound. It must have been the other building where we stayed. There were 4 stories. And the upper story, there were no rooms. It was just one big room. The whole story was seemed like it was 3-4 times the size of this place. And I remember playing there. Now, my grandmother tells me the story where in that same room, my dad and other physicians decided that I was hopeless, that I would die that night because I had typhus. Not typhoid, but typhus. By the way, Dr. Atkinson, the American doctor, died of typhus, a very dreaded disease. And everybody gave up. My dad had given up. Other doctors had pronounced me as a goner. And only my grandmother stayed. And she could bear she somehow knew I was going to live or she wanted me to live. And she says, I knew you were going to live when you woke up and said, I want pomegranates. And Nur Guzem, Nur. Armenians put the verb afterwards. Nur being pomegranate, I want. Nur Guzem. And she felt that I was going to be okay. I don't know, somehow, since that time, pomegranates have become a part of my life. I've got 3 trees out there. I've got 1 mulberry tree.
So do you remember your sister when you were sick? What year were we talking about when you had typhus?
Harpert was, I was 9 when we left Harpert. She was 6, yes.
When you had typhus, do you remember how old you were?
No, when I had typhus, I was under 3.
So it was 1915, 1916.
Yeah, it was during
possibly
that period.
before your sister was born.
Yeah, it was during that period.
But do you remember any interactions with your sister? Any sort of memories you have playing with her, or?
Not particularly. I knew that she existed. We played together. This caretaker took us out together all the time. And yeah, but I don't remember much play, even with other kids.
But you remember then the day you left, the family left Harput with the car.
Yes.
And you said, do you remember the mood in the car, the atmosphere? Do you remember any conversations?
I don't remember.
Did you, as children, remember where you
to
were
me,
going?
it was to me, it was nothing sad. We're going on a journey, and we're going to ride a car. And I was looking forward to it. Now, I've interviewed some survivors later on who speak of, oh, we're going to be deported. Great, we're going to have fun. But as a child of 6 or 7, you know.
So for you, it felt like you're going on an adventure.
What's that?
It felt like you're going on an adventure in a car with your family and your grandmother.
So I don't have any sad feelings. The sadness comes now, or has come later, that you left your home. But at that time, there was no, I don't remember any sadness. Since that day, I've come to realize that leaving your native land is probably the worst punishment you can get, to be exiled, that you can never go back to your home is a horrible thing. I shudder when I think of people being able to survive knowing that. But as a child, I never went through that experience.
Do you remember arriving in Lebanon and sort of coming to the end of the journey? And then
I remember first arriving in Aleppo. We stayed at the home of my dad's classmate, one of the other bright students who had been financed by these American missionaries. He became a dentist, and they stayed friends for many years. We stayed at his home for a week. And there was a fresh air about that, that you still were in Turkey, but you were out of the Turkish ethnic areas. You were now among Arabs, who, though Muslim, were not their reaction towards you was different. And I don't remember the first day we arrived in Beirut or Lebanon, but I remember living in Antillas, which is a suburb of Lebanon.
Of Beirut.
It's a nice resort kind of an area. I was impressed by the oranges, lots of oranges. And these oranges had little black spots on them. I don't know why. They're very tasty. So it was a time of a lot of fun. From that period, I remember maybe my first mechanical instrument, a flashlight. I was intrigued by a flashlight.
How?
Turning the light on, a light coming out from a little barrel. I was intrigued by it. I remember that flashlight made a big impression.
Do you remember getting a flashlight as a gift, or is it that your father had a flashlight?
No, apparently I hadn't noticed the flashlight in the carpet, but I noticed the flashlight as they look now. And it had a curve. It was not a flat lens. It was a kind of like an eye. And the light intrigued me.
So you spent approximately 9 months in Beirut, or in Atlas, in the
Beirut,
suburb of Beirut, and possibly your parents preparing the family to go to the United States, to Boston, because that's where you went in 1923.
Yes, we next took the boat through the Mediterranean to Marseille, and up to Paris, and then Cherbourg. And my dad, because of some travel complications, he didn't want to go through he called them samsars. They were actually Armenian travel agents, or people who try to, what do you call those people who smuggle Mexicans into America? Or persons who get you to the country. He felt he could do it himself. He wasn't going to pay outrageous prices. Of course, he knew English. And so they put him on a blacklist. And he felt that he had to leave as soon as he could, so he left us behind. He left the family behind. And it was just in time, because as he tells the story, these samsars, these other Armenians who were travel agents, try to get even with him, and they complained that he had trachoma in his eyes. Well, the ship, my dad was by that time on the ship, leaving for America. The doctor came and examined him and said my dad didn't have it. And they let the ship leave port. And he arrived in Boston ahead of us. And I remember distinctly the separation. And my mother and sister and grandmother, by the way, we could not take, because my dad was not she was my mother's mother. if she had been my dad's mother, he could have brought her into the country. She remained with a group of Armenians who stayed in Marseille. But the three of us, plus my dad's pharmacist, his family, we traveled together. Our ship took us to Canada. We landed in Montreal, Quebec. And I remember the boat ride. I was impressed by the curled butter. You know, instead of Cuba butter, they kind of curl it up. That impressed me. I was impressed by toast. I liked toast. And I became acquainted with cornflakes, which has remained a favorite food. And the wife of the pharmacist made sure that when we got fruit, that it was equally divided, that the kids didn't grab. So we got to Canada and were quarantined until my dad came and vouched for us and took us down to Boston.
I wanted to ask about what happened to Harry.
To who?
To Harry, your caretaker, who he didn't
uh,
travel with you, right?
Well, I learned what happened to him from him, not from anyone else later in life. He had come into my dad's life as a boy who had escaped. His father had died, and he asked to work for my dad. My dad had refused because he was dirtied. They went and washed him up and brought him back again, so my dad hired him. So 3 years or 4 years he was with us. Then when we left Harpert, we left him behind him. And that was the last of him. Or, I don't know, he might have left of his own volition. I think he might have, and made his own way in life and reappeared in this country.
And then later on you were able to connect again with him.
Yeah.
So now you're in Boston, you're going to school in Boston.
Yes.
You're settling in Boston. What were the years like in Boston, and how long did you stay?
In Boston, we stayed in Somerville with friends. And during that period, that was the summer of 1923, I started learning English, of course. My dad had wanted to come to California right away, and my mother and friends from Harpert who were now living in Boston persuaded him that coming to Fresno, becoming a farmer, wasn't the thing for him. So he studied, he boned up on his the medical exam that the Massachusetts board gave, and he passed it along with the Harvard graduates medical school.
So your father enrolled at Harvard and he passed his...
Also, he opened up a practice in Boston, and we stayed in Boston for 4 years. And we moved out of Somerville. We were staying with friends and rented this place on 351 Mass Avenue. And we stayed in that building, and from the windows of my bedroom, I saw Lindbergh, 1927. Lindbergh came to the Boston Arena. It was the famous flight. And the arena was right behind us across the alley. And so I observed him through the window. Through that window, had a crazy notion as a kid to take down the license number of every car that passed. I don't know why. Things that I remember. Copying nice license plates. I went through the first 4 grades, first 6 grades actually. I went to 2 different schools. There was the elementary school. I remember the teacher, the principal's name was Willoughby, Mr. Willoughby. A big man, maybe 300 pounds. And I remember a little girl. That's the first time I began to see a desire for women. I liked her.
Do you remember her name?
What's that?
Do you remember her name?
No, I don't remember her name. But she was kind of freckle-faced a little bit. I have a picture of the whole. There's a picture somewhere of the Mr. Willoughby with 40 children sitting around. She's there.
Do you remember being in school and establishing friendships?
Oh yes.
How difficult
Boston,
or easy was it for you?
Boston, I did a lot of things. While I was 10, I had a baseball team. I don't know where I learned to play baseball. Must have been at school, but I had a little friend who lived in Salem. Why the young kid was Jewish, I don't know why I remember that, but I distinctly remember he was Jewish. He was the pitcher. I made him the pitcher. I was the captain of the team. I was the catcher. And we'd play against teams on weekends. In school, during lunch, we had another game. I don't know who started that one, where a big boy and a little fellow teamed up. And you sat on his back. And you ran against the next other guy, and the little fellas on the shoulder would try to knock them down. You knock each other down. So it was kind of teamwork. We played that all the time. We played marbles outside our home, when anybody was around. And of course, the red agates, they call red marbles, were the most prized ones. And once I was playing marbles, there were several of us. One was a black boy, and things weren't going too well for me, so I grabbed my marbles and ran inside. Saved my marbles. A few weeks later, I was in another part of town chasing a fire engine. All the kids were running after the fire engines. And someone grabbed me by the collar. And it was this larger kid, the black boy, same guy, says, "Give me the marbles." So he emptied my pocket.
So you had to give him your marbles.
Yeah, I gave him his marble plus a few others. And so there were many little things like that in Boston that I remember. But where I got the instinct to organize something, I don't know. But the first group that I organized was this baseball team.
Do you remember, because when you went to school, you started, you were talking about it earlier, you were older than some of your classmates.
Yes, you were older than all the, yeah.
Did that at some point level off, meaning the people
Yes,
in your
during
class?
the next 3 years, I skipped, 4 years I skipped 3 grades. And eventually, by the time we came to California, junior high school, I was up with my peers.
So then, when did you move to California, and where in California did you move to?
We moved to California in 1927. Eventually, my dad had his wish. He'd gotten a reciprocal license. Massachusetts and California had that arrangement. And just the other day I was going through some stuff and I came across some papers where letters from University of Beirut telling my dad, here are the grades that you got. He had to present his grades along with his Massachusetts license to qualify for California. And so he got his license without examination. And so in the summer of 27, we moved here. I remember the train ride. I was impressed by the size of the country.
So you took a train from Boston to Los Angeles
To
and then Fresno?
Fresno.
Boston to Fresno.
Yeah. And of course my mother did like it right from the beginning. Boston was cultured, an urban center, Fresno, hick town, hot, sandy.
Do you remember how long the train ride, how long it took?
No, I remember being on the train several days. But I remember getting to Kingsburg, outside of Fresno. The first day trying to impress the grown-ups, I guess, or impress cousins. We were playing or jumping, games like that in the Fresno dust. And then my dad and I went fishing quite a number of times while we stayed with the cousins. One of the cousins, the older one, Luke, had a ranch and Kings River ran through it.
What was his last name? Luke's last name?
Luke's last name was Tahmazian. Tahmazian. He was the older one, and then his brother was Aram. Aram later wrote a monograph about my dad. He never was able to publish it. Aram was the favorite. In fact, they say that my dad married because he liked Aram so much, he thought he'd want a son like him.
Did he ever talk to you about it?
My mother told me that, yeah.
So then you spent time in Fresno. You went to junior high in Fresno?
Yes, I went to junior high. I was proficient in woodworking class. Made a fine desk, which I have in the back there, in the back storage that my youngest son once. It's his now. And no distinction. Walked to school. In fact, I walked to school in Boston. I walked to school in Fresno. I rode my bicycle to Fresno State College. Never had a car those years.
I just wanted, if you can take us a little through the years. You went in Fresno to junior high. You moved to Los Angeles a few years later.
Well, Fresno, from Fresno Longfellow Junior High School, I went to Roosevelt High School, which was a new high school, just built a year or two before I went there. And we moved to Los Angeles in 1931, during the Depression years. Because times were hard, my dad thought that his practice would be better here. And he found out it wasn't much different. So after 2 years, we went back again. So during those 2 years, first year I graduated from Los Angeles High School, and my parents always expected me to go to college, but all the courses I'd taken weren't quite the right ones. I had to take chemistry, and I had to take Composition A or English A or whatever, and I went to junior high school. Junior college, Los Angeles Junior College, for 1 year. And was exposed to, let's see, that was 1930, 31. It was the time I started keeping scrapbooks. And I think I got involved with politics, or became aware of world events, existence of fascists or communists at Los Angeles City College. One of the classmates was Cyril Gerber. Later, he became one of the communist leaders in Los Angeles. And I came across his name after I married Toni. Her mother had become a friend of Cyril Gerber, and he had worked on her like he'd worked on me to try to convert us to communism. I think he made her a little more liberal than me, but I went to some of his meetings, but never became a follower. He worked very hard, but he quite didn't make it.
So you remember you said you were keeping a scrapbook.
I was keeping a scrapbook during those years.
Yeah, you were following world politics,
Yeah,
not domestic, but also international politics?
International and world, the whole thing. Great events and great personalities intrigued me. And you get too much of that stuff, you have dreams about it. And I dream in my dreams. In my dreams, I've met Hitler and I've met Stalin, and I don't remember Martin the Great. nor Woodrow Wilson, but I had political dreams. Well, you have dreams of a tiger chasing you also, now and then.
So you were also interested when you studied at the college at LA, interested in politics? Did you take courses?
At LA City College?
Yes.
No, I took English, and I took chemistry, and I took Spanish, taking the courses that I had not taken. I needed more languages, more English, and more science, the things that you need to go to college. My parents always got after me that I pay more attention to play than to school. So my grades in high school are not noteworthy. I just passed. I built on my own. You've seen some of my sketches here. I have other sketches of boats. I used to spend a lot of time designing little boats or buildings that would house the boats. In fact, I built 3 little boats, 7 feet long, 13 feet long, which a couple of them I sold to the mailman. One of them I launched. It was so heavy that it was a folding boat that I'd built. My dad pulled it behind his new Buick 5 miles to a ditch in Sunnyside, Fresno. And it was built with uncured wood, which means it was not planed. And it was an inch thick and soaked a lot of water. But I like to do things like that rather than study.
But study you did, right?
Well,
you went back to from Los Angeles to Fresno.
Yeah, at City College of Los Angeles, that was pivotal because I could have gotten into. We moved back. We were going to move back to Fresno. I could have gotten into freshman class at Fresno State. But I don't know where my thinking started, but during those years I had figured out, well, okay, I'm going to college. I'm thinking now from my point of here. I'm going to college, so I've got to take the right courses. And by taking the right courses, I might miss a year. So I chose, rather than to enter Fresno State in a regular college in '32, I lost a year by going to City College, and none entered. But then I entered on a program which I lined up exactly with the program that you would have taken if you went to University of California, Berkeley. And at Fresno State College, I took exactly those courses that had the same numbers at the university. So I was a year behind friends of mine who graduated from Fresno State. They graduated in '36. I graduated in '37 at Berkeley. But rather than to get a degree from Fresno State, I got a degree from Berkeley by transferring up there.
So you got a Bachelor's of Arts at Berkeley?
the degree I got was Bachelor of Arts at Berkeley. But by that time, I had pretty much mapped out my career. I knew what I was going to do. From the day that I started Fresno State on that program, I knew I was going to go into either diplomatic work or teaching. I debated some whether I should go in physics, because I like physics very much, and I was top in the class. Well, at Fresno State, I was pretty much top in everything, which surprised my parents, I guess, because in high school I wasn't. And I suddenly changed.
Do you remember how that change happened, or what triggered that change? And your thoughts behind planning your career, or planning to what you actually wanted to do?
You know, I have never had a, what do they call it? Lightning hit me, or suddenly come to any wisdom. Well, when I entered Fresno State, I tried to do the best I could in each class. I took physics at Fresno State, and I said I got the highest mark in the class in physics. I took political science. I got the highest there, and I was very competitive. Competitive with, I remember in a political science class, I remember the student I was competing against, his name was Oakley Hunter. He later became a congressman from Fresno. He and I would stay to the end of the class. I never left an exam when I finished. I knew all the answers. I knew I had them all right. I had 10 more minutes to go. I used that up to read it again and enhance it. Read it a third time if I had time. Hunter did the same thing. We were competing against each other. Now and then he would be on top, now and most of the time I would. So there was that competitive spirit. And during that course, now that you ask, an English teacher who I think must have influenced me a lot, she said, "You're very persistent." Because I didn't give up asking a question until I had the answer that satisfied me. And I think the fact that the way she taught English organized my thinking. You've got to have a statement. You've got to have a theme. You've got to have focus. And then you've got to build arguments, and they fall into place. And throughout my life, I've used that. Her big hero, incidentally, was William Saroyan. She was impressed by his writing, but she was very methodical.
I think we're going to take a short break and continue in a minute. Okay, we're continuing the interview today on June 23rd, 2010 with J. Michael Hagopian. Michael, you were talking about graduating from University of Berkeley with your Bachelor of Arts degree, and you also had mentioned that you already at this point knew what you wanted to do, and you sort of planned your professional career in a sense. Can you talk a little about that?
I knew that I wanted to go into some sort of international work, whether it was teaching or diplomatic service. In fact, those two areas seemed the only areas to me for someone who's studying political science. So I took my courses accordingly. While I was at Fresno State, I took standard solid courses in Western civilization, in politics, political science, and there was one influential individual there with whom I now agree more than I did when I was a student. His name was Herbert Phillips, Professor Herbert Phillips. At that time, I did not know that he was a socialist. I understand now that he was a socialist. That's nothing against him or for him. But he was a liberal and open to ideas. And he used me as a battering board. He would point me out in his class. Now, he had me for 3 years, different times, you know, history. He pointed to me as the most conservative individual in the class. And how that came about must have been because of my religious views. I was raised in a Protestant home. We were evangelical, not far out evangelical, but mainstream. I've subscribed to what my forefathers believed, how the world was created, how people were punished, how people sinned. And he would ridicule those ideas. Somehow in my arguments or in classroom give and take, those ideas must have come out. So he said, there's Hagopian. Now that's a dinosaur thinking. So that's how I went through the first 3 years of my college. He was a brilliant guy, and he forced me to think to the point more with Christopher Dawkins and those fellas now than I am with the ministers that are preaching in the Presbyterian Church. He opened my mind, and my interest in politics continued. So when I went and graduated at Berkeley, my degree was in political science. I went one more year to get my master's, and the department assigned me a young professor. His last name ended with Quist. He was a Norwegian. He looked like a Norwegian. Smart guy. But he said, why don't you write on something about Turkey, the ideology of the Republic of Turkey? He said, you're interested in political theory, because I was taking courses from Raymond Gattel, who was the big name in political theory then. He'd written a number of books, and I was in his seminar. And I did a lot of papers on Mazzini, Garibaldi, Hendrik von Treitschke, a number of others. And he claimed I was his best student. And he pointed out to seminar one time, he hit his fist on the table. He says, that's the way I want term reports to come in, like Hagopians. He wanted me to stay with him and study political theory. In the meantime, somehow I was pulled towards my origins, because Turkey was closer to my origins than political theory was. And I did write a thesis on ideology of Kemalism. And I have to admit that just like scholars who've written about communism without experiencing communism, they idealize the Communist Manifesto or the Constitution of the Soviet Republic sounds beautiful if you read them, just like our Constitution sounds beautiful. But there are, when you begin to analyze, you see flaws. And so my thesis on Turkey was kind of laudatory. I didn't condemn Mustafa Kemal. I thought he did something great. But since having written that thesis, I realized that Kemal also was the last peg in the genocide issue. He continued the policy of genocide in a different way. But my thesis...
Yeah. Speaking of, then you're writing your thesis on this topic, which now brings you back to your identity and where you came from.
I was, yes, it brought me back. Up until then, I had done nothing really about, in class or in college, academic, I had done nothing. This was the first, writing the thesis. Although I was living at the International House in Berkeley, and I did write one article for their paper about my origins, but that was all, about the pillar around which my soul swirls or something.
How did that come about? Did somebody ask you to write about it?
Every month, some student would write an article of some kind. And I've been looking for that article. I thought it was a pretty good one. And it was tying me with my Armenian background. That's what I chose to write about. But that was only a page. And during that year, as I remember, one of you were looking at the pictures in the back. You saw the picture with the Indian and the Nigerian, not the Nigerian, but the Gold Coast. Those were the years that I met foreign students and became acquainted with them, began to appreciate them and their cultures. And I ventured to have some discussion groups. I initiated a discussion group while I was living in the International House, because occasionally they had discussion groups. And one was, I brought together students from Israel and from the Arab world, had them dress in their native costumes, and had a panel discussion.
So when we talk about Israel, you mean Palestine at the time?
Yes,
and,
yes.
And
Palestine, Israel had not been established, but I could see the issues. And this is in 1936 and 7. And we had these discussions, studying the pros and cons. That was going on while I was writing my thesis on Turkey. So I was there 2 years at the University of California.
At what point, or if at this point at all, did you have any conversations or acquire knowledge about what happened in 1915, 16, and 17 in the Ottoman Empire with the Armenian? At what point did that become a topic?
That was not an issue. I had not done any research. None of my seminar papers dealt with that issue. Most all my seminar papers were on political theory. But rather than stay with political theory, somehow I ventured more into the historical aspect. and I audited a lot of several courses by Professor Kerner. He was the big man in Middle Eastern affairs, and although I never took a course from him, we kind of bonded. He wanted me to stay and study under him, and when I decided to go to Harvard, he was quite annoyed with me. He said, Harvard has nothing to offer you that I can't offer you much more. But I had made up my mind, if I'm going into teaching or diplomatic service, foreign service, I need a PhD. Now, what should I get my PhD from? I did it entirely on my own. I observe my nephews, how they're being handled and encouraged by their parents here, guiding them to this school, that school, the better school. I had none of that. Not that my parents weren't interested, but I wasn't manipulated by my parents as to where to go to school or what to become. They wanted me to be my dad preferred if I became a minister. My mother once said, we wanted you to be a minister, you didn't become a minister. We hoped you would follow your dad's profession, you didn't do that. Finally, you became a professor, and that was okay. But this business of producing, you're talking about films, what is it? When are you going to amount to something? She said that to me. That was their attitude. But I knew that if I'm going to go into political science or international relations, I needed to go to the best place. Not that Berkeley wasn't the best, but I also knew that it's good to move away for a new point of view. So I studied the curriculum and offerings at the University of Chicago, Columbia. I didn't consider Yale or Stanford. Didn't think they were in that same league. Then Harvard. And I decided Harvard was the best, although the people I would study would, their names may not be that big. But I figured the sheepskin diploma from Harvard would mean more. It's a union thing. If you get a C at Harvard, you'll do better than if you get an A at Fresno State College. It's a fact of life. So I went to Harvard. And but by that time, at Harvard, I'd already gotten to the Middle Eastern thing through Turkey, because they knew what I had done.
When did you start at Harvard?
38. Another thing that I learned, or someone told me, that if you're going to follow and get higher degrees, do it as fast as you can. The sooner you do it, get it out of the way. Don't go and teach junior high school or college for a few years and then go back, get your PhD. So I did all my PhD work by the time I was 27. My thesis was finished by that time. At Harvard, that was the first year was rather a dismal year. It was very difficult. Professor, for example, Professor Karl Friedrich, just from Germany. I still don't know what he's talking about. His view of political science and the concepts that he put forward. It was tough. In addition to that, I lived in a place close to the campus my room faced a blank wall that far away. Brick wall, that's all I had to look at. I did have some cousins and cousins who by age seemed like they were aunts in Cambridge and visited them occasionally, but was not too happy. But my experience at the International House in Berkeley had been the most happy one, and I think productive. It got me out into the world. It had exposed me to the internationalism. And so I said, well, there's nothing like that at Harvard. And where I'm living is a horrible place. I'm going to move out.
Did you live in a dorm at first?
No, it was a private home. And every morning I had breakfast with an elderly couple who served breakfast along with the dismal room. But I studied hard, and the next year, I had a better situation in that I had a cubicle in the Widener Library, a space 6 by 8 feet maybe, and all my books, and that was my home. And you could wander in the stacks and pick up any book, bring it down. Didn't have to check it out. Then you could look out into the street down at the restaurant where I worked during meals. But that second year, how the idea came to me, I don't know, but I said, we got to have an international house at Harvard, or an international club. I had formed an international club at Fresno State, but I was thinking larger. So, having been at Berkeley, I had that idea. That summer I came home after 1 year at Harvard. I took the Greyhound, because I could afford that. And coming to California and on the way back, I stopped to visit every international house that had been set up by the Rockefeller Foundation. They were small. New York, of course, was a big one, but there were small ones in Ann Arbor and here and there. And I became acquainted and studied them and went back to Harvard and looked around. Saw an empty building that had been vacated by a retiring professor right on the campus, and asked the university as to who owned it. They did. Whom would they rent it to? And talked them into renting it to a group of students. And then how do we fill it up with bedding and chairs and furniture for 20 students? The Phillips Brooks House, which is associated with the YMCA, got interested that an enterprising young man was doing something, and we got a woman who didn't know where to store 20 rooms. She had enough furniture for 20 rooms and gave it to us free. And that year, that summer, I set up a building, interviewed 20 students, and decided 10 of them would be American citizens, and 10 would have to be foreign citizens. We rented this building and set up, wrote a constitution, established a club, and got into business. And for the next 2 years, that international house became really the social center at Harvard. We had a lot of social events, dances. In order to get new and more interesting girls, we had to go to other colleges. There was Radcliffe nearby, but Harvard's always been tough on Radcliffe, making fun of the scholarly girls. So I went to Smith College, Bryn Mawr, what are the colleges around? All the girls, Wellesley. Got acquainted with the house mothers and said what we were doing. We were going to have a dance. We'd like a busload of your students, and we'd like you to come as a chaperone. That sold it. And so we had interesting events.
Can I interject for a second? Because you were talking about when you were setting it up, we're talking about the summer of 1939.
Summer of 1939.
So that is right before, the months before the war started.
The war was starting.
In Europe.
It started. The Kennedy brothers were back at Harvard. And I've seen them walking on the campus. I don't know if the Kennedy brothers physically came to the International Club. Knowing that they were womanizers, I'm positive that they came, because to me, the Kennedy brothers were no bigger than I was, or no more important than Wendell Wilkie's who was there, or any other student. They were just Kennedys. I remember one name of person who came. His name was, I can't pronounce his first name, P was his initial, Sorokin, who was the most famous sociologist. He was at a couple of our gatherings, and the deans and other professors would come.
My question, what I wanted to ask is, given it was an international house, and you were very interested in what was going on globally,
Yes.
did you have discussions then about what was developing in Europe?
Yes, we were well aware.
So you were very aware. Can you sort of talk about what you were aware of, and
Yes,
how sort of these discussions developed over the couple of years as well?
Yeah. Well, one of our students, one of my roommates, was a refugee from Germany. His name was Hans Stegel. Hans Stegel was a personal pianist for Hitler. This was his son. He was the youngest person in the house. He was 18 years old, and I was 25, 26. He regarded me as a kind of a guru. He had the Fuhrer complex. I was his Fuhrer. And he'd follow me around. If I went shopping in Boston, he'd go with me to protect me. He was a big guy, 18-year-old strapping guy, very likable. Another student, Hans, he was from Austria. Another student of Jewish background, Goberchek, I think. He was from Czechoslovakia. There was someone from China. So we had students from different places. Since I organized it, I was the person who picked these students to live there. We also had a restaurant there.
How did you, if I can ask, how did you pick those students? How did you make decisions of, like, what went you through your mind when you looked at, okay, I'm picking
I figured there are 20 spots, 20 places. There were about 10 rooms in the building. 2 or 3 in each room. I decided arbitrarily, it's got to be an international house. We can't put all American students, and we want to spread out. So I guess it was first come, first served, but I didn't want all Europeans in there. We had an Australian in there. I tried to get as many continents as I could. And it was a club and it was a house at the same time. It was a house for the 20 who lived there. It was a club for the whole university. Our membership was quite wide. And we had very interesting events and discussions. So I guess our fame spread, and my fame spread. So when Haddens, Hadden, Mr. and Mrs., they were very wealthy individuals who had a summer institute on international politics every year. They funded 20 students all summer to go off to a remote college campus, beautiful usually, and deal with international affairs. When she came around to Harvard, to the deans, they said, go see Hagopian. And I said, what do you want? She said, well, we want about 20 students. So they said, do you want to tell us how to get them? I said, we have students here. They said, all right, you pick them out. So I picked out most everyone that I picked. Virtually was a friend of mine. I balanced it off with an equal number of girls. They were going to Radcliffe, other places. So we had a mix, again, American and foreign. And that year, all of them got a scholarship to Williams College in the Berkshires. And Professor McGovern from Northwestern was the director. And he was quite an influence on me, too. And he did some studies among the students that helped me understand or define me. It defined me. He wasn't trying to define me, but he was trying to define all the students. And he was a political scientist, but he was a sociologist and a psychologist also, I guess. And one study he wanted to know who the most popular students were. A Brazilian girl was the most popular girl. Woodrow Wilson's grandson was a member of the group, was the most popular boy. And I should pause here a moment to tell you about how I met Woodrow Wilson's grandson and how he got into this. One reason he got into this group because he was a friend of mine. Another reason was he had no place to stay that summer.
What was his name?
Woodrow Wilson Sayre, S-A-Y-R-E. His father was the commissioner, the headman of the United States government in the Philippines. Married one of Woodrow Wilson's daughters. Woodrow Wilson just drifted. He saw that he liked girls, he liked parties. He heard about the International House. He came by. And what do you do? What are you doing? Well, I'm looking for a place to stay. Can't afford anywhere. My brother, he said, kicked me out of his dorm at the theological school. His brother later became dean of the cathedral in Washington. And Woody was a sloppy guy. He threw his pants here and toothpicks there, you know. And so he roomed with me for about a summer.
Given that you had, as an early boy, Woodrow Wilson, his grandfather
yes,
was...
So when I met Woodrow Wilson, of course the story came back and told him how I felt about his grandfather. And that probably bonded us even more. So we were inseparable for about a year and a half. He had also had a brand new Ford Roadster. Robotchek, the Czech student, had more cash than either one of us. Robotchek had money, Woody had the car, and I had the telephone numbers. the ladies who used to come to our parties. So we went around a lot, all the way to Connecticut. And we also played a lot of tricks on the Haddons. We had a party mimicking them, mimicking the professor. So we became great friends. After I left Harvard, I don't know what happened to Woody. Then in 1975, when I was making the first live documentary on Armenian genocide, I thought of him, and I traced him to Vilnius what was that place? Martha's Vineyard.
Martha's Vineyard.
And Barbara had just started working for me, Barbara Gilmore. She traveled with me there as my sound person, and we spent an evening with him.
Why did it make you think of him when you started to make that film?
Why did I think of him?
Yeah.
Because I wanted him to relate to me what his grandfather had said to him, anything about the Armenians. And he hadn't. He said, all I remember is sitting on his lap. Maybe I should have filmed that, but I didn't. So he didn't get into the film, because I wanted to work that in. For that film, I also traced Morgenthau's son. And in this case, he talked about his father, but he knew a lot more. But that's the Woody story. Now I've lost track of him again. So having thought of Woodrow Wilson as the great God and my mentor, I've become, at Harvard, closest friend with his grandson.
So those years at Harvard, a lot of activity, a lot of things were happening in Europe, and
lots
then,
of, yes,
and then
Europe
the Pacific,
was changing.
and then also in the Pacific, of course,
Hitler
later
was
on.
conquering the continent.
So I'm curious to know what discussions, if you do remember any, about what was going on that you as students had at
We
Harvard.
had students about what was happening to the Jews, fully aware what we were doing. During those years, President Woodrow, not President FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, was running for his second term, third maybe. And Wendell Willkie ran against him. Wendell Willkie's son used to come to the restaurant where I worked, in addition to being president of the International Club. And so I got to know him. His son and I had probably more discussions than some of the others, why his dad should or should not be president. And I'd give him arguments against his dad, that his dad was a wonderful guy, great intellect, great leader, very likable person, but the people around him, McNara, his running mate, and others, were too conservative, too bigoted, or something. And we discussed those things.
Do you remember if the students who came out of Germany, Czechoslovakia at the time, and Austria, who left these places, I assume because of what was happening
Yes.
in those countries,
Yeah.
did they talk about what they knew, what was going on?
Yes,
And
they had a sense of what was going on, and our inability, or their inability, to change the tide or to get the United States to do anything about it. But this was not an all-consuming discussion. These students were trying to become Americans, as I had become an American at a much younger age. And incidentally, during my entire childhood, through college years and later, I haven't tried to become an Armenian. I'm trying to become a better American. one of my big aims to illustrate that is I want to become more proficient in the English language than I am, or I consider command of the English written language as the highest goal. It's very important. I had a Hispanic girl work for me. You know of Judith? Judith was half your size. Nobody thought she was a good secretary because she couldn't spell. But she said she didn't need a dictionary because the computer would tell her. So you would say, I will I'm trying to find a word that has several meanings. In the English language, we have a number of them, a lot of them. Wait. I will wait for you. The weight of that product is so many pounds. The computer doesn't know what, so she'll put in the other wrong word in there. Then you know that she didn't know the English language. And I said, Judith, the most important thing for you is to conquer the English language. If you're living in America, you've got to have as good a command of it as you can. I don't know if she's followed. I bought her a dictionary. I bought her pocket dictionaries. I showed her how to keep a notebook. You get words, write them down. It's something that you can do. You can't become a scientist by yourself, but you can have command of a language learned by yourself.
You were in Harvard working on your PhD. Can you talk about your dissertation, when you wrote it, what you wrote it about, and where you moved to after you finished at Harvard?
Well, what was that last remark? What dissertation I wrote?
Yeah, the dissertation you wrote, what you wrote it on, and then what happened after Harvard.
Because I had written about the government of Turkey, they felt that that's the area that I was interested in. And a middle-level professor, an associate professor, Rupert Emerson, was assigned to me as my chairman. And his field was nationalism. And this appealed to me. The subject of nationalism, population control by Mussolini, those things have always interested me. And I had done several papers on subjects that related to it, like Mazzini and Garibaldi, while I was in political theory. So he said, why don't you do something on the Armenians from the nationalistic point of view? Not history, but as a case study of nationalism. So that's how I got into it, and I started my research from that point of view. Were the Armenians a nation? What was the criteria for nationhood? What was the road that others had taken? What was the difference between liberal democratic nationalism as contrasted with integral nationalism, which was represented by Hitler, as against the liberal form of democracy or nationalism that was represented by Garibaldi, let's say. And then try to fit the Armenian, see if there's a pattern that the Armenians fitted into that. So that's what I wrote on. History was incidental. To do that, of course, I had to go back into history. And you asked me a while ago, did I know about the massacres the Ottoman history. I really got into it at that level, where I had to give the background of the Armenians, who they were, how they came to the genocide, how they fared in it, and then what happened, and where did their nationalism begin.
What sources did you use in order to retrace the history
Well, there's
of
a
the
lot of
Armenian?
secondary sources, but a lot of primary sources. The British Blue Books are a good source. The French archives. At that time, I was very fluent in French and passable in German. Today, I'm almost totally bad in German and Spanish. French still better. But I use the Armenian newspapers, and the old papers that were being put out secretly from 1885 on. There was the Troshag. It's Troshag, but they spelled it in Europe Droshag, D-R-O-S-H-A-K. It means flag, the flag, which was the main publication of the Armenian Revolutionary Federation. We call it Dashnak Suchun.
Were
Now-
these sources available to you in Boston?
Yes,
or did
now, yes. It was good that I doing that research in Harvard, because the Hyrenic Association, which was the follower of the Republic, you might say, when the Republic of Armenia was defeated and dissolved, Hyrenic Association took over the archives of the Republic of Armenia and all the papers, and those archives are in Boston. Actually, they were in Boston, yes. They may have moved to Watertown now. They were there. Now, I had learned Armenian through my mother. Of course, first and second grade were Armenian, so I knew the Armenian alphabet, and I knew I could speak Armenian. We conversed Armenian at home. I'd learned some reading, but I'd completely forgotten. Throughout my high school, junior high school, college years. Then I asked my mother one day, here's the alphabet. I said, you tell me that the language is phonetic. So I want you to give me the sound of each letter. And I wrote that down. Then when you read it, a word suddenly appears, and oh yeah, I know that word. Hankestutun, difficult word. I know what hankestutun means. It means satisfaction or at rest. So I learned to read Armenian myself. And when I went to Harvard, all the newspapers, of course, in Armenian. So I would sit in Hyrenic archives, sometimes in their sitting room, reading that stuff. And that was part of my original research that no one else had gotten into.
Did you speak to your parents about the research that you were doing?
Did what?
Did you speak to your parents about the research that you were doing?
Parents?
And the history that you were going into?
No, I really never. I took my parents for granted. I wasn't hiding anything from them. my parents would have said, don't get, I'm sure their attitude might be, don't get too mixed up in this Armenian business. You know, it's not going to get you closer to God or to success. They wanted to keep their Armenianness so far as speaking at home, praying at home, reading Armenian newspapers, conversing with friends, cooking Armenian food. But they never got interested in Armenian politics.
Or the history,
Or the
history of what happened, the
it's
genocide.
happened. It's gone. Of course, my dad, I've heard him once or twice saying that I hate to think of it, he had views like Jerry Falwell. This happened to the Armenians because they sinned. They drifted from God. He believed it.
So when you finished your dissertation, we are now sort of in the middle of the war.
We're in the middle of the war, and I kept hearing from my draft board that they're going to draft me. So I decided to finish up, and I returned back home and got into the service. But prior to doing that, I had to finish up all my research at Harvard. And part of that research has a tie-in with my interviewing survivors. I introduced, for the first time that I know at Harvard, interviews as a part of a thesis. Interviews that I had with certain people. One was my father. I asked him a lot of questions about nationalism, about Armenianness, of what happened. I interviewed that last year. I interviewed the former Prime Minister of Armenia, who was in Boston. I interviewed some of the scholars. I interviewed the person who wrote the definitive 5-inch thick book of Armenians in Kharpert, via Haig. I interviewed about 20 individuals, and I cite them as original sources, as audio sources in my thesis.
How did you get to the point to think, okay, I think I should interview my father and these other people about this topic?
About this particularly nationalism.
How did this come to you? Because I'm curious, because you had a number of sources, and yes. At what point did you think, I need to create more new primary sources?
You're a researcher, so you become innovative. You keep.
Maybe we need to stop the tape for a second.
Wait a minute.
Okay, we're continuing the interview with J. Michael Hagopian. Today is June 23rd, 2010. Michael, we were talking about, you were doing your PhD and the sources you used, and you finished your PhD. I think we're in 1943 at this point, and you started to talk about the draft and your drafting committee or board. Maybe you can take us through the next few years of what decisions you made and how your life was leading.
Well, I reported in March 1943 and was accepted. And I went into the service not knowing, what to expect. They gave us certain tests, and I excelled in certain areas. My education said I should go into one direction, whereas my measured skill said something else. They would have put me into intelligence which actually was being a linguist, translator. They gave an exam as to the electronics and mechanics, taking apart machines and putting it together, and math tests, and I excelled in that. So I was directed into another field, which became the remote control system of the B-29, the Superfort, which was a mystery airplane at that time. And it was the first time computers were being used in the military. So I got into the Air Force, and for 3 years I was into that. I was a crew chief and checking the airplanes, repairing the computer system.
Where were you stationed?
I was stationed first in India, and then on the Tinian Islands. And by the way, during a furlough in India, I located my college friend, Sadiq Ali, stayed with him, traveled in India extensively, and did a little business on the side. They didn't have Christmas cards, so I went into the Christmas card business in India and made quite a bit of money.
Can you tell us a little the Christmas card story?
Yeah.
Can you describe it?
Christmas card story? Well, the Christmas cards that were being sold at PXs were horrible. They were made by Britishers, and it had a picture of an old granny looking over a bed, seeing her hairy legs, saying, "Oh, a man," and Cheerio, Christmas. I said, that won't sell. So a friend of mine was an artist, and he designed, and I marketed and produced a Christmas card. We found an Armenian in Calcutta, Arizona Cafe, the owner of the Arizona Cafe, and he saw that we were GIs. He said, "What can I do for you?" I said, "Well, we're trying to publish a Christmas card." He said, well, he had, as a golf playing friend, Mr. Thackeray, and he called him up, and we went in, and we didn't have to wait while others were waiting, and he turned out 5,000 cards. They made a mistake and bobbed the girl's hair. I said, no, she's got to have long hair. So we redid them. Anyway, about 15 to 17,000 cards we sold to the various bases. And we had a confrontation. I guess you have to have confidence in your ability or where you stand when you can talk back to an officer. And I felt in pretty good grounds. When I quoted the price, I'd go in, I'd say, "Do you want Christmas cards?" "Oh, yes, hell yes. As many as you can sell." "Well, here it is." "Oh, that looks great. How much are they?" 12 rupees. That's the list price. And I said, "We have a few other conditions." "What conditions?" "Well, you can't... as we're selling these Christmas cards to the PX officers, usually captains, you want to put that dog in the back area, just entice him.
Sorry, Rebecca. Okay, we're back on.
So we're printing Christmas cards. I'm selling them to the PX officers, and I laid conditions as to the price, and also that they could not place on display competing cards. And more than one PX officer said, "What the hell are you trying to tell me? giving me orders. You're just a non-commissioned officer. I said, yeah, that may be true. I said, but right now in the room, there are only two of us. Right, Captain? Yes. I have the cards, you don't have the cards. Just think that you're a businessman back in the States. That's the way I'm going to treat you, and that's the way you're going to treat me. The cards are $12 annas a piece, no competition cards. You can have them or not have them, and it's cash. And they usually swore, handed us the money, and I walked out. I could have been court-martialed, I suppose, but he was on the spot too, dealing with somebody who was in the Army, who had something that they wanted. We could have sold a lot more to headquarters, but since we were in the Army, we couldn't do it. Anyway, that was my military career. I went to Tinian afterwards. That was not very eventful, but the war ended there. And we were anxious to get back. And when I did get back, my first thought was to get a job. And I started looking for jobs on the West Coast.
When did you return to the United States?
In 1945, October. And I wrote to about 10 universities on the West Coast where I wanted to teach. I left out Berkeley, Stanford, and UCLA. I felt they were too big, and I wouldn't have a chance. I got my first job up at Oregon State in economics, where I was a good success. The guy was a Harvard man. He said, you can teach economics if you went to Harvard. And but it was a very interesting and delightful teaching experience. And then I got a call from a boyhood friend with whom I had climbed Mount Whitney. Used to do a lot of backpacking in the Sierra Mountains. And he said, Professor Melbourne Graham is looking for you. He was someone, a young professor, a prodigy that I had met at Berkeley. He was a full professor at 32 at UCLA and took a liking to me and said always that, he said, you ought to do some research in Armenian. There are lots of attics, suitcases, trunks full of stuff that's going to be thrown away. And I thought he was crazy. But then after I had written my thesis, I gave him a copy of it just in case I did not return from the war. So he heard that I had come back, and he let my friend know that he had a job for me at UCLA. So he got me on the faculty. It was his last act, and some of the other members of the faculty were not happy. They thought that the new chairman, he was an outgoing chairman, should have picked a new man coming in. And they questioned whether I was appointed by the provost 5 minutes too late. Anyway, I spent the 2 years at UCLA teaching.
What department?
In political science. And I wasn't very happy because they made it very tough for me, taking it out on Melbourne Graham. I had 2 American civics courses, teaching same lecture 5 times a day. Different classes, about 300 to 400 in size. And then the next year they gave me 4 separate disciplines to teach. Politics of the Middle East, international organization, political theory, and something else. 4 preparations is pretty rough. During that time is when I got acquainted with the outgoing chair, the last chairman that I had anything to do with. He was a Democrat, and he ran for Congress also, Dean McHenry. And he was broad-minded. He thought maybe visual aids ought to be introduced on college level. Well, the ones he introduced were very mediocre. And germ of an idea, I said, well, I can do better than that. Films on voting or the Supreme Court, which were very amateurish. And I thought I would try my hand. And I wanted to travel, so I combined my desire to travel with that. And of course, I was not a photographer. I never held a motion picture camera in my hand. I had never had a dark room, really, to speak of as a boy. It wasn't one of my hobbies. So
maybe we'll take another break. Okay, so we're continuing our interview with J. Michael Hagopian. Michael, you were talking about UCLA teaching and bringing in new visual aids as a tool in order to teach.
Towards the end of my second year, UCLA, the new chairperson, Dean McHenry, was interested in audiovisual aids, introduced some of them, which I thought had possibilities, but they weren't very good, the way they were made.
Do you remember at the time what kind of films they were about the topics?
Yeah, there was one film on the Supreme Court, and all I remember is people walking up the steps of the Supreme Court. Another film about voting was like Mary and the Baby Lamb. It was people going to a voting booth, and that wasn't substantive. I thought maybe good films could be made on subjects like judicial review, federalism, things of that kind. And with that in mind, I decided to go into films to carry out the political ideas, not anything historical. Once I began exploring, you'll see this occurring throughout my life. When I get into something, I look at all angles, all avenues and all people. And sometimes people get misled. Why am I talking to a guy down the street if I'm trying to create something about the Armenians? Well, my thinking process is convoluted. I think of every possible aspect of an issue. I consider it, weigh it, and because I feel that everybody in the world has something to offer, and you got to judge how you're going to use it. So I started exploring. I talked to the audiovisual department at UCLA, what kind of films they used, what were the best films, and who used them, and where could I get them. And after all my investigations, I found out that films on Mary and the Baby Lamb and The Little Red Chicken sold well, but a film on federalism would be a dud. No one was interested. And you can't teach federalism at the first grade level. And the most films would sell at the first to the fourth grade level. So what was the most successful film made? Well, I found out that the title of the film was Green or something. It was about sheep herders, nomadic sheep herders in Persia. And that was the best film that they thought was made of that kind. So I took that as my example. So where am I going to go to film if I'm not going to make films on right now, right then on political issues? Abroad. That enables me to travel. So I wrote to China, I wrote to Pakistan. Well, there was no Pakistan quite. It was getting into being in 1947. But wrote to Dhaka, University of Dhaka, Banaras Hindu University, my father's American University of Beirut, Lebanon. And I got 3 offers from Dhaka, from China, with no pay, and India with some paid, but not much. I finally took the one that offered the most, which was only $2,000 in Beirut, and that was my father's alma mater. And I said I'll be there 1 year, and I used his anatomy classroom. It turned out to be my seminar room. I had seminars around the table that had cadavers on it.
Before we continue, I just wanted to understand you wanting to now start making films while you were still at UCLA, and then thinking of, well, let me write to universities outside of the United States.
Okay.
Was a reasoning because you wanted to combine something?
No, I skipped something there. I wrote to the universities outside the United States so they would pave my way to where I wanted to go and provide me living while I got into this new venture of filmmaking. Because at that time, as I say, I was not a filmmaker. I'd investigated as to what films ought to be made. The next step that I should mention is I started looking into possibilities. So I wrote to small producers all around Hollywood and visited with them to see if they wanted, I'm going abroad. Do you want anything done? Finally, I found an individual. He had a small company. His name was Larson, Jim Larson. He had 8 films, and most of them were on rivers, Missouri River, Mississippi River. And he said, Mike, if you can go to the Nile, make a film on the Nile River, we can sell that. And so I bought a camera, practiced with it here, went over there and started working with films while I was teaching and sending film copies, reels back for him to comment. So I learned how to make film. I learned how to expose, how to compose, length, this subject matter, blindly. He would say, scene 1, this is good, this, more is bad.
How did you, because you're now in University of Beirut, right? Beirut, University of Beirut,
yes.
Or the American University in Beirut. And you're filming with the camera. You're sending that back to the United States.
Yes.
We're talking about the late 40s.
That was in 48.
48. So that takes time. And then you're getting feedback from the United States about what you shot. And then you had to remember the feedback you're getting and what you did at the time. How did you combine?
Okay.
Because there's no instant feedback.
I would ship it back. I kept good record of exposure, time of the day, shadows, everything. I would send that with my report, and he would report in as much detail like that. But I would not wait for that to return. In the meantime, I'd be shooting something else, and I'd be sending this while the other was coming my way. In the meantime, I'm preparing and teaching classes, and I'm writing the script for the Nile at night. And I have 2 students, I realize, who live along the Nile, an Ethiopian young man and a young girl in the Sudan. And I gave my script and had him check it over. And when they said, hey, this sounds great, sounds like you lived on the Nile all your life, then I knew I had the story. And I said, I'm ready to go. Well, he says, you've learned enough. He says, your camera is defective. There's a 3% flicker in it. I'll send you a new camera. And we got that camera, with the new camera, and I went up and down the Nile. And that's a film that won first prize at the Cleveland Film Festival. It's the first film effort, but I was only the writer and the photographer. And I'd learned photography by this remote method of getting he would also send me clips of the film that I had shot afterwards. So I would study it under a magnifying glass.
So you were holding the camera.
I was what?
You were holding the camera
Yes.
too. You were actually the videographer. You wrote the script. You came up with the script and the idea.
I wrote the script.
And then you also coordinated the trip itself.
Yes.
Along the Nile.
And I was taking in a lot of what I learned from Larson. He set certain rules. After I set those rules for myself, I changed a little bit. You can change once you know. He said, absolutely, every scene has to be on a tripod. Technically, any beginner with me, I'd say, I want the tripod scene, I want a long shot, a medium shot, and a close-up. Then if you want to play around fancy stuff, move it, dolly it, that's different. But I want the bread and butter, and then you can add the jam. And that's how I learned from him. And I had to break that rule once. Prime Minister Nehru came into a room where I was filming. If I left it on the tripod, I couldn't follow him. It's either get Nehru, stick by Larson's rule, or grab the camera and run and film him wherever you can. So you break the rule sometimes.
Do you remember where that was?
What's that?
Where that was?
That was in Benares. That was years later. I wanted to go with this film producer, make a film on the Ganges River. And then I told him, I was trying to line up his future. I said, you can make a Nile River. We made that, won a prize. I can do a better one now that I can film better, on India, Ganges. Then I'll go to the Congo, and you get and the Yangtze, get all the great rivers of mankind. He had the technology, but Jim Larson never had the vision to build an empire of making film, becoming that's a rule that I could have provided him. Whatever you do, do the best. You made the two best films on the Missouri, and he had the two best-selling films on the Missouri and Mississippi. He could have marketed himself as the guy who was tops in river making, but he went ahead and did other stuff. Years later, I heard from his daughter. She lives in Camarillo. She remembered me. But so my teaching in Beirut and the next year teaching at Benares Hindu University enabled me to get into film, to become a filmmaker. In India, I taught 1 year, acquired a partner with $5,000. We bought $3,000 worth of film and deposited with Eastman Kodak in Calcutta for safekeeping and cold storage. And I went into the Himalayas, and I walked maybe an aggregate of 2,000 miles in the Himalayan mountains, up and down every section of it. Kashmir, Ganges Canyon, near that little kingdom of near Bhopal, not Bhopal, but Bhutan. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I did a lot of filming in the Himalayan mountains. Nothing, I was going to say nothing about Armenians as such from a international or a nationalist point of view. But I did film, whenever I came across Armenians in India, they were a novelty. And I did film their activities, most of them very humorous, most of them dealing with jokes that the Indians played on the Armenians. An Armenian would say, here is so much money, get me a pitcher of milk from the store. and I would film the guy going to the store, getting the milk, half as much as his master wanted, stop by, fill it with water, and bring it to the master. I filmed that process. That's what they did. Then I was in a village where Armenians were making shellac. They became big manufacturers of shellac. The Indians were helping them. And I made my best film, probably the most successful film I've ever made, Asian Earth, in that village. But I must go back a moment that I also did some filming about Armenians while I was in the Middle East. I had the camera, and I was experimenting, sending back reports during the time I was doing the Nile, the year before I was doing the Nile film. And I did, anytime I came across an Armenian subject, I gathered material, some of which you'll be using in the show thing, background material. Still no desire to really go into Armenian things. That wasn't where I was. I wasn't keen about making films on baby chickens, and I moved on.
So when you were starting to experiment with films and thinking that filming is something that you want to do, and you were starting to make these films and teaching at the same time, because it all happened sort of simultaneously, right?
Yeah.
How did you look at the filming? Did you look at both of them as independent?
Which
the filming and the teaching, did you look at it as independent careers you're having, or did you see that there's a connection because you were wanting to improve the educational films that existed, which is what kind of triggered you getting into films?
Well, I started out with trying to improve the educational films that existed on political science. I soon got out of that because there was no market for that. Then, when I stopped teaching at Benares, that was my last teaching job. Well, I've pinch-hitched here at California Lutheran since then, taking when the chairman went on sabbatical. But my real teaching job started with Benares. So I was no longer an educator. I was a filmmaker. And I was making films that would say something important. So I moved into geography, economics. That moved you up into the high school level and college level. Geography, economics, sociology, maybe not consciously, but there's a lot of sociology, and history. And try to do the best possible thing. I came back from India and released films on the Himalayas, Tibetan traders, Asian Earth, India food problem. And then I went into a couple of films on other subjects, but still nothing Armenian until 1965.
I wanted to try take you back a little to something you said, I think at some point where you remembered you made a note to yourself that someday you will create an Armenian film archive. And at the same time, when you started to make films and wherever you were experimenting, you were filming some Armenian cultural activities because you happened to either know they existed or ran into.
Yeah.
But there must have been something that consciously you thought, well, I'm experimenting, I might as well interview or film Armenian. So I wanted to understand a little the process that you went through with that.
Before I went to Armenia, before I went to the Middle East, I told you that I explored teachers, filmmakers, etc. I explored one other avenue I forgot to mention. That was the Armenian. Now, how can I get some backing from Armenian groups? I met 3 individuals who were interested in repatriating Armenians from the Soviet Union here. And I asked them, I told them, I'm going to the Middle East. Is there any subject that you want filmed? Now, I'm not a filmmaker, but I'm acting like a filmmaker. I hadn't held the camera in my hand yet. but I'm selling myself. They said they wanted a little film on the Taruyi, that was the name, Taruyi Hagopian High School. How much will it cost? 10 minutes. Well, I added up the footage I was going to use, and I said $374. What a fool. So I got there, I filmed the school.
The school was in
Beirut.
Beirut.
And while I was filming the school, I met the teacher. He was a survivor, but I had no interest in filming survivors at the time, nor did I have the sound equipment to use. I wish I had done it at that time. Through him, I filmed a lot of Armenian events.
So the camera you used to film it didn't have sound. It was just.
I had
the
no
visual.
sound. I had never used sound until 1968. The first time I used sound, I held a sound camera in my hand, was with Armin T. Wagner. And he sat in a chair right there. I rented a camera. I think it was a BL, I'm not sure. It could have been a French camera from Burns and Sawyer Sound, and came and filmed them. That was in 68. So, now I brought you up to time that I'm got interested in the Armenians as a complete film. But I was gathering material. When I was gathering material in the Middle East in 1948, during that same period, I realized this film is costing me more money than the $374. So I wrote down a note to myself on a 4x6 pad of paper. And this is how I learned to keep my notes in graduate work. I said, I need to establish an Armenian Film Foundation. That's what I called it. Because I realized only through a foundation you could get money to do something like that. And then I forgot about it for 30 years. And it was in 1978 that the Film Foundation held its, as it exists now, first meeting.
So you were taking these films, creating footage, and creating films from the footage that you were shooting at the various locations. And when you were in Benares, if we're talking about 1950 to 1952, that you were in Benares?
Benares, no, I was in Benares 1950.
1950. And then you made a
then
conscious...
I went back, I came back to the States. 1951, I was back in the States.
Okay. So you had then made a conscious decision, I will stop teaching, I want to pursue the filming.
Yes, at that point, I had gathered a lot of footage in India, in the Himalayas, and a good deal in the Middle East. Came back, had a breakup with my partner, and we divided our footage. That was a very heart-rending thing. Footage that you'd shot, you had to have. But I concentrated my footage. I was at the same time, I had a GI Bill of Rights. And I said, well, I could use that. I didn't need a PhD or any further degrees. But I did sign up for cinema school at USC, and I had an equivalent of a master's degree there. I went to 4 years there. The last semester, I skipped the exams, did not take them. So I can't get my degree. I'm a failed student. But I tested my films there. I met the new chairman of the department, who was he and I were the only PhDs in the cinema school, so we, got along fine, got together socially, and I've forgotten his name. He made a film on human growth. And during that same period, I made Asian Earth. I was footage from India, and I put it together. So during the 3 years I was at USC, it helped pay me. I had to pay back the $5,000. Remember I said I borrowed? I was paying that back, and also doing my filmmaking. But I also went into lecturing. I don't know how I got started, but somebody heard about me, said I had interesting material, and it was the Colston Lee agency, lecture agency. They booked me up with them. Miss McClave was the manager in San Francisco. And from my stuff in the Middle East, she said, you have a good film there. You have a good hour-and-a-half film. What could you call it? I came up with the word Desert Destiny. So I made a lecture film, Desert Destiny, with the stuff that I had put together that I was experimenting for Jim Larson. And she booked me around the country. So that made some money for livelihood. And I took my Asian Earth around. Every place where I was booked, I checked in and met the audiovisual director of the local schools, one or more schools, met various people and checked my film out and had their students comment on it. I ran it for them. And sometimes I would read the script as the film was running. So the film had a good chance to get criticized, you know.
Do you remember some of the feedback that you received?
Some of the what?
The feedback that you received from students when you showed the film?
Yes.
Do you remember sort of the reaction or the feedback?
Yes,
at the
I got a
time?
lot of them. I've got them. I still have them. They're all compiled. But one reaction was that scene about the funeral has got to come out. American kids can't take it. Burning your grandfather? No, nothing doing. We'll never buy that film. Well, I thought about that. I said, that's a part of the Indian culture. It's very important. I'm not going to cave in on this. So I did something I've done since then. I augmented it. I made it 3 times longer than I had. And I put in, aside from the burning, I put in a scene of a close-up, which I had, because here again, Larson taught me. Film the principal character, film anything detail, how that man over there is moving his hand, or how the bird is over here. Just get the neighborhood. So I had material. Flowers on the funeral pyre. Some of the flowers were discarded. A bird was chewing on them. I got that. I put that in. And I had showed a close-up of a hand throwing something, incense. I added all those to the burning, and then I took it around again. And the comment was, what a beautiful ceremony. How dignified. I remember that comment. It was very vivid because I learned something and I conquered something. A film producer, Sol Lesser in Hollywood. I haven't told you anything about him, but he was a part of my life at USC. A student who was an agent for him had seen my stuff at USC because as a student, I was showing my material. I showed them 2 kinds of material from 2 films. One was Ali and a Baby Camel, which was strongly criticized as it had jump cuts, no close-ups. Asian Earth had all the good stuff. So I got praised for one, criticized for the other. this guy was aware of that. He came up to me and he said, "So Lesser wants to see your footage." I said, "Who the hell is So Lesser?" He said, "He's a big gun. He's a big shot in Hollywood. He's up at RKO Studio. He's producing Tarzan pictures. He just finished Kon-Tiki, famous film." So I said, "I will not show anybody anything that's an original. I don't want to scratch it." I eventually got enough money together to duplicate it, 800 feet, took and showed him 2 or 3 minute segments of several episodes. And he walked out of that showing. So I figured out my goose is cooked. And then he called us back in when the film was over. And he said, "How much do you want?" I don't know. I just grabbed something, $10,000. He said, "Well, I'll give you 10,000 and 30% of net profit." Oh, I thought that was good. He should have said 1% of gross. But anyway, I was going to tell you something, and he told me. He said, "Measure the audience. See how they react 3/4 of the way through the film." He said, "If you're with you then, with 3/4, you won. You can do anything you want in the last quarter." So, if I was going to put the death sequence, I had to put it in the last quarter. All the beginning had to be acceptable. Then you could put anything you want. That was the one thing trick he showed me. So I started measuring audiences as to where they laughed. I would have someone watch them in the dark if they were with me, where they were stern or where they lost interest, to keep track. And I've been doing that ever since, to see how audiences react to a film. And based on that, I may alter the film, or I might change it in a way that I think it ought to be changed. Because audiences don't always tell you the truth. They're trying to say something, but they don't know what they're saying. They don't quite know where the problem is. The problem may be somewhere else, and if you correct it, you know. So the testing of the film worked very well.
So, at your time at USC, you really developed sort of your career now as a. Did you call yourself like a filmmaker, a documentary filmmaker? Did these terms?
Well, by 1965, I could call myself a successful documentary filmmaker at the top of his career. So because others had acknowledged what I was doing at the film festivals, I may have won during those years more first prizes than anybody else in my field. Slew of first prizes and other kinds of things, so that which is a mark of whether the film is acceptable in the schools. Not only always the best film wins a prize, by the way. So I had learned filmmaking, and I had the educational background. I didn't. Now at that point, I didn't say, "Let me look around, see what I can do for the Armenians." It just happened that the 50th anniversary of the Armenian genocide was in 1965. And by that time, I'd done some of my best work. So, of course, I continued doing films on non-Armenians, on American Indians, Native Americans. I got material on film in China, Hispanics, Black Americans. And I went to, well, 61, I had gone to Nigeria They have some good stuff there. So I had done all that and continued up to 1970s. In 75, that was the 60th anniversary, where some Armenians got together, well, not some, two major political organizations asked me if I could make a film, a new film on the genocide. That was the Forgotten Genocide. And that's when I had to begin intensive recording of interviews to make that film. I needed that. Whereas the film that I made in '65, again was made without a sound camera. It had no survivors, but it had the story of the survivors. By the use of the material I had taken with my hand camera, Bell and Howell hand camera in the Middle East. So I told the survivor story of the genocide through the camera that had no sound.
I want to sort of explore a little further sort of the thinking and the transition into...
About the what?
The thinking and the transition that you went through from making documentary films that you made not for necessarily a commercial release on the big screen, but with the view to for an educational purpose. You wanted to document...
My films were primarily made to fit into the curriculum. I would study the curriculum of major schools of California, New York, Texas, see what they're teaching, see what Mid-America's teaching, and yeah, that was one of my big things in choosing subjects. I inquired before I went to Nigeria. I conducted my own private studies. I knew that we were getting away from animal films. Films for schools on Africa used to be about animals, not humans. So I sensed we were getting away from that. Where should I go? I came up with Nigeria. I had the chief reviewer for Saturday Review of Literature. She was a fan of mine. I said, professionally do some work for me. Where is the next, where are we going to go to schools? What kind of film are they going to want about Africa, from where? Because Africa is not one country. And I had someone else in Sacramento doing the same thing. And we all came up with Nigeria as the place that schools were going to concentrate on. So I got all my together and headed out for Nigeria.
What made Nigeria where people thought this is where schools will be interested?
They decided Nigeria was the place because it was becoming independent in 1960 when America was awakening to that kind of film. It was the largest country in Africa, and the white man that had contact with, that it was tropical Africa, that Egypt is not really Africa. It's part of the Middle East, and Sudan is not quite. So, nor South Africa. And the Congo was too so-called barbarian. It was not manageable government. Nigeria seemed like that's what the schools were going to study. So I was the first one to get into it, but by that time, within a year, all the major companies went into that. So I made good sales the first year. Second year, they went down because they could flood the market with preview prints that I could afford to do.
So you mentioned before 1965, the anniversary of the Armenian genocide, which now became, it's an anniversary that was talked about.
Well, 1965, yes, it was being talked about.
It became a topic, and you mentioned you made a film. Can you talk about how you got to 1965 thinking about or making the film?
Well, I knew that genocide Armenians were excited about the genocide, and thinking individuals realized up to that time no film had been made about Armenians. They knew that Mamoulian, Ruben Mamoulian and others had tried to make a feature film based on Franz Werfel's book, 40 Days of Musaada, had not succeeded because of Turkish opposition and State Department discouragement. Mr. Kirkchin, John Kirkchin, who was a lay, highest lay person in the Armenian Church in Los Angeles, said they were trying to have a program. And he said, did I have any ideas? I said, well, I said, what are you going to do? He said, we're going to have some songs. He said, I bought TV Time, KCOP. We're going to have a singer, the archbishops, the opposing archbishops. Armenians can't afford to have opposing archbishops, so we got them. They're going to say something. And I said, well, I can give you 3 minutes of film if that's what you're getting at, you know, footage. And we left it at that. And he came back, that was 6 weeks to the April 24. He came back 2 weeks later, he said, we can't get along. Armenians can't agree what to have. He said, I've got half an hour on KCOP, can you make a film? I said, that's a tough job, 1 month. I said, there's a certain type of film I can make. I've got some footage. I can film inserts. And I said, if you can find someone who'll get me 300 books, Armenian subjects, within 1 week, and bring them all to the same spot. That's one condition. We'll start. And so I said, get me a place in town. I was living here then. So he got the Archbishop's second room.
When you said I was living here, meant
I was living
in Thousand Oaks in
By
California.
that time, he moved to Thousand Oaks too, the guy who was going to finance this. Mm-hmm. And I told him it would cost $3,000. He said he'll cover it. So I'm going to be 1 week at the Archbishop's office or back office with these 300 books. I'm paging through to see what inserts I could find. I rented a Aeroflex BS camera and the proper zoom lens and set it up. I was in that office 1 week, almost day and night. I rented a motel nearby. I told my wife I won't be back for a week. And I filmed for a whole week. And then I had planned it out. 1 week to film, 1 week to edit. No, 1 week to film. Yeah, one film to edit, one week to write. Because in some cases, I do the writing as a third step. I don't do the writing ahead. In the case of the Nile River, I did the writing first. In the case of our last film here, River Ran Red, the writing was the last thing I did.
Why is that? Why sometimes
Depends on the
first
subjects. Depends on how much material you have. Depends what's in your head. In the case of in the case of the film in 1964, I started with the concept of, I told him, I said, we can do the film in 6 weeks. If within the next week you can get me a script. He said he'll get me a script. And he went and talked to the editor of one of the major Armenian newspapers, well-known editor and well-known writer. And when I got back, I gave it back to him. I said, it's useless. I said, this is a manifesto of Armenian demands against Turkey. This is not a script. I can't film to that. I said, I'm going to, what's in my head, by that time I knew enough about the genocide, my doctoral dissertation and all that. So when I'm filming, I know what I'm saying. So I'm editing it. I'm editing it first when I'm filming by choice of subject matter. I know how I'm going to use it. I know how I'm going to put that before another scene. But I film to make it easygoing. I'll film all the visuals of that size first and that size later, so that I don't have to keep changing lens and having to refocus. Once I focus on something, I'll leave it. So knowing what I'm going to do helps, knowing the subject matter. In the case of the Nile River, it would have been foolish for me to go up and film. I had to know the subject matter. So that's what I had to do my research and writing first. Now, in this case, I was doing I'd done the research, and I didn't know quite how to put it together, but I knew pretty much. So I started editing I started editing because that was more important than writing, because the written material had to conform to the editing. Because if I wrote something wild here, I couldn't go get what I wanted. I knew what I had, so I have to write to what I had. And most filmmakers, documentary also, will write a script on harvesting in the Midwest and say, you walk out in the field, log shot, you put the spade in, you pull the spade out, you look to the left. You got to do all those things. The director knows what he's, and the editor. So he's telling the uninformed, uneducated so-called cameraman what to do. But that wasn't the case with me, you see, or with somebody that you trust. In Nigeria, I had a former student of mine. He came to help me. He had no film experience, and he botched up everything because I let him. I didn't have time to train him, like Larson trained me. And he just couldn't get the right stuff. Anyway, coming back to the Armenian, so within 4 weeks, I was able to photograph it, edit it, write it, and 1 week to test it. And then we didn't have time for the next week to negative cut and put the sound in. So the sound is a very simple job. No segues or dissolves between sounds. It was coming in, phasing it out, another sound, another music. I wasn't able to put dissolves in or fades because we were going to show the work print. We took the work print, which had 300 splices. That had to go through the machine at KCOP, and I had the soundtrack. I had a sync mark at the beginning, and I said, press them at the same time, and you know, you can do that, and it'll be 30 frames off. Well, there was no sync sound, so it didn't make any difference, and no one thought the difference. So after we had the showing at KCOP, I re-edited it. Wasn't much, but I had to do the negative cutting, finishing up. But the story that you might be interested in is the telephone call I got the night after it was shown. I got 2 calls. One from an Armenian political worker, a real nationalist, go get them Turks, go get the Turks Armenian. He called up, I've forgotten his first name, but his last name was Simonian. He said, Michael, he said, congratulations. You've done for the Armenians what no one has been able to do so far. He said, we've been talking. You made a film and you got it on TV. He says, that's the best thing. Oh, I said, thanks a lot. The next call I got, that was that evening. The next call was in the morning. I was taking a shower, and my wife replied, and it was from the Turkish ambassador. And he said he wanted to see the script. And I almost used a Turkish word, to hell with him, you know. And eventually I told him, here's the script, if you find any errors, corrections, improvements, let me know. Never heard from him. But when I went to Turkey 2 years later, I was on the blacklist. I went with an organization, and I had a chance to visit and shoot some more material, harped here and there. I was restricted. They let me in, but they followed me.
So now we're going into, you made your first film really on
On the
Armenia.
Armenians was Where Are My People? It was about the Armenian genocide. It was the first film I made about Armenians, except for that $375 little film I made and lost money on.
That was about the school. So after that film that showed on KCOP, did you then stay with the idea of making films about Armenia?
No.
Did your
I
interest?
did that for the Armenians. At that time I was interested in making a film about Native Americans. I made a film called The Century of Silence, which someone who worked with me, who helped me with Forgotten Genocide, said she thinks of that as the forgotten genocide for the American Indian. It's about 100 years of genocide. So that's the closest I came to the genocide story after I did. The American Indians benefited from my experience with Where Are My People. I went ahead doing my usual thing, you know, making educational films and selling them. And I made subsequently the Desert Destiny. I made 4 other lecture films, hour and a half long, like Incredible India and Pathways Through Pakistan, Nigeria Nation Building. And I also had a number of programs on I Search for Adventure. Jack Douglas, that was a very popular travel program, and I had 5 or 6 episodes. The episodes were from the films that I showed. I mentioned previously, I showed some films to Sol Esser, and then he wanted to pay $10,000. Then he assigned me as a scriptwriter, and I wrote a script called Ganga Yatra. That's in 1953-4. He was going to make a feature film out of it. And he was picking different episodes as the Canterbury Tales. Well, 3D came out, he got interested, and he dropped my project. But when I got it back, I cut him up in different forms and made my educational films. One of the TV programs that I put out was named after Ganga Yatra, the name that we came up with for the feature film, Ganga, Ganges Pilgrimage. And it was called the Ganges Pilgrimage, abbreviated form.
I want to take a short break, and we'll continue in a minute.
Okay.
We're continuing the interview with J. Michael Hagopian on June 23rd, 2010. Michael, we were talking about 1965, and I'd like you to continue to talk about sort of your next progression of what you were doing professionally.
In 1965, I had finished and made the film, the first film on Armenian genocide, which was Where Are My People? And it had been praised by the Armenians and condemned by the Turks. So I was on a persona non grata list, apparently, with the Turks. My wife, by that time, had become interested sufficiently in my background to visit Turkey. And there was a tour being conducted by a gentleman in Monrovia here. And he was going to visit Harpert, was where I was born, and various other places. And so Tony thought she'd go. And that was great with me. I wanted her to go. And then she became pregnant with Bill, our youngest, and decided that maybe she shouldn't make the trip. And she said, "You go in my place." Well, the sponsors of the tour, NASR, you may know of NASR, the National Association for Armenian Studies and Research. They were quite anxious to take Tony, but they weren't so anxious to take me.
Can I interject and ask why Tony?
Tony was going to go.
Right, but why was she interested in going? What was the connection to?
She was interested in going because she knew my background was Armenian. I'd been involved with Armenian things. Now, I wasn't making a film on the genocide, but she knew of my activities with the Armenian Allied Arts Association. I was president of that. She knew that I spearheaded establishing a chair of Armenian Studies at UCLA. It was my idea, and from experience I had with working on the raising money for the chair at Harvard. I was an early member of the National Association for Armenian Studies and Research. They made me regional chairman, regional director, and my job was to raise money for Harvard. In the process, I met the people who were in the Near East department, Middle East, at UCLA, and came up with the idea that we ought to have a chair here. So we made a switch, which got me in bad with the Home Office, but I headed a rough movement out here. I never took an official position, but everything went through me. And we picked a front chairman, and while I did the negotiating with the university and the chancellor, and Chancellor Murphy and I got along fine, and he agreed that they would establish a chair for $200,000.
At what university?
Well, at UCLA. And I said we could raise the money, but I said we've raised enough money for Harvard. Although I've got a foot in Harvard, haven't gone there, and haven't taught at UCLA. I was in between the two. Well, I'm mentioning this to say that Tony knew all about this, and she knew about the principal leading part I had with the Harvard chair, and also even a greater part with the UCLA chair. So she was interested in my Armenian heritage because of that, and because of my telling her I was born in Hartford, I guess. And she, and meeting a lot of Armenian people who, in conversations, would say, "We want our lands back." What lands? Why? She got curious. Some people actually referred to the lands as a mythical thing. We want our country back, the essence of our country. Others actually wanted their physical property back. And so she was interested in Armenia, and thought that this was a good trip to go and see. And I wasn't interested. I didn't want to go and see. But then I realized, once she did not go, that I could use it to gather more footage on Armenians,
so,
particularly my homeland.
So you just mentioned that you weren't interested really on going, but you also talked a little about the various organizations that you were part of, and that you were sort of
I was part of many organizations,
supporting, you know, supporting a chair on these studies, Armenian studies. So on the one hand, you had interest in the history, in your background, where you came from, supporting
yes.
certain things, But filming, that was not an area
No,
that you were going into.
No, it was not. I wasn't. Interested in filming, making a film on Armenians. I did forgot genocide, and I thought I'd done my part. I was very involved in getting a chair established, UCLA, because I felt that Armenian history should be preserved, Armenian culture, the heritage should go on. I felt that. Not for the Armenians. See, many Armenians misconstrue. They think I'm doing this for the Armenians. Really, I'm doing it for the Americans. In 500 years, many of us will be melted in. And in this melt, what good part of my essence have I contributed? I may have contributed nothing and been ashamed of what I was, or been proud of what I brought to this new mix. That's the way I look at it. So preservation, historical preservation has been very important for me. It was when I undertook the crusade to get the chair at UCLA, and even by doing so, I got kicked out of the board of directors back east. We accomplished what we set out to do here. And in the long run, it's proved the correct thing. Now, the argument at Harvard was, we've got the chair, why do you need another one? I said, we need another one for competition. Now, we're beginning to rethink it. Maybe there's too much proliferation. There are 8 different chairs. And do we need that many? Anyway, that's another story. In addition to that, I was interested in preservation from the local point of view. And that was, it runs very parallel to how I felt about the Armenians. I felt about the local heritage here in Thousand Oaks as strongly as I felt about preserving Armenians. Caltrans was going to bulldoze the Stagecoach Inn here. The Stagecoach Inn was the oldest building in town, and the highways were just going to put a ramp there. And they said, you can't fight Caltrans. Well, that's when I decided to fight. And I established a historical society and gathered people around, women. I got an article in the paper that my followers were going to, most of them women, were going to lay themselves on the road.
What year was that established?
That was going on 64. I was doing that same time. I was just as involved with getting women to lie on the road or to save the Stagecoach Inn as I was making Where Are My People. I'm doing 2 things at the same time. They went together almost. So it was between 63 when we moved here, 64 when we got the society going. It was done. It was formed in our living room, and then we got the cultural. I got a cultural heritage board started at the county level, and formed organized historical societies or those that existed. I brought them all together and formed a society of historical groups in Ventura County to bring us strength. And we fought the freeways. We got the Stagecoach Inn as a historical landmark, and had the inauguration. We put it in bronze, the Declaration, the historical landmark from Washington. We put it in bronze, built a fake boulder, had a ceremony right in front of the building that was going to be destroyed, invited, these were all my ideas, invited the most respected man in town, most verbal maybe also, president of California Lutheran College, minister to come and give the benediction and whatever else, avocation or whatnot, and got Mr. Rothschild, who lived on the hill, he was the most respected non-clergy, to throw in his weight, and invited the head of Caltrans as an honored guest, the guy who was going to bulldoze. And we prayed and sang, and before the meeting was over, he folded up. We got $17,000 to move the stagecoach in 80 feet across the street. And he paid for to build a basement under it, put it on. Eventually, the owner said, I got a better piece of property a quarter of a mile away. So we got Caltrans to pay the money to move it a quarter of a mile. Anyway, all this is going on at the same time that I'm doing the Where Are My People, and I've been to Armenia in '67. I went when Tony didn't go. By that time, by 1967, she knew my very deep involvement in not only with the Armenians, but with preservation in general. Armenian preservation is just a part of that, my worldview, you might say. I think civilization is built upon preservation of ideas and artifacts. Ideas are probably more important, but we destroy artifacts faster than we destroy ideas. And so we were trying to keep the artifact here in the idea, same with the Armenian.
So you made the decision that Tony is not going.
So
you're going
I
on this
decided
trip.
to go.
You decided to go.
And
Can I just ask you a question about your parents? I think your father had already passed away by that time?
My father passed away in '52.
Okay.
My mother was still alive. She passed away in '76.
So this was then the first time that any of your family or immediate family
Ever went back?
went?
My parents, I don't know if they ever had a desire to go back, never to live. My mother couldn't get rid of the country sooner. She bemoaned the fact that they had left. You know, in Harper, she had several servants. She had a life of multimillionaires spent here. But she had to do all her own housework, washing. That was very hard. So I was the only one to go back. And my intention was to get material on Armenians, because I didn't think, I'd seen the footage that the organizer of the group had done before. He went there 20 times, and his videos didn't get any better. He just was not a filmmaker. He didn't have it. So I decided to go, and they opposed it, of course. They didn't want to take me because they knew that I would hamper the group. And other Armenians who were in the know put pressure on them, said, if Hagopian doesn't go, he's the most important guy to get into Turkey, not the other people.
What were they afraid that, how would you hamper?
Because they knew that I'd made Where Are My People. They knew that the Turkish government had opposed it. They knew that I had spoken up against the Turks, and they were right. I was a persona non grata, and they did hamper my filming, but I did manage to shoot 7 or 8 100-foot rolls of film.
So how did you, how long was the trip, and how did you decide of, you know, how much film do I take, what film camera, what preparation did you make?
I want to go as light as possible. I've always believed in that. I took my Bell and Howell camera. That was during the Second World War. That was the camera that was the battle camera. It was the most sturdy. In fact, I've used the same camera in Turkey as I used on the Tibetan borderlands. And I've dropped it where it slid down 30-foot slope, picked it up, below the lens, still filmed. And the same camera went to Turkey. So I took that camera and took a light tripod. And the camera was in a box like that. That's all I took. And I took 10 rolls of film, I think.
And as an American citizen, you had to apply for a visa to enter Turkey?
The group leader, Nasser, they applied for all the visas. They made all the arrangements. And so they accepted me. But when I got there, they called me in specially over the loudspeaker. They let all the other Armenians go unchecked.
That was at the airport?
At the airport, yeah.
Did you fly into Istanbul?
Istanbul. When we flew to Istanbul, at the airport, security officers called me in and wanted to know why I was coming to Turkey, why I wasn't speaking in Turkish. This is my homeland. I said I didn't know Turkish, but I've left Turkey and I've made no attempt to retain the language. I'm an American. And so they said, where are you going to stay, and all that. And in those Muslim countries of experience, when you go to see somebody, there's always two other somebody sitting with the person. They don't introduce you to them. They don't say who they are. They don't say anything. They're secret police, you know. They're spotting you, who you are, what you look like. So there were 3 of those guys. They asked me where I was staying. I told them. And when I got there, the hotel knew all about me. So they had 2, 3 guys sitting, again, silent, interviewing me. And when we got on the bus, I noticed a policeman. He was accompanying the bus, 2 of them. And they changed the rules every day. You can't use any motion picture cameras. Tomorrow they would say, you can't use any 16 millimeter, only 8 millimeter, or you can only take black and white still pictures. They changed the rules so you didn't know what was what. They kept everybody edgy.
Were you the only one who had...
I was the only one who had a motion picture camera.
But others had also...
they had still cameras,
Still
yes.
cameras with them.
Tourists, you know.
Yeah. And was the trip planned out already before you went? Meaning
yes,
you knew what day you go where?
The tour had been made. It had been planned out with the help of Turkish cooperators there. This gentleman from Monrovia had become acquainted with on one of his trips with the publisher of a Turkish paper. His daughter was a publicist and a writer. So between them, they had set up a kind of a tourist thing. And the Turks encouraged this. They was bringing in tourist money. They encouraged, and Armin Aroyan, his name is, he's made 20 trips over the last 20 years into Turkey. And people who want to go and see their homeland. Now he says we're going to see, he had the schedule all worked out. First Istanbul, Ankara, then Sivas, then Erzincan, and then we'd go to Harput, and then we would shoot up to Erzurum. I think he got Aintab in. We went through Aintab. So he organizes his tour depending on who's going with him. And he said we will spend one night in Harpert. And some of us didn't think that was enough. So we stayed another night, 3 or 4 of us, and caught up with them. Well, it was a amazing experience because very emotional. Going into Turkey for the first time was kind of fearful, but we got past that. Then it was excitement on the bus, seeing Turkey, and much of Turkey is what I thought barren. Anatolia is a pretty barren area. Came to the Giliki area, which is ancient, smaller Armenia. Then when we got to Harpert, and in the evening, yes, it was dark when we got there. And we didn't all get there at the same time because some of us had dysentery. They always had a Volkswagen following the Mercedes bus. Those who had dysentery were put in the Volkswagen. I arrived a little early. I guess I must have had dysentery, and the Volkswagen went ahead. And we got there, and we got in a hotel, and a Turk who right away befriended me. He said he was an insurance man. I said, well, thank you, secret police. And
What language did you speak with everybody?
I spoke in English.
You spoke in English.
And what are you doing? Oh, we're seeing the sights. How come you coming to this town? Well, my parents lived here. Oh, okay, then they knew, of course, who we were. And would you like to see some of the nightlife? Sure. So we went with this guy. 4 of us. There were 2 men and 2 women. And we went to the nightclub. It was in the basement. It was dark, just like a nightclub ought to be. And there was a gyrating figure, a Turkish belly dancer. And the Turkish men started giving us the once-over. Mainly they were looking at our women. Well, they're not our women, there were other people on the bus. One was a little older than the other. But suddenly you become very protective of the women that you have. They're looking at my date or my friend. They're Turks looking at our Armenian women. And you become very protective. You can start getting worried. And then pretty soon, Manugyan, Manugyan is the chairman of the organization that made the tour. He was there. He and his group in the Mercedes had arrived. And somebody had met them and introduced himself as maybe an insurance man. Do you want to see a nightclub? They ended up at the same place. And pretty soon, they brought the dancer. Now this is important. All of us Armenians are there now, 20 of us, or 30 of us. They cleared a place, had the dancer sit right across from me, showing everything. You know, she's very much bare. I don't know what, they had me spotted. They knew who I was, that I was persona non grata. Whether they're trying to entice me, get me involved, but I knew the trick. So I said to my companions, and they gave me a drink. They gave the dancer and me a drink. But hers was water, I know that. I didn't drink it And I told my companions, I said, we're going to get the hell out of here. So we paid. After we left, the waiter went to the Manuk Young and his group of about 10 or 15, claimed we hadn't paid. So he paid again for us. But that evening, standing there in the dark and listening to this night sounds, the minaret, that brought me back to the time as a kid when I heard those sounds, because I heard those sounds in the distance, and the most frightening sound in the Muslim world is the call to the minaret, to a Christian or to an Armenian Christian. There's nothing more frightening when a so-called peaceful Muslim is up there, whatever he's saying, you fear it. Because often the Armenians, they were, from the minaret, orders were given. Tomorrow, all Armenian Orthodox will report to the courthouse. Catholics don't need to report, or Protestants report next week. Those calls for deportation were often given from the minaret, near or accompanied by the call to prayer. So it had a chilling effect when you, I hadn't heard that until we went there. And that was very emotional.
So that when you were still a child growing up in the town, you do remember that the calling from the minaret was something that...
To be feared.
To be feared.
Yes, it was not a friendly call. It was not... when a mosque was nearby, yeah, you heard the cry, it meant that the Turks were dominating. As a matter of fact, the minaret itself is a penetrating, dominating figure. People claim there are phallic symbols, but forget that. It is a minaret. You notice it. You'll notice a minaret before you notice a church. There's no other architecture that's more compelling than a minaret. And then the song comes from the minaret. And the crescent moon, if there's a crescent moon, it's even worse, because that makes you think of the Turkish flag, which is a crescent with the star. So we stayed an extra day in Harpert and then caught up.
I think we'll take a break and we'll continue in a minute. We're continuing the interview with J. Michael Hagopian.
I survived the nightclub and the nightclub dancer. And it was an emotional evening, looking over the town with the minaret and everything. Recalled for me my boyhood and my thoughts, and whom we considered to be our big mentors. But the next day, I wanted to see some of the places I remembered. So I went to the main street to see if I could recognize the buildings. And sure enough, there were two big buildings there. And I've got a book here in my office now that someone gave to me, pictures of Elazig. They don't call it Harpert or Mezra, it's Elazig. And those two buildings are there. And I took a still picture. So I knew how those were two of the buildings. Then I went to the German compound. It looked a little smaller than I thought. And adjacent to it, I call it the edge near the town, there was evidence that there were some rooms there. And one of them was my grade school. Now, in front of that, all the way to the city, was a vast field. It was they call it in Armenia, cell. It was a drainage area. In case of a flash flood, it would just go past the German place, miss my dad's compound, and then peter itself out. And I went to the German compound because I remember someone as a child standing on the balcony, saying, "You have good grapevines here." And I was looking for the grapes, the black grapes. I didn't find this time. And then I looked for the spot where our big dog had attacked a woman. And I remember that as a child very distinctly. I was on the doorsteps, and we had a dog called Waldman, German dog that the consulate left for us. It's a tremendous dog. Bigger, like a St. Bernard, you know, but ferocious. And a woman came to see my dad, and this dog considered that woman an enemy and charged. And her little child, 5-year-old Fred, she lifted him up. Finally, they got the dog away. But walls in the compound had been pierced. I could see a window. I believe I took a picture of that. So it was in disrepair. No one was living in there. Now, the compound, I wanted to see the compound and the mulberry trees. And that was still there, but part of it had been destroyed, and part of it was a housing development. So most of the mulberry trees were gone. But you knew there was that compound there. That was in '67. And those things kind of made me a little sad.
So walking through town, it triggered sort of the memories of childhood?
I couldn't say that I recognized the town because as a child, all I knew was the main street. Our home, the boulevard, and the government building, which was down a ways. That was Mesra for me. Now, we climbed up to Upper Harpert, where the real Harpert was, but I never lived up there. And that's where the Euphrates College was. And that was, I took a number of pictures there. That was completely destroyed. I don't understand why conquerors have to destroy everything of civilization before it, even if the remains are not propagating that civilization. I could see them destroying Armenian gravestones or Armenian churches because they represent something. And they have been doing a lot of that. But the American buildings, built American style, beautiful wood, were destroyed. Why? The Turks could have used them to good advantage. But it's all barren hills, rocks, barren hills, complete wasteland. But there was a little section up there. There was a marketplace. And I did buy a small lamp. And I like to pick up musical instruments. And this guy had a piece of wood, driftwood, 2 strings on it. I gave him a few coins and I got that. So that was the extent of my visit to Harpert.
Did you take any film footage?
don't think I got actual film footage in Hartford because they were watching me pretty closely. There were other places that I got film footage, usually standing behind a woman or somebody and filming. And this isn't the best type of filming, you know, the angle and other things. And when we were about to leave Turkey, we were going to leave it by rail. Our leaders, tour organizers, said there would be a very strenuous custom check, you know. And so I gave all my films to the elderly woman. I figured if customs officials or security wanted to get a cheap feel, they'd pass up the old woman. So I picked the ugly ones and the older ones, and they got my stuff through.
So while you were coming into Turkey...
Well, we were going out of Turkey into Armenia,
right. But while
Soviet Armenia.
While you were going in, the Turkish, that they were watching you, they knew that you had a film camera with you, and they allowed you to film at certain times.
At times we filmed, at times I filmed when they didn't know, you know, haphazard.
So it was a combination of footage that you were able to take
rolls
that was officially sanctioned, so to speak, and some that you did clandestinely.
Well, none of it was sanctioned, but it got through. And I gave it to these women. I said, put it in your underwear. And they understood. And then gave it to me when we crossed the border into Armenia.
Was that then your first trip into Armenia?
That was my first trip into Armenia. It did nothing to me. To some Armenians, they go there countless times, but that's not Armenia to me. Those Armenians are different. Their dialect is different. Their, I don't know, use the words, they got a lot of Russian words into their alphabet, and they use another script. You know, like the Germans have the old script, and then if you get used to one, it's hard to read the old one. Mm-hmm. It's that way.
How long did you spend then on this trip in Armenia? Like what kind of travel?
We were 1 week in Turkey and 1 week in Armenia.
And did you film in Armenia then as well?
Oh, very extensively. I had cousins, distant cousins. They're related to my father. And the elderly, the patriarch, was close to my dad. So he was alive. Under the Soviet system, the Armenians were very clever. They were doing a lot of cheating. It was, and I knew what they were doing, and I kind of agreed with them. I felt like I was in the service. When you're in the service, the quartermaster isn't there. There's an extra pair of shoes. Hell, I need an extra pair of shoes. You take it. Or you get an extra pair of socks. You don't check it out. What belongs to the army belongs to you also. It's not stealing. The Armenians in Russia feel that way at that time. They showed me where they got their electricity for nothing. There's the meter on the wall in the kitchen. They get a thickness of a cardboard that when you have a pad, 4x6 pad, the cardboard behind is about the right thickness. They push that in. Somehow it disconnects to something, and you don't register. Well, this is how the Armenians did every kind of trickery they could to fight the Soviet system. In fact, one cousin, obstreperous kind of, talked back. She'd been exiled to Siberia once, then came back. These people had a 4-acre piece of property right outside of Yerevan, and they grew tomatoes. And they wanted to get their produce to the market first. So they'd come up with a scheme of, they'd build trenches, and then they'd lay pipes, and then they had a deeper trench, one in the center of the acreage, and they had a furnace there. And they would boil water and irrigate. They weren't irrigating, the pipes had hot water that was circulating underneath the roots of the plants. And in this way, they could start their tomatoes early winter and be able to put them out. They eventually migrated, came to the United States. That rug that you see on a doorway coming in this room belongs to one of them. They settled in Barstow and then disappeared.
These family members that you were then able to meet when you were in Armenia, were you able to connect with them before you went on the trip to tell them that you're coming, or?
I had their address. I had their address, yes, from my parents. I have to go on the way I operate. I must have dropped a note that I'm going to come, so they were expecting me. But they weren't people that I was in constant communication with. And based on my talks with them, I was able to construct a family tree, which now my daughter Joanne has gotten really interested in, and she's been probing, following up contacts, distant relations, trying to build up a full, accurate family tree.
Were those relatives in Armenia relatives that were from your mother's or from your father's?
Side.
From your
my mother's side, it's harder. We have less information. As I remember, I did write my mother's biography. She told it to me, and I've got it written. I'm sorry that I never got such a thing from my grandmother. But from what they tell me, what I recall, is they lived in Chimishkezeg. My mother was the daughter of a merchant who dealt with olives. And to the day that she died, she hated olives. She said they had olives, a room full of olives, all piled up to the ceiling. And he disappeared in 1895 on one of his trips to Constantinople. There was the 1895 massacres, and so they got him. But he was the intellectual in the family. There were no lawyers and attorneys in Chimishkezeg. He acted as an attorney when cases came up. And his father, that would be my great-grandfather, was a very stern individual. He had daughters-in-law stand at attention at the foot of his bed every evening before he fell asleep. They had to stand there while he fell asleep. And he positioned himself in the bed so that it was a little slanted. He could look down the street. He was still waiting for his son to come back. They say he lived to be 120 years old.
Could you talk a little more about the kind of filming you did when you were then in Armenia in 1967? What kind of footage you shot?
By that time, I'd gotten the idea that I want to do a little film on historical Armenia. It seemed like a good film. Filmmakers are always looking for subject. And I got some of it in Turkey, and I got a lot more in Armenia. I filmed maybe 40 rolls of film there. And I filmed everyday activity. I filmed how they were growing tomatoes. I filmed the streets. I filmed museum, you know, anything I could, just life, more or less as a tourist film, nothing heavy. Now, I went back, Tony and I went to Armenia in '72, 5 years later. That time, I had my Aeroflex camera and a zoom lens and a Nagra with me. And I did a couple of interviews in Lebanon, but none in Armenia at the time. And I did a lot of serious filming, like we got permission to get certain books from the library. I wanted to make a film. 1972, I had the idea to make a film on the last days of Ani. Ani was a great kingdom, and in Greater Armenia, it fell victim to the Seljuk Turks in 1081, and it was known as the city of 1,001 churches. It's still part of its standing. It still is very majestic. And I've got some of the early 19th century slides that people have taken. I've taken slides and motion pictures. I wanted to do a film on that to tell the story of the city. And I thought I would do it partially through illustrated manuscript paintings. So I wanted secular art, not religious art. And this gentleman that I met, who gave a lecture at UCLA once, Mr. Kurjan, he was not a scholar, but he knew more about archives and collection than most professors. He had the largest private collection of Armenian manuscripts. His name was Harry Kurjan. He mentioned to me in 1972, he says, why don't you take a trip with me? That's why Tony and I went with him, and we stopped. I said, what I want to do is make a film on the historical city of Ani, and I want to know where I can find manuscripts. He said, I can tell you. He says, I know every museum in the world, and I'm on good terms with them, because he had greater collection than any of the museums. His collection was the largest. So we stopped in Paris, we stopped in Portugal, we stopped in Venice, we stopped in Lebanon, and every museum that had art, and we stopped in Soviet Armenia. He would ask them to bring certain books. And of course, the Soviets were very cautious. At first they said you could only have one book at a time. He talked them into 5 books. They would bring them out, and he would point to me the secular artwork, like someone cultivating his farmland in the 13th century. Most illustrated Armenian art never have that. They have drawings and pictures of Christ, the Trinity, all that stuff, the disciples, but not secular art. So through secular art, I wanted to show the building of the city and the life of Ani, and I'll never finish that film.
So the film and the footage that you acquired or shot through 1967, what happened with that footage?
Well, 1967 footage, I put together a film that some Armenians like very much, but it doesn't have the production value that I think it should have. It's called Historical Armenia. It's a very good subject. I try to create historical Armenia, where it was and what it was, by the 7 rolls of film, plus stuff that I shot in Soviet Armenia, plus artwork and other things that you get through books here, plus what I had shot in Lebanon in 1948. So all of those, bringing all of those together, I got Historical Armenia. It's not a great film from filmmaking point of view. I don't think it'll win any prizes, but Armenians think it's great.
When did you finish that film? Between 67 and 72?
I finished that film in 69, probably, yes. A foundation in Troy, New York, funded me to the extent of $2,800 to finish it.
And when you were thinking of making Historical Armenia, did you have that thought already before you went on this trip in 67, or that's something that came to you thereafter?
Well, I had in mind to gather, when I went, I didn't go there to see my homeland. I really didn't go to see my birthplace. That was secondary. I wanted to go and get footage about that part of the world so I could make a film.
But was it clear to you already that it'll be a film about Historical Armenia, or was it you wanted to collect footage and then the idea of what you will do with it came later, once you had it?
No, I didn't have the idea of Historical Armenia, but I had made a film, 1959 maybe, called Problems of the Middle East. And this was footage that after the separation of our partnership, I got enough footage from the Middle East, particularly the Armenian material, to put together a film. So with the footage that I had, here again, I started editing because this is what I had. What did my footage tell me that I could do? I couldn't tell the footage what I wanted because there was no cameraman to do it. So what could the footage tell me? The footage told me that you have 4 subjects. So the problems of the Middle East, economics, racial, this. And so what footage I had from the Armenians all worked into these. Now, if I had not been an Armenian, I might not have had that footage. I might have illustrated ethnic problems differently. So I wanted to illustrate that there were many minorities. The Middle East is a place of minorities underneath the Turkish blanket. And I made a graph where 2 colors meshed like that. They were intermingled. And then I had footage that I had taken in 1948, which I used. But now, I had that film, and I also had Where Are My People as a background for my Middle Eastern things. So when I went in 67, it was natural to get more footage on Armenians to build on it. And some of that footage I've used in my later films. I used in Forgotten Genocide, and I used in the trilogy. So I was slowly getting into filming survivors, but not fully. I said in 68, I ran into Armin Wagner. In 72, I took some more stuff. But I didn't have the cameras. I had to rent the cameras. And then in 75 or 6, when I was doing the Forgotten Genocide, we went around looking for survivors. very actively.
I think we're going to take a break now. Today is July 1st, 2010. We are in Thousand Oaks, California, United States of America, and we're going to continue the interview with Jacob Michael Hagopian. The interviewer is Karen Youngblood. Okay. We're continuing the interview with Jacob Michael Hagopian, and we last ended when we were talking about you went back to your hometown Harpeth in 1967, and you've returned, and I wanted to continue to talk a little about what were sort of the developments you coming back, if you remembered any conversations you've had talking about it, the impressions you brought back, and how these impressions shaped the continuation of your professional life.
Well, the purpose of my going to Harpeth, I wanted to get footage. And it wasn't so much that I wanted to see my former home. I would not have gone, probably, just for the idea of seeing my former home if I did not have a camera. The camera was all important. I wanted to record it. And I was restricted in recording it by the Turkish authorities. But what footage I got was sufficient, barely sufficient, to put together in a film. After our trip into Turkey, the group went into Soviet Armenia. So those two segments, the Turkish part and the Soviet part, together seemed to form a story. And when I returned, an organization in Troy, New York, financed my editing, about $2,500 to $3,000, and I produced a film called Historical Armenia. I had to have a lot of inserts and maps, but it became an interesting film, and one that many Armenians liked because I showed the various towns that they had lived in.
Can you describe a little the process of you editing, making Historical Armenia, and what kind of history of Armenia did you want to show through this film?
Well, the process of editing was that I was scrounging around looking for good scenes. It was making something out of nothing. It's amazing that the film was ever made. I made two films like that where I've had so little material. Now, the one is Historical Armenia, the other is Problems of the Middle East. In both cases, I had very little material. So I had editing was easy, kind of easy. I almost used everything I had. Things that I would not use if I were to make a film now, because I'd consider them somewhat of inferior quality. But I was interested in the subject matter rather than cinematic production value. And my idea in making the film was to make Armenians feel what it was at that time. So apparently I was successful. The narration had to be very strong. In a film where you're visually very weak, narration has to be extremely strong and evocative and emotional. And the voice I got for it was perfect. He was the editor of a newspaper out here and had one of the finest voices I've ever heard. And he seemed to convey the idea of having lost the homeland and rediscovering it. We call it Historical Armenia. And that was in 1967. 68, 69 period. It was in the midst of producing that film that I got a phone call from a German whom I had never heard of. He said he was Armin T. Wagner, and he wanted to see me. Now, 2 years prior to that, or a year prior to that, I had made Where Are My People that the Turkish embassy had seen, and it was on television. So when Armin T. Wagner, for what reason I don't know, he came to visit Los Angeles, a newspaper editor said, or he asked about me, I don't know how it came about, provided my address, phone number. And that's when Wagner called me and told me he'd been in Turkey 1915, 16. I knew that was important. Now, I didn't own a sound camera at the time, so I went into Hollywood, made an arrangement, picked him up and picked up the camera and came out here and set him right here in this living room and filmed him and asked him questions. I wish I had asked a lot more questions, but times were hard and I didn't have too much footage.
Now you said he called you, and at that time the name Armin T. Wagner didn't mean anything to you.
No, it meant nothing to me.
Did you do any research before he came out and before you picked him up? Or was it because he then was starting to tell you on the phone of what the experiences was?
He told me that he was a medical Red Cross missionary in Turkey, so that interested me. And I thought that I should record him. That was the first witness of the genocide that I recorded. And of course, meeting him, his testimony sparked more interest. That was in 68. 4 years later, I made a trip throughout the Middle East. It was kind of a pleasure trip, but it was a trip to try to find manuscripts, illustrated manuscripts, to use as a basis for a film on the historic city of Ani. Ani, which was the capital of Greater Armenia and was destroyed in 1081 by the Seljuk Turks. I thought if I could tell that story through manuscripts, illustrated pictures, and so I met the right individual, Harry Kurjan, who was a collector of illustrated manuscripts, had the world's largest private collection. And my wife and I, another couple, accompanied him for 7 weeks and visited different Armenian centers. We visited Armenian Mukhatari Center on Venice, on the Venice Island. We visited France. We visited the Gulbenkian Museum in Portugal and Antillas, Beirut. We went to Armenia. We went to Tehran, Persia, Isfahan, wherever there were collections of manuscripts. And my intention was to put together a film which would partly be an art film, partly be a historical film. That was the big problem to resolve in the film. Is it art or is it history? I never resolved it, and I never finished the film.
So when you came back from Harpert in 67, and you interviewed also then later, 68, Armin Wagner. 72, you went on finding manuscript because you wanted to tell a story of
course, I met survivors. During that trip, I had a sound camera with me, but I did very limited work in Anjar, which is in the center of the Bekaa Valley in Lebanon. There's a community of Armenians. These Armenians of Anjar had been migrated there from the mountain Musada, and they set up a home, and we met a number of them, and I interviewed 3 individuals there, and I used those interviews a few years later, 3 years later, in the film that I made, no, not Where My People Are, but Forgotten Genocide. So they were the 3rd and 4th or 5th interviews that I had done.
So you started with Wagner, who piqued now your interest of doing interviews with witnesses, and then...
Then when I went back with Mr. Kurjan to Rome was another stop, and this time I visited Wagner's home and interviewed him again.
That was part of the 1972 trip?
Yes.
Even the first interview with Wagner, did you do anything with that footage at the time, or between 68 and 72?
68 and 72, that footage I just set aside. It wasn't until 1975 that I realized that footage would be very useful when I was making Forgotten Genocide. I also realized at the time that to do a proper film on the Armenian Genocide, I'd have to get more interviews. And it was then that I actively went out searching for interviews in 75.
How did this progression of, you were, as a filmmaker, now interested in doing educational films for schools, looking at different various topics, and also interested as a filmmaker of documenting and creating films about Armenia, the history and the identity of Armenians, and so on. When did it sort of shifted into also the genocide and documenting the Armenian genocide and the stories about it? The question about when did that shift started, that you became interested of also documenting the genocide?
I was making films on different subjects in 1968, 72, 75. Forgotten Genocide was made in such a way to appeal to the general American public. And by the way, it became a very good educational film for American schools. The length was right, 28 minutes. Subject was something that it had not been covered. So despite the fact that it was important to document the Armenian case, it also was a good educational film. And I kept that in mind when I produced it. In fact, it's one of the few films that the U.S. government bought from me to supply to all the deaf schools, the caption films. They wanted a caption version where the narration would appear on the as a byline, you know, superimposed. So it was a good film that way. So I had combined there pushing the Armenian story with an educational film that I was proud to list as strictly curriculum oriented. And I should mention here that Armenians, reporters who've written about me, you know, Armenian reporters and other reporters, no one has caught on to what I was doing except one Turk. I have a document which Professor Dadrian told me about. It was an article written in Turkish Political Science Review. It was the political science review for academicians in Turkey. And the writer was an assistant professor. And he wrote on Armenian filmmakers. And he listed several filmmakers, about 9, and about 25 films. And of the 25, 16 were mine. And this is the thing that I'm referring to. He tried to analyze my films. He analyzed Forgot Genocide, Where Are My People, etc. And they're very good analysis. Somehow he'd seen all the films. And he said what Hagopian was doing was he had access to American schools, that he was versed in the curriculum, and he was his audience was very focused. It was the youth of America, and that was true. And he seemed to have had the insight to analyze what I was doing, which I knew what I was doing, but I didn't think anybody else knew.
I was going to ask you if doing now these films on the area of the genocide, by doing interviews with witnesses and Armin Wagner and survivors and putting out films like Forgotten Genocide, the relationship, if you had any reaction by the Turkish embassy here in the United States or by other Turkish scholars, reactions to your work, interactions, reactions, feedback, by the Turkish embassy, by anything from Turkey, was there any sort of interaction?
The one interaction the day after Where Are My People was on television, 65. We heard from the Turkish ambassador. He called, wanted to know the script, see the script. And then, of course, I was placed on a blacklist, which later I realized I was on a blacklist. Since then, I've had no contact or no reaction until I came across this article, which was written about me. Well, it was mostly about me. It was on filmmakers, but 2/3 of the films were mine.
What year approximately was it?
Articles in year 96. I can get the material. I've got copies of the book inside, or copies of the article.
So it was sometime in the 90s?
Yes.
Meaning not right after 74 when Forgotten Genocide came up. It came out much, much later then, in that respect.
It was done as a scholarly article. He was saying that I was pushing, he didn't agree with what I was saying, but he saw what I was doing, and he felt that I was doing a good job.
I'd like to take you back to 1972 and your trip through the various countries looking for manuscript. Were there any sort of experiences or incidences? Were archives and finding these manuscripts, was it very complicated? Did you encounter problems? People weren't open of letting you see things, or?
Yes. I mentioned that Mr. Harry Kurjan was our guide. He was not an academic individual, but he had tremendous information, more information about illustrated manuscripts than any professor at UCLA or USC. So he opened a lot of doors. When he'd go into a museum in Beirut or in Portugal, he knew what he was looking for. He knew what I wanted, and he could describe whether the paintings should be from Rosslin, one of the 13th century artists, or by another. So it was very convenient to get those actual original 13th century or 8th century or whatever, hundreds of thousands of year old books, and handle them and photograph them. The only place we had a problem was in the Soviet Union, where they said I could only film one manuscript or one book at a time. And he argued with them. And they said, okay, he can film, we'll bring him 2 from the archives, 2 at a time. And an official or a policeman, or I don't know, Gestapo, whoever they were, was in the room when I filmed. It didn't affect me at all. They didn't know what I was filming. I was just filming art.
Where in the former Soviet Union, what archive or what city or town was that?
Where was that? Where that occurred was at the Madinat-Haran, which is the Madinat-Haran is the major museum library of Armenia. It's got the best collection of materials on Armenian.
So it was in Yerevan?
Yerevan, yes.
And part of the trip you mentioned, you also connected again with Armin Wagner. Between 68 and 72, were you continuously in contact with Wagner?
Oh yeah, well, over the years we stayed in contact. When I went to his home, I went through all his pictures, and he said, you can have whatever you want. I selected most of them, but not all of them. And within a few months, he mailed them to me. But we didn't stay in close touch.
Was there anything about the interaction or the conversations you had with Armin Wagner that piqued more and more your interest, or surprised you of what you were hearing from him, because he was there and he was witnessing in what he was talking about?
I was interested to know just what he had seen, what he had done. And I can't say that his words advanced my documentation. He was always, I think, peripheral to the issue. He wasn't there seeing the genocide. He was there a little bit afterwards. His documentation wasn't as clean-cut and incisive like this individual's, Tacy Atkinson, who saw it, but I didn't get to talk to her. Of course, she died. But he was important in that he was a German. He was non-Turk, but the fact he was German was important because Turkey was an ally of Germany. And he spoke up. So I've used him in 2 of my films. But he doesn't, his argument is not as strong. He couldn't, he didn't have, I don't have a interview with him which says, I saw it with my own eyes. This is what they did. He talked about a priest who was presiding over some people that they were burying in the desert. He photographed that. That's about as close as he got. But he's an important individual to have.
In your conversations with him, you just mentioned he was important because he was German. Germany was allied with Turkey, but because he spoke up. Can you talk a little more about that? And
well, he spoke up. He wrote to the President Roosevelt, and he spoke up. I don't know. You know, I haven't followed him or the other German, Lepsis, who had a lot to do with the genocide. These were Germans who spoke up, but were quieted down by the German government. And I don't know to what extent Wagner was quieted down. We never discussed that, or if he was. He claimed he spoke up all the time. Now, I'll be getting an email from somebody, I think he's in Germany. I haven't paid much attention to the email. It's about Wagner. He wants to know what I know about Wagner. And I didn't reply to his first email, nor the second. The third one, he says, "You're avoiding me." This individual said, "This is who I am." And he listed 3 or 4 pages, a resume. That always puts me off, because when you have all that resume, it's possibly that you don't have much. I want to see one that says that I got a PhD from Princeton. Now, General Petraeus impressed me this morning as I was reading the paper. He's a 4-star general. He's got a PhD from Princeton. So he's gone way up. You've got to have something on the ball to get a PhD from Princeton. This fellow has nothing like that, but a lot of little ones. Every article he's written. I mention him because he's disturbed me what he says about Wagner. He says Wagner was a fraud. Wagner was a liar. Wagner didn't help the Armenians. And I haven't put it together. I want to do a little more checking up before I confront him. So I'm ignoring him right now. But Wagner was a promoter. He was he promoted himself. Nothing wrong with that.
when you say he promoted himself in the role he played?
No, in what he did. He let people know what he did. Some people don't talk much about themselves. We have professors who promote themselves, UCLA and elsewhere, and professors who don't promote themselves.
Did Wagner ever...
I'll say Richard of Anisian is a good promoter of himself. Dekhmekjian at USC is not. It's just a personality. One can sell himself, and he's got stuff to sell. Dekhmekjian doesn't sell himself quite as well. Wagner could sell himself very well.
In your conversations with Wagner, do you ever recall him telling you why he chose to speak up?
No, Wagner impressed me, and he always talked in humanitarian terms. It was wrong what he saw, and he spoke up.
So when you had your meeting with him in '72, and which you said was at his house, in his home in,
Yes,
in
yes.
Venice, Italy, and he provided you with, he said to you, here are photographs, you
Yes,
can take
right.
them. These were original photographs that Wagner had taken?
These were his photographs. This individual that I mentioned, Dikran, his first name is Dikran, he claims Wagner didn't take all those photographs. And that's been substantiated by others. Wagner never said, I took all these photographs. He took virtually all, but there may be a few in there. I know that there are a few in there he did not take. I know that because I could spot perforations. They were copied from a newspaper. So he didn't have the original. He copied them from a newspaper that someone else had taken. He's never made claim that everyone was his. Now, last year a group was interested in making a film, a feature film about Wagner. And the writer was a very good writer. He's Armenian background, but he'd written Raging Bull, for which he won an Oscar. And he asked me, he wanted to know what kind of camera. Did I ever ask Wagner what kind of a camera he used? I don't know. I didn't think of it.
The interview you did with Wagner, did that play a role in the trip that you were doing, trying to find the manuscript? Did you think of combining it at some point, or they were two separate storylines?
The Wagner interview with which?
In 1972, and then also looking for manuscript, making...
Well, no, those weren't the same story. They're both Armenian. The manuscripts, illustrated manuscripts, was just a special little art film. The larger picture was the interview that, and I also got a lot of material on life, Armenian life, in Lebanon, in Syria, life that particularly would conjure for you the image that it was at the time of the genocide. So I've got scenes where they're at a cemetery, but I don't show cars that were parked, which would say, hey, you took that much later, it's modern. I want to convey a feeling.
So when you then also went in '72, because you were talking about, you used also then a camera with sound.
Did I?
A camera with sound.
Yeah, I had some sound, yes.
Did that, now using a camera with sound, change your approach of...
Yeah, it's harder. I'm my own cameraman and sound and director. Well, my wife held the microphone.
So Tony was with you
And then
for some of the film?
and then you got to light these guys. So I travel very light.
So your wife helped you with some of the filming that you did during '72?
Well, she did the dirty work, you know, holding a light or a microphone. Barb traveled with me quite a bit in filming survivors, and she's always complained about the battery and the Niagara. I never ship my equipment because I don't trust the airlines. I carry it on board with me in the cabin. So I have to be light. Well, when I say the equipment, the camera and the sound. Lighting equipment, those things I will put in a hold in aluminum suitcases. So I mentioned I travel light. As you do more filming, you've got to have a little bit more equipment, mostly lights. I have in my travels, when I started in '75, I had one light box for my lighting, everything, tripod, lighting stands, and the lights would all be there. I would have, I started out with 4 lights. You can cut it down to 2, or use faster film, or use daylight film. And your 18 or 19 pound camera and the sound and a battery which could support a light for about 25 minutes if you had to use that. And I've used that light in caves where I've gone in Syria looking for the places where Armenians were killed.
Can I ask you one more question about the '72 trip and the filming of it? Can you tell a little about the footage that you did film? You were talking about a cemetery. Where exactly you filmed sort of the cemetery? Trying to sounded like you were already thinking of footage that can conjure up what it was like during 1914, 1915.
Well, the cemetery that I'm referring to was in Kesab. And I filmed that cemetery on April 24th. It was on the observance. So people were going to the cemetery and weeping. I filmed little villages and cemeteries in Isfahan that could have been a century ago or a century and a half ago. In making educational films, you learn soon enough to not date it. So you want to stay away from modern vehicles, from women who've got fashionable dresses on, who give away as to when that was filmed.
So you came back from this trip and you brought back footage that could have an educational use well, for various reasons?
The footage, yes, in 1972. Some of that footage has never been used. Professor Dermanuelian, I'm trying to think of her first name. She's an art professor at Tufts. For years she wanted some of my material. Eventually, an editor called me up. He was a Hollywood editor and a good one. He wanted to look at my stuff because he was editing her material. And I agreed. I only had one video copy. I loaned it to him. And he claimed part of it was erased. The video part was erased. Subsequently, she's put out a film on art, trying to do something like what I was doing, but what I've seen of it, it doesn't have focus. She will talk about art, and she's the centerpiece. She's explaining. My approach was different. I was not a part of it. And the art was to dominate, telling its own story. But nothing has come of that project.
I'd like to start talking about sort of the development of then thinking about doing interviews with survivors, because that started and it's...
I started getting to make the film on forgotten genocide. I needed survivors, and I got a good deal of them in Los Angeles and in California, but I did go back east. I wanted one interview with the head of the Near Eastern Board. Shotwell was his name. He was located in Beacon Hill, Beacon Street, right across from the Massachusetts state capitol. Very difficult place to park. He agreed to be filmed. Barbara talked with him on the phone. When there were three of us, Barbara, Mike Adams, and I, on that trip. We took all our equipment upstairs into his third floor office and got talking with him, and he said, "No, you can't set up your equipment." I said, "Can I set up the recorder?" He says, "No." I said, "Were you there during the 1915 period?" "Yes." "What did you see?" "Well," he said, "I saw everything, the deportation, the massacres." I said, "Well, why don't you want to talk about it?" He was 95 years old. He said, "Well," he says, we have relations with Turkey." I said, "What kind of relations?" And he said, "Well, we own property. We own Roberts College." And he says, "If I come out and say that what I saw, the Turks may close the school." And I was red hot. I was so angry with him. "Well," I said, "I'm going to tell you something, Dr. Shotwell." I said, "I believe you're a Presbyterian elder." He said, "Yes." "Well," I said, "I happen to be one too, a ruling elder in the Presbyterian Church." But I said, "I'm wondering if I haven't made a mistake talking to you." He said, "How come?" I said, "Well, if the Armenians had not become Christians, they would never have had the genocide. They would have been Muslims, and they would have been ruling the Middle East. Right now, the Armenians would be ruling the Middle East instead of the Turks." I said, "That was a big mistake we made." I said, "Thanks for the interview. I'm going to terminate talking to you." And I walked out on him. I said I was ashamed to have been a ruling elder since he was one also. Well, we find persons like that.
Did he have any reaction to you walking out?
No, he was surprised.
He was surprised. I'd like to talk a little about, you conceptualized making Forgotten Genocide.
Yeah.
Can you
what kind of reactions? He was surprised that I walked out. I walked out on maybe 2 or 3 individuals in connection with the archival search. Someone, I should relate the 2 stories, I guess, since you asked, was going to give money so I could go and film more archives. And I went to see him. His name was Dr. Rafik something, plastic surgeon. And I went to see him, and I asked one of our board members finally, a young lady who was assisting me, we went and saw him. And he says, "You see this desk?" "Yeah, I see the desk. It's worth $1,500. And actually, I bought it for that. It's worth $5,000. And he was throwing money in front of us, and I got annoyed. I said, "You know, you were going to make a donation to the archival search," but I said, "I don't want it." I said, "I'm not going to accept any money from you because of your attitude." He says, "You're not going to accept my money?" I said, "Hell no, I'm not going to accept it." And I said, "I'm finished talking to you," and I walked out. And he chased after me all the way into the hall. He was mad as hell. So I walked out of a few people while I'm in the business of getting survivors.
Talking about getting survivors and forgotten genocide, the conceptualization of it, can you talk a little about how you thought of it and how you thought of creating it, producing it, filming it?
The Forgotten Genocide, Armenian organizations came together and asked me if I would make a film on the 1975. That was the 60th anniversary. And I agreed, and I said, "Well, it'll cost some money." They said they'll raise it. Now, Armenian organizations don't get along together always. So two major organizations came together, two political organizations, and I signed separate agreements with them, identical agreements, that they would raise $35,000. And we formed a committee to do that. And I had that committee to bounce off what I was doing. So since I did not have any footage, well, I had stray footage, you know, as I've mentioned to you. I had footage from Turkey in '48, not Turkey, in Lebanon, Syria, Turkey in '67, and '72 in all of these countries. But it was not formed footage. I wrote the script first, Forgotten Genocide. And then I fitted in what I wanted from what I had and what I was going to get. So I got interviews with people who had seen what happened, and I got interviews with individuals who were mad at what happened, annoyed that the United States had done nothing. So these were other related interviews commenting on the genocide.
So these were survivors that you were then seeking out?
Yes.
So can we talk a little about, I'm just curious and interested to know that the thought of now also including interviews with survivors.
Yes.
How that progressed, how that developed.
Well, I got enough survivors to make the one film. My idea was not to acquire an archive of survivors. I needed enough survivors of certain types who would contribute to the points I was making in the film. And that in the process, I might have gotten 15 or 20 survivors, of which I used maybe 4 or 5. One of the most famous survivors was a find again, Aurora, who was hiding out someplace in the Bronx. She'd been in a feature film, Ravish Armenia, that the missionaries and some organizations had made in 1918, I believe, to raise money for Armenians. And I found her, and I got good interview with her. Then that was 75, and the film was finished. It was very successful. It got 2 Emmy nominations, one for writing and one for production. And they wouldn't let it get on the big New York public television station. The woman there in charge called me up, and she was very frank. She said, if I hadn't given credit to those 2 organizations that raised the money, they would have put it on. But she said that seems to indicate that maybe they had a cause. They were interested in the outcome of the film.
Who were the 2 organizations?
The Armenian Revolutionary Federation and the Armenian Democratic League, 2 political organizations who were for pushing the genocide issue. And she said, you would be better off if you just not given credit. Now, a lot of films that appear on KCT, they say funded by so-and-so. But when a film appears on KCT about oil, funded by Mobil or BP, then it's suspect. So that was the situation here. Would be better off if I'd left their names off.
Can I ask you a little about how you actually found the survivors, how you went about?
The way I found survivors is several. One, there's a certain number of biographies, autobiographies that have been written. I have, for example, here's a survivor. Her name happens to be Elise Hagopian Taft, no relation. Well, I came across this book. There are many books like this, written by survivors. So I sought them out. I located where they were, found out where they lived, contacted them, said I wanted to interview them. That was one way. Another way, we sent out 30,000 mailing lists at one time and asked for survivors, advertising, like we're looking for historical documentation, or you can help us, or can you help us locate survivors? And so lists started coming in.
Now, this was also something that you've done later when you started to build the Armenian Film Foundation. In particular, I'm curious for the 75 film, The Forgotten Genocide, when you wrote your script.
There was no film foundation.
Right. I'm saying that the outreach you did later. I was curious of how you found, or you were looking for survivors for the interviews that you wanted to include in the Forgotten Genocide film.
Yes.
How you approached how to find survivors, because you were saying you wanted people who were, you had different opinions. So what kind of research did you
genocide, we did not send out a questionnaire or a flyer. We asked different Armenian organizations, churches, are there survivors? This is one of the best ways that I found to locate survivors through the church. And they know who's alive, or old age homes. And there was no problem. At that time, I don't know how many survivors there were, but we had no problem. In 1978, the Film Foundation was formed. And in 1982, I had made an estimate that there were about 2,500 survivors worldwide still alive. I don't know how accurate that would be, but based on my talks with different organizations. And in the process, by the way, we filmed 16% of them, maybe 14 to 16, because some of them are witnesses. I wish there had been more, but money.
So I'm going to still stay a little with Forgotten Genocide and interviewing at that time survivors, which was the mid-70s.
We got, yes.
Finding some, did you know of any other scholars or anybody else who started to interview survivors of the genocide that you collaborated or worked with?
No one had filmed any survivors.
So your approach, and you're doing this, was sort of the first time?
Yes.
As you know?
I interviewed some scholars, but they had not interviewed survivors. So I'm trying to make a documentary. I need survivors to tell the story. I need scholars to support it. So I picked the scholars, and then I found the survivors through churches, through organizations. There were survivors all around.
Did you develop questions, specific questions that you asked each one of them that you interviewed at that moment?
I don't know whether I didn't have a specific question. I wanted mainly to know what they experienced. What did you see? What were you doing? And tried not to lead them. So I developed that way of approach, conversing with them as to I want to know what happened.
Did you feel like when you went to a church, you asked?
When I did what?
When you went to a church, you asked for survivors, names were given to you to then contact directly?
Well, I would go to, rather than the church, I would go to the office and they would give me the names of survivors. And usually they would also procure the survivor because I didn't know where they lived, or they would help me get to the survivor. Now, one of the survivors was an author also, and an attorney, and he would lead me to others.
Do you remember how they reacted to your interest of interviewing them?
Well, they thought I was doing something important, that their story they felt ought to be told. But almost every survivor wants to do a lot more talking than you're willing to accept. At least you're willing to put on film, because you can't afford that much film. And I would tell my sound person, if you see me stop the camera, you don't need to stop the tape. That's cheap. But I'm turning the camera off.
So when you were you were doing interviews in the people's home, in survivors' home. Did you choose to do it there?
In where?
In their homes? Did you
Yes.
choose to do the interviews in their homes?
On a very few occasions have survivors been gathered. I remember one occasion at St. Catharines in Ontario, near Toronto. where they got 6 or 7 survivors. And another occasion, the group that was arranging it in Springfield, Massachusetts, they got half a dozen survivors. But usually, I've gone to each individual home. It's been a separate setup, the camera setup.
Was that something because you wanted it? Was that part of your
Going to a home, I preferred to go into a home because I didn't want it to seem like mass production, and I didn't want the same background. See, I wanted to make it interesting. I'm going to make a film. So one survivor was an expert Armenian. You know what lahmacun is? Lahmacun is a Turkish word. Armenians have taken over. Lahmacun is like an Armenian. It's called an Armenian pizza. It's made of meat and vegetables. She ran a bakery down in Los Angeles, so I went down there. I didn't want to go to her home. I wanted to get her making lahmacun. She's making lahmacun, and she's telling me how life was and what she saw in Aintab during the genocide. It's interesting, but also gives a little bit about her culture too.
So part of your thinking was to try to see how much the filming you were taking, or the approach from a filmmaker also influenced how you approached interviewing the survivors in this particular time period of the mid-70s for Forgotten Genocide.
So if someone was telling me about they had a lot of grove of trees and that they cultivated, the Turks took all over the property and tore it up, like this man in Fresno, Der Magadichian, I noticed that he was a farmer, and I filmed him inside with his orchard in the background through the window. And then I filmed him just walking into his orchard, and it was orchard was in blossom, so it made it very good. But carried his voice over.
So in order
so you have to, depends where you are.
So in order to set that up, you had conversations with them first to get to know them?
Well, I usually did not talk much before the interview. I didn't give many ideas what I was going to ask. I wanted to be spontaneous. And I didn't want him to prepare for it.
But what I was, but because you said you then filmed him in a way that made sense or that connected visually with what he was talking about because of experience, which meant you must have known something about him already, so that you could set it up this way.
Some of the stuff that I learned about him was in the interview. So after the interview, I said, let's do something else, some more filming. I tried to get some walking, something outside. It varies from individual to individual.
So you had sort of a sit-down interview, and then you also did sort of walking kind of...
The thing that I try to get away from is living room scenes, a nice soft chair like this one next to me, and film all individuals the same way. And there's just so many ways you can do that. You know, you run out of ideas.
These interviews, were you talking about, were they sort of life histories as well?
No,
or?
They try to tell, survivors try to tell you their life story, and they try to tell it in chronological order. Almost invariably, they said, but I haven't told you this. I said, well, let's forget that. You don't have to tell me the whole story. I just wanted to know what you saw on certain occasion, or what happened to you, because I wanted evidence. And if they started talking about their brother-in-law or got sidetracked in some other subject, I usually cut them off or cut off the camera.
So these were sort of the first interviews you've done with survivors.
Which is the first?
These were the first interviews
Yes.
you've done with survivors for Forgotten Genocide.
Yes.
You filmed them with a camera and sound. Were they recorded together, separately? Can you take us a little through what that process looked like in those days?
No, I've always used the two system in recording sound. There was one camera that came out where it was mostly for television, where sound and picture would be on the same tape. And that's not good because you can't edit that way. So I've always used a camera and a recorder, and they're synced up, with the clapstick. So I have the sound camera, and it has a pilot tone, and your recorder also, and the clapstick indicates where the sync mark is, and you can either have a wire connection between the camera and your recorder, or else have a little gadget that you put on your camera that puts an impulse, so you don't have to be connected. I may be near the cameraman or near the survivor, and sound may be far off. Depends. Or the sound may be close, and I may use a zoom lens to get the same thing.
So then the footage that you then brought back, and when
you come back, you have film. You make a work print out of it. Sound, I transfer that to 60 millimeter, and then on the editing machine, we line up the clapstick when it hits, and the beep when it sounds, put the X mark on it, and see if it's in sync, and then double check. Usually it's in sync. Now and then, you might have turned your pilot tone off, so the camera ran at its speed and the recorder at its speed, and it started out in sync, but then it begins to drift.
Were you able to then overcome that during the editing process?
That interview is almost lost. What you have to do, that happened when I filmed former Mayor Bradley of Los Angeles. He gave the introduction to Forgotten Genocide, and I must have left the pilot tone off. But that was a one-shot. I couldn't go back, set it up again in his office. So what I did, it was a short interview. I had to keep the picture as it was. And the moment I saw his voice drift off, I'd look for spots in the tape that I could cut a few frames out or put a few frames in, and that'll take you a few days just to edit a little sequence and try to save it that way by adjusting the sound. Now, we're having problems like that with the stuff that we're going to give to Showa. We wanted to get back to the original. So we go back and have a internegative made or interpositive. Then I wanted to go back to the 1/4 inch that's on the Nagra and have that digitized. And they're drifting. So we can't resolve it. We determined it wasn't in the camera. It was not a pilotone problem, because when you transfer the 1/4 inch to 16 mag, and you can sync that up, then it must be the tape is has stretched, but we're not sure. Or maybe the equipment at the lab is not perfect. So we've figured a way to sync up almost all of them by going to the 16 millimeter, because as I said, after I got back from each trip, I immediately made a work print and transferred the 1/4 inch into 16.
So you always kept the original untouched?
Original is
And worked-
untouched
and worked with a
until
copy.
until we make a film like this. Then I insist on going back to the original and cutting it. There are ways not to cut it, but it doesn't work out too well. So you cut it, and I call that a violated interview. It may be that in a single interview of 15 minutes, maybe 8 takes in it, you've only violated 1 take, not the others. And there are duplicate takes. The violation, part of that is in here, part of it remains with the original. So we're not there, but later interviews that we'll give to Showa, we'll have to talk it over with them and take this out digitally and the other digitally and put them together. And since the picture, we've lost a frame and a half on each side, you've got 3 frames that you're going to have to provide sound for, or ambient sound. It'll be tricky.
We'll have conversations about that
Yeah.
offline
We're
as well.
doing the easy ones now.
I wanted to go back. You had said that you did an interview with Mayor Bradley at the time, who was part
To
of...
do a introduction for television.
I was curious, how did it come across that Mayor Bradley was the person to do the introduction?
Because Mayor Bradley was always pro-Armenian, and we thought, and he always, he'd appeared at Armenian commemorative events. So several of us got the idea, well, Mayor Bradley would be great to have him introduce the film. And he agreed. And the State Department found out about it. And they approached him and asked him not to do it, not to get involved. Now, I know this to be true because at a subsequent time, when Bradley was speaking at an event, he said, the State Department approached me and told me not to get involved. But the cause is great. The genocide occurred, and I wanted to speak for the truth. So we know that the State Department got him because he said it publicly before 1,000 people. So he was a humanitarian.
After having made Forgotten Genocide, it's being filmed, it's being shown. How did it then develop to the Armenian Film Foundation's creation?
Once the Forgotten Genocide was made, and I made a companion film, the Armenian Case, which has everything in Forgotten Genocide, but with the addition of 17 more minutes of post-genocide events.
What was the reason for doing that?
What's that?
What was the reason for doing that?
Because Forgotten Genocide was a compact film on the genocide, but did not say what happened after the genocide. It leaves it. This is what happened, and it should be rectified. That was the message. But after the genocide, an independent Armenia was formed. President Wilson tried to establish a mandate for the Armenians. That story and Smyrna, the burning of Smyrna, killing of Armenians, was a part of the overall genocide era, but not of the specific 1915. So I knew that one of the organizations would like that part of it better. It was a more cause-oriented. So I added the 17 minutes. We call it the Armenian Case, and included a discussion among young people, Harvard students and others. And one student says, look here, says, if no one listens to us. If we had thrown a few bombs, people would have listened to us. Maybe that's what we should have done. And I kept it in. I didn't advocate throwing bombs, but raised the issue how you get attention. It was a debatable interview to keep in or not. My wife was against it. And she doesn't want a riffle. She doesn't want hard talk. I felt it was necessary, and the committee went along, and it was a hard-hitting film. So when we had the premiere of the Forgotten Genocide, we showed the longer film, which is 43 minutes. And the whole Armenian community was brought together at the Pasadena Civic Auditorium, the largest Armenian gathering I think they've ever had in Los Angeles. Auditorium sits 2,500. It was packed. And we showed that film.
How did it come about that?
It was a letdown after that.
Did the committee sit together and you thought we should make it
The
a little
committee?
long? You had a committee for...
There was a temporary committee. We had a person who was acceptable to all elements. He was the father of filmmaker whom you know, Karla Garabedian. He didn't ruffle any feathers. The committee came to an end after they paid off their debts. The committee wasn't necessary.
But you mentioned that one of the two organizations that supported making Forgotten Genocide supported also making the Armenian Case, meaning the adding that footage
Yes.
into it. I'm curious of how the thought even of making the Armenian Case came about. Did you at some point say we should expand it because there's information missing? How did that
as
develop?
we started gathering material for the Forgotten Genocide, I went to the Library of Congress. I went to the National Archives, did a lot of research there, and there I got material that no one had known about. I discovered the General Harbord Signal Corps footage. They put something together 18 minutes. I could never get to the outs, you know. It's in some editor's attic, maybe. But I got that footage. I got other footage about Smyrna that we didn't know existed. But I could use it all, good stuff. And it seemed that to tell the whole story, I could retitle it. So I've got Forgotten Genocide, Armenian Case, and then we also offer supplement to the Armenian Genocide, supplement to the Forgotten Genocide, which is the 17 minutes by itself. That way, different organizations could use it differently. If they wanted to show it in the public schools, make a gift, it's the Forgotten Genocide. If they want to show it to an Armenian group rallying the forces, show the longer version. And we also made 8mm. Yes, we produced it in 16, but we have 8mm copies of both films, particularly the Armenian Case. Of course, these are all now in DVD. But after the Armenian Case, the two were finished. It was a kind of a letdown. I went back to making my own documentary and curriculum-oriented films. But the realization, it never left me that the survivors are dying. And something got to be done. We've got to. It was that period that really, between 75 and 78, where it impressed me that something had to be done. So I rented a camera and went up to Fresno to get some of the survivors up there. That was in 77, 78. And I went to a picnic. I went to the old age home and recorded some survivors just to get with my own funds, with Atlantis funds. Then I felt that we have to have a foundation in order to finance this. That's when I pushed to get the Armenian Film Foundation going. I approached, first individual was Leo Garabedian, who was chairman of the committee to put Forgotten Genocide, to produce that. I got him on board, and then together we decided Miran Akbabian was the next person to bring in. He was dean of the USC Engineering School. And then these three now, including me, were all academic people and all kind of mild, kind of self-evasive, not self-promoting people. We got things done, but we didn't sell it to others. So who should we get? Who was a little different? And we hit upon Walter Crabian, who was in the state legislature, and attorney, and more bombastic, more outgoing. And I made an appointment, and we went to his office, and I said, we got an idea, and we want you to be the fourth member. And I told him what the idea was, to document the Armenian story by film, that media is the way to go, film and media, not books. And I remember him saying he's never joined an Armenian organization because he didn't believe in any of them. But this one really hits me, it grabs me. And so he joined. And then we founded the foundation, had our inaugural meeting, organizing meeting in, I think, September 7, 1978.
So the goal that you were talking with all the founding members was to document
The genocide.
the genocide through the survivors.
Yeah, that's it. I brought in the need for the foundation. The first was to document the survivors. Second, to make films on Armenian heritage, which might not just be survivors, but we ended up by making a film on cooking, for example. And the Ani film with illustrated manuscripts would have fitted into that. We made a film on Gilikia, post-genocide activity, how the community got together and rebuilt itself. And also we got into even having a film festival. And we were talking about bringing together all Armenian filmmakers throughout the world for a conference. Well, we gave those up. Some of those things fell by the wayside. In 1980, I think it was, or 1982, when we passed the motion at the board meeting that we would try to raise $500,000 and go full force on recording, interviewing genocide survivors. So from 1982, that was the primary. And we tried to raise money for that, but there were many periods where we could not raise money. And sometimes sums came for other purposes, and we made other films. Or I wasn't filming survivors. I knew we had all this footage on General Harbord. I put that together. That cost about $10,000. Put that together. Got Professor Ovanesyan to do a narration and put maps, and called it Mandate for Armenia.
Can I take you back again a little to the when you were talking about founding the Armenian Film Foundation, the reasoning of collecting testimonies of survivors on camera? Was there any other thinking behind it of what was the purpose in your mind at the moment of what you think could be done with that material?
I guess one reason why Walter Caribbean was so interested, I said that we'd like to use this for documentation, evidentiary purposes. If this thing is ever brought up before a world court, International Court of Justice, we should have films, because we're not going to have survivors. They'll all be dead. And that's been the guiding force throughout, was to get material that provided evidence.
Is that how you then, was that thought part of the process you used then in order to interview survivors?
Yes, that was the main thing in my mind when I asked survivors questions. I'm thinking, is this going to be believable or not? So we even picked our survivors, not because of the best stories, but were they believable, credible? So they had to be of a certain age. Maybe a 3-year-old had a good story, or a 4-year-old, and might claim to remember, although it's doubtful. Sometimes they've heard it so many times at home. So we wanted to get ourselves removed. So 10 years old, you know. And so when we look for survivors, I would ask their age. And eliminate some of them because of their age
So you started to
and their
create,
health.
you created a criteria list of what you would consider a credible
Yeah,
witness.
they had to be credible, age 8 years old or over. You can't be categorical, but the older the better. If they were not in good health, it depended what kind of ailment that they had, whether they could express themselves. And also what town they came from. If we had a choice of interviewing people in some sections where there were very little massacre activity took place, there was not much chance of getting the right evidence. So we concentrated on areas where most of the trouble was.
So when the Armenian Film Foundation was founded, material you collected then under the auspices of the Armenian Film Foundation became property of the Armenian Film Foundation?
Yes. Survivors that we interviewed with foundation money became Film Foundation. And other survivors that I've done prior to that, or since if I had to, although I try not to mix the two hats that I'm wearing, my own production company and the Armenian, chairman of the Armenian Film Foundation. I haven't interviewed any survivors under the Atlantis batters since the foundation came into being. But I have made films on the genocide because either the Film Foundation was not interested in, or we put in an award. It was maybe a competitive situation where the Atlantis won out. But I tried to keep the Armenians separate.
Let's take a short break and we'll
Okay.
go right back. We're continuing the interview with Jacob Michael Hagopian. We started to talk about the founding of the Armenian Film Foundation and the goal, the initial goal that you set in the mission. And one of them was to interview survivors. So I'd like you to lead us through sort of the development of procuring, conducting interviews, how you went about it, how you found survivors, and so on.
When I was interviewing survivors, of course, there were local people around who had made arrangements or put me in contact. Usually had a committee, and they had their opinions as to what people ought to say or how they ought to say it. And one rule that I established was I didn't want any of them interfering with the interviews or making suggestions or telling them, telling the interviewee, tell them about this. See, I didn't want any direction like that. And I overheard one of my helpers or local people saying to someone who was going to be interviewed, say, tell them about Inchbes, Boronetsin, Godretsin, Chertetsin. Tell them how they chopped you up, this, that. Tell them about the worst stuff. I said, no, I don't want that. I don't want you guiding them. I don't want you to necessarily tell the survivor to talk about the worst thing that happened to them. So over time, I guess over the 29 years of intense interviewing, you stop looking for horror stories. maybe my questions, when I realized that people have volunteered a number of horror stories, I didn't necessarily seek more, because that doesn't always advance the cause of what happened or what documenting. Some of the best evidence is not horror. It might be an order that they got, or Turkish gendarme came and plastered something on the wall and said only Protestants show up tomorrow. That was more important than the fact that they cut off a kid's head outside, although that is a horror story. So I've got both of those things. I didn't want all the interviews to be the same. And you try to pull out from each interviewee what you think that they're competent in doing. Sometimes a trained individual or someone who is older when this happened look at the genocide differently than someone who's very young. I didn't ask many questions about how did you feel when you were deported. That came out naturally in some cases, where the person says, we thought it was a great thing. We were going on a picnic. We're going to take a long hike in the woods or in the hills. Great, we're looking forward to it. So you were asking about how I got my survivors. I mentioned that we sent out literature asking for survivors. Then at another time, in the mid-1990s, we sent out a specific request. Anyone who knows a survivor from Kharpet or has material on Kharpet, please contact us. See, we're narrowing it down because we're working on voices. When we're working on this, Voices from the Lake, we realized there's a lot of Kharpet material. And so I was looking for anything special about Kharpet. And I got a call. You get these interesting calls where this man said, my name is such and such, Bujukanyan, Danny Bujukanyan, I think Daniel. Immediately I recognized his name. His first name and last name. I said, where are you calling from? He said, I live in the valley here in Los Angeles. My dad was a professor at Euphrates College. I said, yes, I remember, I know that. He was a music professor, a very famous one. And my parents always talked about him. I said, I don't know whether you know or not, but there was a lot of gossip going around when you married your wife. And I don't remember whether I told all this over the phone or what. He came over with his wife. His wife was a Filipino. And I remember my mother talking with other women. What a horrible thing, Armenian marrying a Filipino or someone else, not an Armenian. I hadn't married my wife, Tony. That was bad. Being of another race, even worse. But I said, I said to Daniel, and his wife was sitting there, I said, now that I've gotten to see both of you, I said, that's probably the best thing you did. And you resisted the old tradition. You went what your heart and mind said to do. Well, he said, I got some pictures, drawings, and I used them in this film because he provided material on carpet that I didn't have at all. And he brought these. So it was an individual I had never met. He was a survivor, but his father had been killed, mother, and I didn't even know that he was alive, but only through my mother knowing what he'd done, the fact that he'd married a Filipino girl. Sometimes I use another method of locating survivors, where you go into a town, into a country where you know nobody. You try to get some sort of an anchor. We went to Greece. I had no committee in 1988 in Greece, no contact. All I knew was that there must be survivors who would be witnesses, or maybe witnesses, from the Smyrna fire. So I knew there was a Smyrna organization. So when I went to Athens, I inquired, where's the Smyrna organization? I found them. And sure enough, they had material. They knew people. I said, I'm looking for somebody, preferably a woman, a young woman, who could translate for me. I found it's easier for a woman to be go-between. These are snap judgments, maybe. A woman to be go-between between you and a strange village than for a man. A man is dangerous. Woman, they will accept. The men will accept, as well as the woman. A woman could talk, befriend the females who are strangers and talk about children or this and that. So they said, we'll find somebody. They found a young girl who'd been educated in Switzerland. Zoa was her name. She'd had a master's. And I said, this is what I want to do. I want to find witnesses of the Smyrna fire who also were aware of what was happening to Armenians. Well, she said, we've got to go up near Salonika. So my son Bill, who was doing my sound, and she and I went up to Salonika, north. She said there's a town of Mudanya, New Mudanya. I said, why new? They said, well, there was a original Mudanya near Smyrna. Now this is new. So she didn't know anybody in town. So I said, how shall we begin? She said, let's go to the town square. And we went to the town square. Usually old men sit around the town square talking, smoking. And she would ask in Greek, says, do you remember this Smyrna fire? Oh, yeah. You remember anything about Armenians? Yeah, we had Armenians, neighbors. All right, we want to talk to you. And we'd ask them to either come to the hotel or right then and there. So we went around looking at strangers, just picking them in the square. When I went to Syria, we did the same thing. We had a bus that was given to us by the Archbishop, one of the Armenian archbishops, and I had a translator. And as we're driving to Derzor, that's where the final resting killing fields were for the Armenians, we'd be passing through a town. I'd see if I saw an old sheikh or some old Arab, I said, slow down. And so from the bus window, they would ask, when were you born? Do you remember the war, Great War? Yeah. Do you know any Armenians? No. Well, we'd pass them up. We'd go find somebody else, and the bus would stop, or we'd stop the bus if we saw somebody looked like a likely character, and if they did, we'd interview them. That's how I found some of my witnesses.
What year was the Syria trip? Was it the same as?
The Syria trip and the Greece trip were in the same year, 88.
So, but with 78 and founding the Armenian Film Foundation, and then one of the goals you mentioned before was to compile evidentiary material, information that maybe one day could be used in some sort of trial.
Which meant you didn't, by that goal, I'm restricted to, I would not get all my evidence from one town or from a limited number of people or from one sex. So I spread my towns. If I had a choice of a town that I didn't have anything, I would prefer that, spend my time with that survivor than one from another town where I had a lot. So that was a consideration, where they lived.
But that overarching goal was part of how you went about to look for survivors and where you would look.
Yes. I knew that I would find survivors or witnesses for 1922 in Greece. By that time, in 88, I was convinced that the 1915 genocide wasn't the full story.
What convinced you?
What convinced me? My knowledge of history, and the more I concentrated on the genocide, even when I was making Forgotten Genocide, I came across a lot of German material. And at that time, Professor Ovanesyan was regarded as a consultant for the film. And I asked him, he says, why bring in the Germans? He says, why don't you leave them alone? We got enough problems with the Turks. We don't want to fight two battles. So I acquiesced. I left out the Germans. It would have complicated the Forgotten Genocide story. I did not need German help, complicity, or responsibility to advance what I was doing. I saw it from that point of view. He saw it from another point of view. He didn't want to rile the Germans. That kept bothering me. So on these trips to the Middle East, to Greece, I did stop in Germany. I knew there were German people in Turkey. And I'd heard of nurses, a group of nurses, and I stopped in Frankfurt. I finally found an individual on the phone who knew about them, a father, a Monsignor. And he says, you've come to the right place, but one day too late. He says, if you'd come last week or a few days ago, they could have talked. He says, we've got two that we don't know whether they're going to die today or when. He says, you can't see them. So I missed on those Germans. So I knew that Germany had a big part to play in it. And I interviewed one or two witnesses in Germany, but there weren't many.
When you say witnesses, could you describe or explain to us how you defined it as witness, who they were?
Well, where? Well, in
the two that you just mentioned that you interviewed in Germany.
Again, it was through, in Germany, there's Tessa Hoffmann. She has a collection of pictures. Most all of them are duplicates from other sources. She wasn't there when I went. Her assistant was there, a doctor, somebody. And he said, told me there was somebody so-and-so living. So we got him. That happened in Great Britain also, and in France. So I've got very few interviews of Armenians, survivors in France, Germany, or Great Britain. Of course, there never were many in Great Britain. There were a lot in France. I didn't have an opportunity. In Germany, there were hardly any. Although I might have searched the Turkish community in Germany to see if there were any witnesses, but I didn't pursue that. And I'm sure there might have been some, but most immigrants, Turkish immigrants in Germany are working age, not old people. So finding people through priests, through churches, through organizations, just looking for them in the street corners. All those in Greece were that way, and many of the sheikhs in Syria were that way.
How did you finance? How you were able to finance these trips and these interviews? What was the process around?
Well, we continuously I prepared short, mini, 1-2 page proposals. We ought to do this. We ought to get survivors from this part of the world or that part. And the earthquake took place in Armenia in 88 or 87, I've forgotten. And Walter Craven had gone to a observance, and an attorney friend of his, Lowell Milken, had put an envelope in his pocket. He said, "This is for the earthquake survivors. If you need more, let me know." And Walter thought it might be $1,000. It was 5,000. And so we decided to call him up. Walter called Lowell Milken and said, "We got a proposal we want to talk to you about." So we went to the Milken Family Foundation, 87 or 88, I'm not sure, prior to the trip to Syria and Greece. And all 4 original members of the Film Foundation went. And then I gave the pitch, and I told them about the need for survivors, that there was a German connection also, which I threw that as a hook. And after they listened to us, Lowell Milken and his director of the foundation excused themselves. They said, wait a minute. Well, they went in the other room. In 5 minutes, they came back, and they said, we'll donate $145,000. And he said, by the way, that when you do anything on Germans, let me know. Really intrigued them. So we got the $145,000 right away, which I used. Suddenly I had money to go to Syria, to go to Greece, to go and spend some time in the German archives and Great Britain in the Imperial War Museum. Spent a week there. There, of course, I had to make arrangements ahead of time, get space, tell them what I was looking for. And the British are very efficient, almost like the Germans. They lay it out. When we got there, they said, here's your editing table, here are the cans all later, you know, and if you have a problem, here's Mr. So-and-so or Miss So-and-so, ask them. And so that's what we used that money for. It was always looking for money, and I could have decided to go to South America, but I thought it was more productive to go back as close as to the homeland as possible.
The research trip that you did to England and Germany, what year approximately was that?
A lot of this was done in, well, I've been to Germany several times. First time was '88, then we went in '93, and I went to every time I've been to Germany, I've also been to England. '88, '93, '88 was with Bill, '93 was with Tony, 2000 was with Barbara and Hilmar, Kaiser Hilmar. I used Hilmar a lot in tracking down documents, but not survivors. He didn't know survivors. But there again, German efficiency. We went to the Deutsche Bank archives, and Hilmar, do you know Hilmar?
No, I don't.
Hilmar Kaiser is a young scholar, brilliant young scholar. He was a rebel. His hair was all over the place. He was like a maniac. And Armenians didn't like that image. He was always getting stuff about the genocide, and it was showing that the genocide occurred. But he was very critical of Armenian scholars, very critical of Dadrian, critical of Ovanesyan. I said, Hilmar, if you keep criticizing Armenian scholars, you're never going to get a job to follow in their footsteps.
How did you meet Hilmar? How did the connection to Hilmar come about?
Hilmar Kaiser, I went to an event. Professor Ovanesyan had these gatherings every 6 months where he got scholars from all over the world to deliver a paper. And he picked different sections of historical Armenia to document. Harpert area, Van, Bitlis, and Hilmar spoke at one of these. Excellent speaker. He got more applause than Richard did, even. And I talked to him after the event, and he said he had a picture about deportees on a German freight car. And I said, I'd be interested in that. And then he told me that he was doing research in Michigan, the Armenian program. So when I went to Michigan, I looked him up. in '86. Got acquainted with him. We got along fine, and became rather close. When he was in California, he made me a co-signer to his bank account. I was like a father or an uncle to him. He kept his money at where we keep our, personal account, and he would write to me, he needs so much money to tell the banker to do this, do that. So when we went back in 2000, he went back with Barbara and me, and he opened up, as I say, the Deutsche Bank. I said he was so unkept, but he told me, he says, you got to dress very well for Deutsche Bank. Put on your best necktie and everything. And they're calling you Herr Doktor, Herr Doktor Professor Hagopian. We went there, they had silver display set of tea, every cookie you might think of got the royal treatment, and they brought out all the stuff in their archives. So he was very useful, but we did not get survivors there.
What were you looking for? You were talking about the connection with Germany. Can you elaborate a little about the kind of archival research you did? Meaning, what did the material look? Because it sounded like you looked at film in Great Britain.
Yes, Germany. There were German soldiers, 12,000 German soldiers, and what were they doing? Did they take any pictures? How complicit were the Germans, or how responsible? So I stayed away from it in 1975. But when I was trying to put together all these survivors to make a film called The Witnesses, I had a script that was that thick. And I had 8 hours of assembled film, 8 hours of semi-edited film. I was going to boil that down to 45 minutes or hour and 20 minutes. In the process, I realized there was too much about Harpert. It warranted a separate film by itself. And there was a lot of material that was coming up about Germans, people working on the railroad. What railroad? German railroad, Berlin, Baghdad. Who were your bosses? Turks and Germans. So I saw that there was a lot of German connection. So I was digging more information about the Germans in not only Deutsche Bank, but spent 2 weeks at the German archives in Bonn. And there's another place where they're located. So I was digging that information in stills. And so eventually we decided to do a thing on Germany, a film on Germany. And then the final part of the trilogy was Along the Euphrates. And that's more the story of survivors. I've used more survivors in there than any other film.
Going back to survivors' interviews that you began then after '78, do you remember sort of the first interview you've done under the auspices of the Armenian Film Foundation?
Well, the first ones we did under the auspices, we started with a first group we did was in New Jersey. It was by people approached me and they said they had some survivors. So I arranged a trip there with a young filmmaker, as my sound man, Bill Ohanessian. And they had a committee set up, and they raised a little money. And they lined up survivors in New Jersey and in Massachusetts. And those are some of my early ones, the earliest ones, yeah.
And that happened because you were approached and they
Well,
provided funding, and so it was a perfect
Yeah,
connection.
we had some funding here, but they also, this group approached me that they had survivors. So I agreed to go. And then they worked with me for a year or two. And then the leader of the group told me one day, she said the Zorian Institute had asked them to help because their political complexion was similar to Zorian. They were from the same group. They're Armenian Revolutionary Federation people. They were the real nationalists. Zorian Institute is, and so was the group in New Jersey. And I'm a neutral. I'll have to tell you a story about being a neutral when I was in the Middle East, but I was a neutral, but they were helping me. And Zorian was puzzled why they were helping me in my search for survivors. And they said, Hagopian's, what he's doing has sex appeal. What you're doing doesn't. You're trying to document 18th, 19th century Armenian life in Asia Minor. That's not of much interest to us. So Zorian, seeing what I was doing, got into the interviewing game. But then they started with, not professional interviewers or cameramen or equipment. I tried to warn them about that, but they went their own way. Eventually they quit, I think. There was another guy, his name was Bohadjian or somebody. I came across, he had 15 interviews. He was starting to gather. I didn't put anybody out of business because they weren't there ahead of me, but once they got in, survivors will talk to anybody. They don't say, Hagopian has got a better equipment or more education. They'll talk.
So your interviews you've done then in New Jersey, these first ones, which I assume was sort of 79, 1980, is that the time frame?
No, under the Film Foundation, interviewing started really in 82.
1982.
82, yes.
And when this New Jersey group approached you to say, come out here and conduct interviews with the survivors we have here, how did they know about you doing this work? And
Because we send out.
For what purpose? What was their understanding for what purpose these interviews will be?
We'd send out 2 pieces of literature that reached. This one went out to about 43,000, and this one, the mini, this came out later, and we put ads in the. We had not ads, but write-ups in the paper what we were doing, Armenian papers. So what I was doing was unique. So people would write in my files in the back room. I have unanswered interviews. People who've written, maybe we even haven't answered, or certainly did not go and interview. They say, we got a so-and-so here. Somebody called me up after they got our literature, needed what we were doing, said my father-in-law is a survivor. I said, how old? She said, 110 years old. So I somehow got enough money together. My son Bill and I went to Massachusetts to film this fella. I wish I had a third person with us to do the filming, because when I asked him a certain question, I should have been in the picture. He was from Harpert. I said, do you know anybody by the name of Dr. Mikhail Hagopian? He says, Dr. Mikhail? Yes, he was our family doctor. How do you know him? I'm his son. And the guy, he leaped out of his chair, embraced me. You're Dr. Mikhail's son? He was like a god to us. He healed us. I should have had that on film. But Bill was out the recorder, or I should have set up the camera and started it. Eventually, his story was not too strong.
What was the name of?
This guy was Kirkor Derderian. His son's name was James Derderian. In 1984, we had enough survivors to show it to the public here. And that was a mistake, I think. We showed a preview of what the witness film would be. So we had all these survivors, you know. I put it together, and we made a film which showed at the Bonaventure Hotel. And it was not completely finished. It didn't have my touch or polish. And I thought this is the final thing. But anyway, we invited two important individuals. One was Kirkor Derderian. His son brought him out here from Boston as a guest of honor. And we had the famous Hollywood director, Ruben Mamoulian, at that event. And of course, the purpose was to raise money to go out and get more survivors. We had a lot of fundraisers in homes, in the home of actress Mary Yapik, in the home of, she's on our board now, Flora Denoyans. She said she had an aunt who was a survivor. She had a fundraiser. The aunt turned out to be one who worked for the Germans, breaking rocks for the railroad. So it was word of mouth and publicity in the newspapers, flyers that we sent out, word of mouth, we got our survivors. I never had a shortage of survivors. It was a shortage of time and money, well, money mostly.
How did the progression then happen? Creating the AFF, and then in 1982 really starting with interviews.
Yes, 92 was a big year.
And then also thinking about creating the witnesses, meaning how did, because you were talking about creating an archive, or
no, we weren't talking about an archive.
Documenting the genocide by doing interviews.
We were interviewing survivors. In fact, we weren't even using the word archive. We wanted to get survivors for documentation. And we were going to put it in the witnesses. It's going to be one film.
So when you were talking about interviewing survivors, it was also with the view of we will make a documentary, meaning a film out of it.
Yes.
So that was the approach. But you also had, because you mentioned before that there was this thought of that these interviews will also be evidentiary material.
Through the documentary film, in their raw status, as well as through the documentary. But our concept of forming archives, making a tie with another organization like Shoah to put the archives, that didn't exist. It was building. If we were building just archives, we would have tried to get Zorian's material. We would have tried to get this individual in New Jersey who was doing odd stuff and somebody somewhere else. We would have tried to gather. We were not librarians. And maybe we've been criticized for that because people, I don't know whether they would have wanted to create archives, but all the money was being used with my project. which was documenting the genocide. It was more or less a Hagopian thing. And there was no place for anybody else. See, we did not send interviewers here and there to get archives because it was very controlled. We wanted to come out with a film, have this backup, and then come out with a film.
So when you interviewed then survivors, you developed a process, or you already had sort of a process of the kinds of questions you wanted to ask. Did you also have a understanding of how long an interview would be? What dictated that? Also the language of the interview?
The length of the interview was dictated by how much film I wanted to use, cost again. We figured to interview one survivor, this is minimum cost, interview one survivor with one roll of film, 400-foot roll of film, which runs 15 minutes, would cost $660 back in 1980s, without payment to the cameraman, sound man, editing, anything. It's just raw material. It's working in the stock prices, the film price, rental of equipment, or travel, $650. So there was a period there when we made an appeal that if you donate $500, we cut it down from $600, we'll be able to film one survivor. That was the big pitch for a number of years. You want to sponsor a survivor interview? $500, and you'll get your name on the screen credits at the premiere. Because I didn't want their names on all versions. You put 200 names of John Jones and Jim Jones, you're not going to get that on television. But we gave them, and on a copy that we did, a DVD that we might distribute to the Armenians as their names. So that's how we raised money to get those early interviews.
And did you, when you thought of the questions you would ask, did you have set questions that you asked everybody?
No, I never carried notes with me saying, let me ask the next question, next question. I had a sense of what I wanted to ask, and I wanted to know what happened. Let them tell me what happened. And if in their conversation they said something that I wasn't aware of, I would, and if they made a full statement in one take, I would stop the camera and ask that other question. Or if I wasn't happy with the way they answered the first question, that is, they may have stuttered or brought in extraneous material that I knew would be very difficult to eliminate in the final editing. I asked them to tell the story again without the reference to the goddamn brother-in-law.
So you did retakes with them doing
I have as many as 7 retakes on one thought. 7, like a Hollywood production, until you're happy with it. Until, yes, he would say, this and this happened. And then I said, did you see it with your eyes? They said, yeah, of course I saw it with my eyes. I said, well, let's retake it and mention that you saw it with your eyes in the same take so that the two are connected. And I have one survivor here. He tells about I guess I must have told him that. He talks about Turks cutting or butchering Armenians, something. He says, they did this, they did that. And then suddenly he remembers, and he says, they saw it with their own eyes. No, he says, I saw it with my own eyes. I did not, or if people interrupted to remind somebody of something, that take was not acceptable. If they interfered in bystanders or guardians or caretakers like to control, you know. And there are interviews that I wanted very badly and I wasn't able to get. Like I remember one interview, the husband told me what the wife's story was, and I said, that's fantastic. She would sit at sundown or late after dusk, and she would hear the Turkish women singing, and in Turkish, and then she would sing it. And what are they saying? They're saying, poor Armenians, they think they're going on a deportation. They're going to their death, actually. The Turkish song. And I went up to San Francisco to interview her, and she clammed up. She says, it's too emotional. I can't take it. My heart can't take it. I didn't get the story. We heard about another woman, 105-year-old. That was more recent, in the last 4 years or 5 years. And Barbara and I went on that one to New Hampshire just for that one interview, because she was 105 and she had a good story. New Hampshire. And when we got there, she clammed up. And then another interview I wanted to get badly was from Shahin Natali, a very big name in Armenian nationalistic narrative. He actually was not a survivor, but had a lot to do with the genocide. He assassinated Talat Pasha. He arranged assassination. I went to his home in Massachusetts, and he didn't want to see me at first. And I said, he wanted to know who I was. I said, I'm the young man who was at Harvard. You used to visit my cousin's home. Her husband's name was Nirpuni. And I was the young guy who was going to Harvard. Then he recognized, and he came down. Now, I had interviewed this guy maybe 20 times, not on film, for my thesis on Armenian nationalism. And he had a story, but he came down, he says, you can't film. I said, why? He said, I don't like the way I look. He said, look at me. He says, I'm an old man. He says, people used to say, you're like a lion, ferocious lion. He says, that's the way I want them to remember me. I said, Mr. Natali, that's not the way it's going to be. They won't remember you at all. The more than you, they'll remember you in the film, but they'll never know that you were like a lion, which I'm sure you were. So along with Shotwell, that guy, the missionary, there's about 4 or 5 people I wasn't able to film. But all survivors are very cooperative. They want to tell you more than what you want to know. And they like to do it chronological order, tell the story of their life. And I try to break it up and get episodes that are germane to what I'm doing.
So then the interviews you've done between 82 and what was sort of the last year or sort of the last interviews?
Bulk of the interviews were finished by 96. A few came afterwards, but people were getting too old.
And when you called up, I assume you called up survivors, and once you had their information and said, I would like to come and interview, did you tell them about you coming with a camera? I'm curious to know why some of them decided,
No,
I don't want to do it now. Because how much?
I would call up, either I would do it or intermediary. They would say, he's coming to interview you. They don't know what I'm bringing. I never told anybody I'm coming with a camera.
Why?
I didn't think it was important. Why complicate? I'm coming. I didn't tell them I'm going to bring Mrs. Gilmore or Bill or this, or a couple of lights.
You didn't think it would be important, or you think it would have an impact on how they would react before you came?
You know, it might. I was just coming to get their story. I might have mentioned I want to get it on film, but not necessarily. So most people are glad to be on film.
Then when you came and you had your film and sound and everything with you, that what was sort of the reaction? Was there any reaction to it, or
what reaction?
Survivors, did they then feel like, oh, I need to change the way I'm dressed, or
no.
I'd like to change something, or
usually they were well dressed. They knew they were having a guest, and I didn't particularly like. I didn't say anything to them before coming, but I didn't like it when they had their Sunday suit on and sitting in their Sunday newspaper reading chair.
Why?
It's too contrived. I liked if they were in their normal setting. Like I interviewed this artist in Altadena, Girard Zorchian. He was a burly guy. We went in his art studio. He had unfinished paintings, brushes here and there. He says, where do we interview? I said, right here. And he's talking about what food they ate in Armenia, or how life was in Harpert. We'd have this kind of food, then we'd wash it down with rachi, and then we danced, and we would sing one stanza here, and then we would listen. Another stanza would come from over the hill because there was another group having their barbecue. And that was not genocide, but it was a good story. I filmed him saying that because later I used it in the film to give a setting of what life was like before the Armenian genocide. So I mentioned a little earlier that one woman was going behind my back and telling the group of survivors who were waiting to be filmed, tell them how they hacked you, did this and that. I said, cut it out. I said, I don't want them to just talk about butchery. You know, we want to get other parts of their story.
So the interviews that you then conducted until 1996, the approach, the reason for doing these were always connected in a way with a film and a documentary that you would then produce based on that footage.
They were connected with what I was doing, which they might go into one of the trilogy, or if I didn't use them, they would someday constitute, now we're thinking more, as this is progressing, more of the archive idea, that now we got these interviews, we're going to have to save them, because I remember mentioning it at one or two gatherings where public gatherings, I said that we've done our job, and these interviews will be raw material for future generations of filmmakers to use. So in the 90s, we started thinking along those lines, that we've got to preserve these because those who come after us may want to use them.
Was there ever a thought that scholars may be interested in them as well?
Scholars?
Scholars from a historical
Yes,
point of view?
but we'd have to digitize them before we could let scholars get to it, because scholars are not competent to deal with original film, or even to sit and listen to. If they were, we could have transferred these all to video, but I wasn't convinced that home video was the way to translate. It would have been a mistake to spend all that money at that time. It was premature for us to have transferred all of this stuff to half-inch video. We would have spent a lot of money, and now we'd have to throw them away.
Why did you think it was premature?
Because I didn't think half-inch video was permanent enough or quality-wise good enough.
So when did it start with thinking about what will happen with these interviews? Any thoughts on how they would be preserved, where they would go, what would actually...
Yeah, well, I brought up about the future several times, but sometimes people don't want to talk about the future.
Do you remember sort of when you started to bring this up, sort of the years?
Of the foundation. I don't know why. So we dropped the subject. We got enough in the frying pan right now. Let's do what we're doing. We don't. Now that these films are finished, they have to think of preservation, because that's all that I'm talking about now. And they realize that we've got to preserve them. But they know they say, okay, digitize them. They think that's a solution. That's just a start. And we're going to have to raise a good deal of money like we did before. Doing it with show is an advantage to us, that we don't have to disseminate them, don't have to worry about that aspect of it. And we will preserve it in, there's a certain amount of preservation in digitizing, but the long-range preservation is in film.
So, but in sort of in the 90s, when you were getting to the end of conducting interviews because of it was hard to find survivors that were still alive, or I assume that the reasons...
Well, the survivors are getting old.
And it was difficult in that respect.
Yeah.
Sort of after 96, how did it progress of, where was it stored, and...
Where was the what?
Where was it stored? What was accumulated? The interviews, the materials, and what was the material that was collected under the Armenian Film Foundation in that respect?
Well, the material that's collected physically, you have the original film. That's what you're interested in. 60 millimeter. It's either reversal, where you see the positive image, or negative. Earlier, 84, all 84s are reversal. I think 88, all those are negative. And then in addition to that, we have the quarter-inch tape,
Which is the sound.
which is the sound. And then we have a work print, which is a copy of the original, which is in this first shelves. And then we have the sound, which has been transferred. Almost all the quarter-inch has been transferred. So we have original, work print, and work print to sound, quarter-inch, and the film. So you got 4 elements right now. And we have some digitized, some are on DVD and or mini tape, very few.
And the content of what is on the film is comprised of what?
Content on the film, the person talking, various angles, the surrounding maybe. You'll have inserts, external shots, outside or inside, and then the still photographs of their family or pictures prior to the genocide. Now, those are all gathered together, but they're not in one spot and they're not organized. That's what we're going to have to do for Shoah, is to go back into the logbooks and see what pictures I've taken, and then scan those pictures in digital form and attach it. We'll have to discuss this with you, some sort of a metadata fashion to each survivor. So what we get when we get a digitized version from the lab, probably we'll have to rework that, add stuff to it. We're going to have to at least put the name on.
So part of what you're saying is that when you did interviews with survivors, aside from filming them sitting down, telling their story, and outside and inside shots and walking around, you also they showed you photographs of family members, and you then took still photos
Yes.
of those photographs.
Yes.
And that became
And
part of your
that's
material under the Armenian Film Foundation.
It is a part of the archive, yes. I carried a little setup. It's a book reading book for reading a book that you can set up, and you got a easel or and put it on a table. Put your pictures one by one, and I have a piece of glass. We call it German glass. Because apparently only the Germans made a fine glass like that has absolutely no air molecules of air bubbles or anything. A piece of glass like that will cost $120. I've got several of those, which I carry with me, one. And you put that on the picture, keep it flat. So that's one of the things I carry with me. Also carry a color chart. Not always, but some of the survivors have a color chart in front, so that later on, if anything fades, you can spot it by looking at the color chart, compared with the skin color. All those are in storage, but they're not in a unified archive. They're not put together, and we're not sure that you can put everything together. You can't physically. You can put the interpositive and the sound in one box, keep them in sync. But it would not work to put the still photographs in that same box. So we'll have to have a numbering system so they're correlated. However, I'm asking Barbara, she's putting all the little cuts of one survivor all in the same box without doing anything to them, but just noting the front edge number, edge code, and end, noting those down so that if we have to put these together, we will.
So I know that aside from survivors, you also were talking about you were interviewing witnesses.
Witnesses,
witnesses
to the
and
genocide.
Witnesses to the genocide, and also scholars.
Yes.
Was that? Can you talk a little about what was what drove you to interview witnesses and scholars? What was the reason to do that?
There is, in my mind, evidence is the key word, and survivor would provide it, so would an eyewitness. To me, they're equal. One is personal, the other is impersonal. So that's one category. Although we're breaking it up, we're keeping track of survivors and who are witnesses. In addition to that, we have scholars who analyze the genocide, interpret it. They could be survivors. Maybe I have one, but normally they're not. And they're not witnesses. And then we have a third category, related. A fourth category, related. Those are the new generation who are responding to the genocide, who reaction to the genocide, the effect the genocide has had. I made a film in 1990 for the state of California called The Armenian Genocide. And it was made for 9th graders, and I interviewed a lot of high school kids, both Armenian and non-Armenian. What happened to your parents? What did they tell you? How did it affect you? Those are related, but still part of the genocide story.
How did that come about that you thought of including the second generation in that respect and looking and making a film about the effect it had on the next generation?
Well,
how did that come about? Was there something, was somebody approaching you, or was that something that you thought of or came about because of the work you were doing?
It was because a bill was put through the legislature by Armenian activists to provide $54,000 to do a film, genocide related. And a couple of members told me that they had me in mind. But the state of California doesn't just pick out a producer. They have to get bids. So they put it out to bids. So I also submitted. That's how I got involved. I wanted the job. I submitted 2 proposals. One was by the Film Foundation, and one was by Atlantis, because I saw two ways of doing this, and I didn't know which one they would pick. That I could not guess. One was chronological, and the other was thematic. So I did one chronological, one thematic, and they came number 1 and number 2 out of, I think, 40 submissions, 40 different producers. And I got the top 2. So the top one was Atlantis Productions, and that was thematic. They liked that. And that's how I started interviewing young people. And I was influenced greatly by Charney. I'm trying to think of his first name.
Israel?
What?
Israel?
Israel Charney. I had met him a number of occasions. We knew what we were doing, and I knew he was interested. And he had a lot of ideas about signposts of genocide, what to look for. So I asked students, about hate words, discrimination, these things leading to more physical violence. That's how I got into the student reaction.
We're going to take a short break and continue thereafter.
Did Tony come in?
Good. Okay. We're continuing the interview with Jacob Michael Hagopian. Michael, I wanted to, we talked about the process of how you engaged in doing interviews with survivors, doing it in their home, etc. One of the things I wanted to know about, how did you go about choosing what language the interview would be in?
The way I decided what language to use, first consideration was how conversant were they in the language. If they were more conversant in English, I used English. If it was Armenian, I used Armenian. But that wasn't the only consideration. For example, when I interviewed Taner Akşam in Germany, he was talking in English. And I said, let's take the interview in Turkish. And so the interview's in Turkish, which has subsequently put me in a bind. I got to find someone who'll translate what he said. But I know pretty much what he said. Well, why did I want it in Turkish? Because he was a Turk, and because I felt that would be more authentic, more convincing to people who listened to him talking Turkish than English. In other cases, Armenian could speak in Turkish or English or Armenian. And there are plenty those who only speak in Armenian. So if I can find a good English speaker, I would use them as a rule. I take the preference for English.
Why in English?
Because the people who are going to watch the film know that language best. And that's the language of this country. Interviews in Armenian would be good. It's authentic, but you'd have to translate it or else superimpose script on it.
So after you accumulated a number of interviews and you conducted these interviews and sort of after '96, you started to talk about what were sort of the next steps with the material that was accumulated and created.
Yeah,
what was the thinking and the development of it?
Well, we started thinking about how we're going to preserve this and how we're going to raise money. Once we started looking into the process, easy answer seemed to be digitized, but that's okay for the common individual, but for the technician, the technical people, it wasn't that simple. And in raising funds or preparing a budget became a problem. How to sell somebody who's going to give you money, how much you're going to spend. You're going to spend it for the inner negative, inner positive, quarter-inch tape, half-inch tape, digitize mini tape. He gets all confused. What's it all about? It's hard to sell what you're doing. It's complicated, and that's one of our problems right now, is to come up with a budget. Our budget to raise, to digitize has varied between 200 and 400,000. And you say, well, let's make it 295,000 because it's still in the 200,000. You're almost 300,000, and let's get it started. Then halfway through the project, you come up and say, things aren't working well. We were delayed by the lab a few months, and it cost us more money. Prices have gone up, and so can we reconsider? We ought to raise another 75,000, and that technique worked with the state of California. I don't know if it'll work with the people. Our original grant to do the witnesses was $464,000. They sent that check, $446,000. And we started using it and getting towards the end. So we put in for another 78,000 because these other things had to be done which were not considered, or prices had gone up. So we kept jacking it up, 78, and then we got 43,000, 23. So altogether, they probably donated 700,000. That's the route we may have to go, rather than beforehand give the full amount. And after tomorrow, we're going to have a meeting with the lab. Depending on what they have, will determine what kind of a budget I think I should agree to with the lab, and then how should I present that budget to the board and to the public.
Part of wanted to take a step back in the sense of, can we just talk about also a little about what actually was accumulated, what the archive did, what was accumulated, what is the archive, how many hours of interviews, footage, and that request are we talking about now?
Well, we're talking about I'll have to give it to you off the record here. A good 100 hours of interviews. Footage, I think we got 78,000 feet of film of interviews. So that's considerable. And all of our money won't be spent the same time or the same way. The initial interviews are going to be cheaper to digitize than the later ones. Once we get to the violated interviews, I think it's going to be considerable more work for us rather than the lab, because the lab will just do things automatically. We have to mastermind it here.
At what point, if you recall or can recall, did the discussion about what will happen with this material become sort of, it should be part of maybe another archive or should be included in an archive and become accessible to the public in a wider range?
Well, we started talking seriously with USC about 6 years ago. Dr. Don Miller, I think, was pushing for it, and he got Jerry Papazian interested, who was with USC. I had been, over the last half a dozen years or more, I had been doing quite a bit of thinking. And in my trips to Boston and to other places, I'd looked over organizations as possible depositories. I looked over the National Association for Armenian Studies and Research, located in Belmont, Massachusetts. I wanted to see their facilities, their basement, the temperature, humidity. I did the same thing to the Armenian Museum in Cambridge. And even on one trip, I asked my daughter to come along because she has a good financial head on her. I said, just give me your assessment of what you think this organization is doing or how sound they are. And she had some good observations. She said, the museum, she says, I won't put your archives in the museum. I said, why? She said, because it's ruled by one man. He's the dictator, and there's no evidence of him preparing any younger people to take over. And she said that they're going to have a problem. She says the National Association for Armenian Studies, in contrast, has a process set up, and they've had one changeover. Incidentally, they had another changeover after first chairman was in for 50 years. The next chairperson was in for 13. Now there's going to be a new one. But Joanne said they've got a process for survival. So what I'm illustrating is I was exploring not only those two organizations, but others. I even had a proposal that very few people have seen. Jerry was one of them, where I suggested, after us, what? Because there had been talk, particularly by Walter Crabian, over the years. He said, let's go out of business. He said, we will be the only organization, Armenian organizations, that said we're going to do this, and we've done it. Now we close shop. And yes, that's true. We claim what we're going to do, and we've done it. People who didn't know whether I could finish a film could see that once I made a promise, I finished it. So now the end is, so let's just close up. Then what are we going to do with our archives now? Footage, that's when the word archives started coming in. And that's not only the film, that's a lot of paperwork, a lot of research material that we've got. So we thought, I explored UCLA. They're not set up, but Don Miller had this idea that maybe USC. And so Jerry suggested we meet with Dean Aoun. And personally, Dean Aoun and I took off very well together. We understood each other. And I asked him, I said, why are you interested? I said I wasn't documenting history like some others, like Richard Ovanesyan has done on audio tapes, documenting the whole survival story. He says, says, what you've done, you were gathering the material to make a film. He said, that's what interests us. And it interested him, that my approach, that I was selective in the interviews that I got. I was selective in the questions that I asked. And so we started talking. Well, you had several changes, deans, etc., over the last 5 years until we came to an agreement. It took a little time with USC, partly because of the change that occurred in me also. My interest in making that deal with USC originally was a repository for our archives, to hand over footlocker and everything. Take it. Here are all the originals. Here are the quarter-inch tapes. Here are the files. You take it and you keep it. All you have to do is guarantee that you'll preserve it. Well, USC wasn't thinking those lines. And it must have confounded Dean Quick. We had a plenary session of our bigwigs and a number of yours, about 10, 12 of us, and I laid out what we wanted. I said, digitization isn't our goal. I'm not interested in dissemination. I said, I'm interested in preservation. If in the process you can get digitization, fine. But USC was not prepared or able or willing to take the stuff over. I'm thinking now, at that time, that if we fold up, who's going to get this? So I came up with another idea. And I said, Jerry is familiar with it, but we didn't carry it much further. Is to set up a blue ribbon committee, a self-perpetuating committee of organizational individuals who will always be there. I said, one representative from each Armenian political party. They pick the person. One representative of the Western prelacy, and then the other half of the church, the diocese. It could be the archbishops. And the occupant of the UCLA, any endowed chair. At UCLA, there would be Richard Ovanesyan now, but someday somebody else, but always there's been an occupant, and Dr. Cowie. And at USC, I said, anyone who holds a position of full professor in Armenian studies, or and the chairman of the Armenian Institute, which I assume will continue. So I'm trying to set up a committee that won't go out of existence, because I think the church will be on much longer than the Film Foundation or the Little League or this and that. Jerry wasn't sold on that. He's more possessive, I think, of our stuff than I am. I'm willing to give it up. He's not willing to give it up. In fact, I can sense that, because he's not too willing to bring in new blood right now, people who are not sold on show a deal, to bring a stranger who's not sold on archival preservation. They might throw another element into discussions. So the inner group at the Film Foundation is happy that 5 or 6 individuals know where we're going, and we're of the same mind. And that is now that we're going to perpetuate it. Now, how are we going to do that? Showa is taking off part, but we're retaining the copyright and the ownership. So the physical elements are going to go somewhere. And Walter Crabian has offered to raise $100,000 for the storage of this stuff. It's going to cost more than $100,000 because I've already visited half a dozen different places like Iron Mountain, and my wife went and explored the archives, not the archives, but the vaults in Kansas City, where 20th century keeps their material. And cold storage. I've visited Protec, which is Eastman Kodak, where the temperature gets down to 45 degrees and humidity to 25 Fahrenheit. So it's going to cost from $2 to $4 a can. And that's the final storage of these materials. The process will be what we do here, what the lab does, what we give to Shoah. Once that's in, then the materials on that survivor are free. We will take the film materials, that is the original film, the original tape, the internegative, if any, and the IP from which we made the digital, and possibly we will make, if we have money, we will make a film soundtrack on acetate film. We will put those together in one of these real cold storages, and that's going to cost money.
Can I just, let's just stop the interview for just a second. We're continuing the interview with Jacob Michael Hagopian. Michael, you were talking about the vision or the next steps of the original material that the Armenian Film Foundation has collected about preservation and how important it is to preserve the original. The other subject that you're also talking about and that is going to happen is to create a digital copy of this archive that you have accumulated and provide that to the Shoah Foundation Institute at the University of Southern California. So I'd like to ask you a question about what is your vision for that, what was the reason for that, and what was your thinking about that?
Well, let me conclude by saying we've got the stuff from the lab and we've handed it digital to you. The stuff that we get from the lab, we will put in EON storage. That's what it is known, long-term storage. And that'll be one by one. Tomorrow we may be viewing one survivor. Once we send that to you, that's a candidate to put in that EON storage. We don't have the EON storage yet because we don't need it. We have cold storage, which is a little higher. The next batch of 5 that we'll give you in a month or so, those will go. The moment, as progressively, by increments, we will be building up our EON storage so that our storage fees are minimal to begin with. Okay. Then what we have left, before I get to the Shoah Institute Foundation relationship, is the work print, which is a guide. The work print is a template that Barbara's working with. She's working on the template, getting it ready, so that that's the new synchronization method that I figured out depends on that entirely. Otherwise, we couldn't give that thing to you tomorrow. And I've synchronized the material that you're going to see tomorrow to the work print that was here. That's easily done when it's not violated. but that's what we've done. So the work print material, which is a backup, will either stay here on the premise or be placed in we have a secondary vault in a storage in Newbury Park. Now, we've given you the Shoah Institute Foundation, the digital. Added to it is the supplementary material, like metadata material on still shots, etc. I'll mention that we have footage on funerals and things like that, which somehow tie in with certain survivors. That'll all be digitized and given to the Shoah Foundation for the purposes of placing it eventually on the internet, dissemination. So once we got that issue cleared, once I was willing to accept the fact that USC is not able to or unwilling to take our physical property, once our group was not willing to give it, now we're keeping the copyright, keeps our group happy and the ownership. Giving it to you, the only logical reason for us to do it is so that we can get worldwide recognition. The Film Foundation doesn't have the ability or the contacts or even the time to go into that. So for us to turn the digital part over to you is a very happy marriage. It will expose us to a larger audience. In fact, we might have even more inquiries and questions about the Armenian archives because of our contact with you. And it's a 3-year contract, but I hope it'll go on endlessly.
Who do you hope will be using this material once it is available?
Once it's available through the Shoah Foundation Institute, whoever your clients are. Now, I understand that you've got arrangements with certain universities, and
I'm just curious
use your material.
I'm curious of who do you hope, from your perspective, and
from my perspective,
and the work that you put in, and looking at this back now and looking at the future of what do you hope?
I hope that
who will be using it and how?
I hope that you will. The Shoah Foundation Institute will expand its contacts with the public schools and have an outlet where public schools can tap in and say, we've got a course on the Holocaust studies or genocide studies, and can you provide, or can you let us choose some from each genocide? And at the fingertip, they can get it, they can access it from you. They've got some sort of arrangement which is simplified. It's not a big deal to access, you know. I don't know how that will be done, but I'm sure in the future there are methods of downloading all that business. And what we have been careful is not to give away the material for commercial use. And in case something of commercial interest comes up by our association with the Shoah Foundation Institute, we've got a provision where such income is made is being divided. And besides, we hold the upper hand on that, in that any commercial outfit may want to go back to the original to take its copies, and we have the original future board may refuse to give, let's say a Turkish film producer wants the original, we might say no. We might. I don't know what they'll say. The Turkish schools will say yes. I'm just anticipating. You can't anticipate every problem that will come up.
I think we'll take a short break and continue later.
Okay.
We're continuing the interview with Jacob Michael Hagopian. Michael, we left off talking about what your thinking was, what your hope was of how people will access it and who will access the archive once it's available at USC. I wanted to ask you, having done these interviews, this work over all these years, I wanted to ask, did it have any impact on you in a sense of how you thought of yourself, your identity, where you came from, and in that kind of respect?
Well, when you listen to a lot of interviews, after time, they become part of your story also. In fact, their nightmares of some of these people have become my nightmares. They don't always appear in the form of Armenian versus Turks or genocide, but I'm sure that when you listen to so many survivor stories, it troubles you in a way that so you do have more nightmares than you normally might. I think that's happened to me. I don't know if it's changed my identity, but I do feel that if you're Armenian, you have an obligation to preserve the best of what you have and to pass that on to the next generation, because I feel that's very important. I have no doubt as to who I am or where I'm going. I came into the world as an Armenian, and I've never at any stage felt that I was not proud of that. There are some Armenians, and I suppose other immigrants who at some stage feel that they're inferior or they're not proud of their heritage. I don't know why, but I think I have to attribute a lot to my dad, who had kind of total confidence in me that, oh, Hagop can do it. Hagop was my Armenian name. Or that Hagop is going to grow up and become the consul general in Turkey. So I've grown up knowing that I was supposed to do something important, even as important as being a consul general. Right now, I don't think it is the best job in the world, but that was something, because the consul general in Harpert, an American, had a very important position. So my dad referred to my being consul general rather than prime minister, because he was acquainted with the consul, that my Hagop can do it. So I've been raised with a lot of confidence. And then we came to Fresno, where the Armenian self-esteem was quite low. And I can spot a Fresno Armenian, particularly a woman who's raised, when she starts talking to me, I can tell if she's from Fresno. They don't have the self-esteem. They don't think they're as smart, they're as beautiful, as cultured, or as American the rest of them. They were somehow they grew up with prejudice against them. Now, I was subjected to that for a number of years, from the 7th grade, junior high school, through high school. But somehow it never made an impression on me. Even Walter Crabian, he's always referring to his Armenianism. I don't refer to my Armenianism because I'm not Armenian in that sense. There are certain things that I'm sure of and certain things I'm not. I'm sure of my technical competence. I'm sure of how much education I have. Those are measurable things. I can measure my competence or my education. You can measure it by grades or by years. But your passion or your Armenianness or my patriotism as an Armenian, that's not measurable. And I don't think it's as high as some Armenians, other Armenians. Some Armenians live as if they take a Armenian pill every day. And they have to demonstrate it. I don't feel that I have to demonstrate that. I just take it for granted. I happen to be Armenian. One time, we were trying to raise money from a rich Armenian, very rich. We had a fine dinner for her, and there were 20 of us. She said, I don't think Armenians can make this film, referring to the witnesses or getting the survivors. And I confronted her in that process. We didn't get any donation, of course. But I said, if Armenians don't make a film about their background, who's going to do it? The Czechs, the Russians, the Chinese, the Cambodians? Are they going to do it? I said, as an Armenian, you have an obligation to, at least if you can record something, because you're Armenian, you have an obligation. Then I said, what should the Jews do? Because they're Jewish, they should not make films about the Holocaust. They should not interview Jews because they're Jewish. Of course, her husband happened to be Jewish. And she shut up, and she won't even permit advertising of our interviews, of our survivor films in the international magazine they put out. That doesn't bother me too much, but the point I'm making is that if you're Armenian, nothing should stop you from making films about Armenians or gathering material on Armenians. In fact, it's a duty. It's, in a sense, I consider a duty. If I've got the talent, or the education, and the technical ability, and opportunity, well, I would be remiss if I didn't do it. So you may ask me, well, do you believe in fate? Not necessarily. Do you believe in divine intervention, guidance? Not necessarily. I don't feel that my secular life tells me that God is not guiding me to do this. If he is, I don't know about it. If there is one, I don't know about it either. But it's an obligation. I think every person has some sort of an obligation to somebody or something. And they should contribute. They should fulfill that. If they don't, I think the world misses something. So I don't know if I've answered your question. It hasn't, working with Armenian survivors hasn't changed me, and I don't get sad or break down. I don't think any survivor has told any story that has broken me down emotionally, that has impacted on me, that I get emotional. I look at it pretty much like a surgeon who has to cut open a body. And whereas that same surgeon might faint if he was a GI and the nurse came up the line and gave him a shot in the arm. I've seen big husky guys fall down. But filming genocide survivors, that hasn't broken me emotionally, but I guess I've kept it in. And it may have affected me in troubling nightmares that I have every now and then, even now.
So you do still think about those days when you were doing interviews?
Do I think what?
Do you still think about the days when you were doing interviews with survivors?
Well, not particularly. I know what I've done. It's just, I think about past in many different ways. Not doing interviews with survivors is not the most memorable thing I've done, I suppose.
Because you mentioned you still to this day you sometimes have nightmares.
I have nightmares, but I attribute that to the fact that my unconscious self is probably had been affected, and I don't know quite how that works. There are things that well up in your mind, and you feel sorry, remorse, a kind of a sadness sets on you. But it's not always the survivor's story. I'll give you an example. I feel remorse or sadness or being incomplete, the fact that I never interviewed my father. Of course, I didn't have a sound camera then, and I wasn't, well, I had started into films. I tried to capture his experiences on a video recorder at one time. And he was going through those volumes that I showed you, those tattered volumes. I still don't know what's in them. That pains me. If you're talking about pain, that pains me more than thinking about a survivor story. That there's something in those volumes, handwritten during the genocide eras, in 3-inch thick, 3 of them. We don't know what's in them. That troubles me a great deal, that I'll never find out. No one has been able to cipher it. And we passed up. What troubles me about the genocide and survivors is not the ones that I've filmed, but the ones that I haven't filmed. And there are so many to be filmed, so many questions to ask, and I wasn't able to do it because, again, the contributions weren't there. And so it pains me to think that Armenians maybe were not as far-sighted as I wanted them to be. But who am I to judge? I can't say that filming Armenian survivors and recording that history is more important than building a church in Armenia, or it's more important than doing orthopedic surgery, setting up a hospital in Armenia after the earthquake, or establishing a hotel in Armenia so that Armenians can visit, or plant a tree in Armenia, something that's more important than preserving the story of the survivors. And I disagree, but maybe I'm in the minority.
You mentioned before, sometimes when you were talking about doing interviews and or going on trips, that Toni, your wife, was present and helped. You mentioned your son Bill. You mentioned your son Bill later on. You mentioned you took Joanne on a trip with you to look at different places.
Yeah.
How much of the work you were doing with this in this area? How much of it did you involve your family, and how much was it also a family undertaking? And what did that mean to you with your children and your wife?
Well, what I've done hasn't been a family undertaking, but I'll include the family. One reason is purposes of economy. You had your children available, teach them enough to help you. I had hoped that one of them would become a filmmaker, but none of them have shown any interest. I did not take Joanne in any of the trips, and she desperately wanted to go because I felt she was a girl. Maybe that's prejudice, but I'm aware of how Middle Easterners look upon women, and I knew it would be difficult. During some of those travels, I wouldn't think that it's safe for a woman to stay in a separate room in some of those countries. Whereas you'd want a grown-up daughter to have her own room and not share the same as you do in a hotel. But in the Middle East, it's too dangerous. So she hasn't come on my trips, and I'm trying to make up for it in a sense. And strangely, she's become interested in photography more than all my boys. She has become the most adventurous of them all. She learned to fly. She's got a license. She did bungee jumping in Australia. She's gone to Africa on safari, and she knows more about reflex cameras, both the old type and digital, than I do. And she's got a number of them that are too new for me to operate, and she's become quite expert. But the boys don't seem to share that interest. So they've been involved, partly because I wanted the family, and I've always felt it's important for parents to teach the children, to guide them or include them. And this is how they acquire self-confidence. And more than one person, including my daughter, has mentioned some of the remarks that I've made. I forget what advice I give to people, but she remembers very well that I told her once that whatever you do whatever you're going to do, but do the best way you can and get to the top. And she says, that's what I'm doing. Carla Garabedian reminded me of that. She says, remember, you're giving me advice. Whatever you do the best you can and go to the top. So a person wants to be in a disposal system, like my friend Don Goodrow here. He had an Armenian wife. He was picking up garbage when we moved to Thousand Oaks, he had a pickup truck. And the wife would be in the truck, and he'd get down and load the trash into his pickup truck. Later, he had a tremendous big company where he had these big trucks going, doing automatic. He sold his outfit for millions and millions of dollars. He has no education. But he worked hard as he was doing, got to the top of his field, and was the best trash hauler in Ventura County. And he was a humble guy, and for years he said, "Mike, take me along with you. I'll carry your camera if you'll just take me to Armenia or to someplace." He says, "This multimillionaire." Well, I was too stupid to take advantage. I didn't want to overuse a guy or use him for the wrong purpose, but I never took him on a trip. But if I had, he would have gone with me to serve, to film survivors, because he wanted to do something.
You mentioned about your father, that you never had a chance to interview your father. Did you ever have a chance? Your father died in
1952. I've interviewed my father. I've got his life story.
About your mother, did you ever have a chance to speak to your mother?
I've had I sat both of them down at different times and got their life story, about 40 pages each. And recently, a cousin of mine has written a monograph about my dad. He tried to get it published recently. I sent a copy of that to Joanne and asked her if she would duplicate it and send it to all the other children, all her siblings, which she's done. Incidentally, she's gotten interested in family history now and is building a family tree. And so I keep her abreast of what we're doing with Shoah Foundation and USC because she seems the most interested and has the best background to deal with you or university or attorneys. The boys, their interests are different, either scientific or David is a librarian, and the research librarian here would love to hire him if they had space. He'd make a good research librarian, but it's not particularly Armenian. My children are not Armenian. In fact, I sent them to Armenian Sunday school years ago. And one day, well, Michael, the oldest, is their spokesman. He came and told me, he says, "Dad, we're not calling you Daddy anymore. You're Dad from now on." Another day he came and he said, "We're not going to Armenian school." I asked him why. He says, "Because they're making fun of us. They say our accent is American. We can't get an Armenian accent." And the other kids, their accent was Armenian more than it was American. So they've been exposed to all this, but I don't know if they've absorbed it all.
Sort of, before we take a short break to introduce your wife, Toni, I wanted to ask you sort of, when you think back now and look at all of what you've done, what do you think moved you and guided you to do all of this kind of work, and the different kind of work, but in particular to move you to document Armenian history, heritage, and then eventually also the genocide and the importance of it, that you think is there also for the future?
Is there what?
Also there for the future, and the legacy that you built with the Armenian Film Foundation.
Well, I've always felt that what I was doing was important. Whoever would be doing that would be important. I happen to be doing the interviewing, and a survivor, and I felt it's very important. And I've also been cognizant of the fact that no one else was doing it, and no one else was as qualified from various aspects to do it or had the desire to do it. So that leaves me kind of alone. And some have done it mishmash, haphazard, not having full direction or full purpose or focus. So when I do something, I try to do the best I can. And I've tried to do the best in survivor stories, gathering them, but I haven't always succeeded. Because I know all the things I should have done or could have done if there had been the money or the time. What the legacy is, I don't know. Somebody someday may say, a man came along at a certain period in our history who wrote down what we did. That was Moses of Choronatsi in the 8th century. He wrote down Armenian history, so they remember him. He put it down on paper for the first time. So somebody might say, well, somebody came along who put our history in a visual form, and his name was Michael Hagopian. So I want it to be as good as possible.
Michael, I wanted to thank you for the interview, and we'll take a short break and introduce Tony.
You're welcome.
We're continuing the interview with Jacob Michael Hagopian, and I'd like to ask you, Michael, to introduce your wife, Tony, to us.
Honey, did you hear that?
Well, do I start now?
Yes, please.
I'd like you to, you've been asking me a lot of questions, and now I'd like you to meet my wife, Tony, and she's shared many of these experiences. Hasn't approved them all, but of some of them.
Most of them.
And she's been with me on my some of my survivor trips, and has suffered when I've gone out and been gone for sometimes getting survivors.
Suffered is a strong word. I've worried.
Tony, could I just ask you first to just state your full name, maybe your name of birth, at birth, and then your current full name?
Yes, Antoinette Hobden, date of birth, place of birth, Kansas City, Missouri, 12/29/1935, and Kansas City. And married name, of course, Antoinette Hobden Hagopian.
If you could tell me a little about, I wanted to ask you a little sort of the experience you've had as the wife to Michael, and he just mentioned many of the experiences that you experienced with him, or you were at home, of what this work meant to you, and how it impacted you or affected you, and sort of your thoughts about it.
Well, when I married Michael, he was a documentary educational filmmaker. Filmed all over the world, went to India, Africa, Middle East. I heard about these adventures, and my picture of Michael was as an adventurer, educator. His films won many awards, and I was very, very proud. As we were married longer. He became very interested in the Armenian story. He had made films on the Middle East, problems of the Middle East, Jerusalem, a lot of stories where there were Armenian centers. And then, of course, it evolved into the Genocide Project,
Yeah.
which was very different than I expected when we were married. I knew nothing about Armenians. Now I know everything about them, and it's been a very interesting, very exciting, very wonderful
Well,
life.
more than one person has said that I've become more Armenian since I've been married to you. As if I was not a good Armenian before. I've become more Armenian because you permitted me or pushed me to do certain things.
Well, I don't think I ever held you back, but I never thought of it. You know, it just, I think, Michael, our life evolved as it evolved. I'm not sure that we really looked ahead, knowing what adventures there would be. So it's been a good ride.
And for instance, Michael was talking about 1967 when he had the chance to go back to Harput for the first time. He went because you couldn't go.
That was my trip.
That was...
You were pregnant?
I was.
What made you interested of even going?
You know, he had made The Forgotten Genocide, which was, or
No.
he had made Where Are My People?
Yes.
And I think that was the first time that I really had an insight into the Armenian story. And I was interested. I was interested in your background. I had heard many, many stories of the doctor, his father, who was an important person there, and who saved many Armenians. And as we traveled, Armenians would find us and talk about either Michael or the doctor and the Armenian story. So it was after the Forgotten Genocide that I really had an idea of what this story was and how important it was. So that's kind of how we started, isn't it?
Well, 1965 was Where Are My People? And then 2 years later I went to Turkey, 67.
And that was when I had wanted to go
Yeah.
to know more about it. And also, this was the first trip where Armenians were allowed inside of Turkey. And this was a very big thing. So you took my trip. But you did come out of it with some really good footage.
Not too good. I've got better footage than that. The Turks didn't let me do the best.
Do you remember him coming back from that trip?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember what he was talking about, or sort of the impression?
He was talking about Harput and about seeing his family home, about places that he had been or that he thought he remembered. He was very young when you left, but he had heard about them. And so it was very, very emotional. And then he had had some adventures along the way and had to hide the cameras and the film. So he was, you know, very full of those stories too. So again, it was an adventure.
You then later on participated in some of the adventures. You went to travel with him on some of these trips. Are there any that sort of stand out to you?
I think the one going through the Middle East and some of Europe, Russia, where we traveled with a man who was a well-known art dealer and collector, and he took us to all of the Armenian centers in that area. And I remember Jerusalem was thrilling, very exciting. The patriarch greeted us and gave me some candy that had been sent to him by the Pope. And I looked at it, and there were worms in the chocolate. And I didn't know what to do. I just ate it and kind of hoped for the best. But we went to cities, well-known cities, as well as small villages. And we went to Isfahan.
Yes.
Went
Persia.
in with our guide and interpreter, and we saw a procession right in the middle of the city, just people wailing and crying. And it was the funeral of a little boy. And with permission, Mike filmed that. But it was a very, very, again, emotional. They celebrated with real cries and sobs and wails, which is what anyone would want to do. But in this country, we are a little more subdued, and our rituals are different. So that was exciting. And we went into Yerevan,
Yeah.
which was in Soviet Armenia at the time. We did go through the bare light bulbs in the, hanging from a wire in a little airport where we were interrogated. It was very different. In the hotels, they wanted to know our every movement, and of course I was an American and had not traveled widely, so that was very interesting. It was interesting to go and just all over to these centers. We went to the island of Lazar, and the monks were very gracious, very nice.
That's the Makhataris in Venice.
Yes. They make good liquor, too. Really good.
Yeah, they make good cognac,
Very.
apricot cognac.
Mhm. But again, all of these places were interesting in themselves, but with the Armenian dimension, they became even more so. So it was interesting and exciting and fun.
And so throughout these years, you also had a family. You had children, and these children grew up with these stories. So I was wondered, what was sort of, when Michael was home, or when you both were home, what were sort of the stories around the dinner table?
Stories of some of the, well, mind you, what happened at school, what went on at this game or whatever was going on at the time. And we had lots and lots of family gatherings. I have a large family.
We never talked about the genocide at the dinner
We
table.
didn't.
We did?
No,
No.
we really didn't. We would talk about Mike's trip or where he was going, but it was really ordinary conversation, just about things going on in our lives at the time. Mike is certainly an expert in Armenian history, but he does not just have one dimension. He was very active in the history of the Conejo Valley.
Yeah.
He ran campaigns, winning campaigns for council members, supervisors, with the idea of protecting the integrity of our community. And open space was a very big issue. Development. Michael established the the Ventura County Cultural Heritage Board. So there were lots.
Well, you
and
had a lot
lots
to do
of
also,
things.
Tony. You initiated a lot of things, like the debutante presentation, and it was based on merit rather than plutocracy.
Yeah, that was fun. That was fun.
And now she's heading Conejo Through the Lens, gathering pictures of Conejo before what happened, so that people don't lose the past. And she's chairman of the library. She's been chairman 4 times, library foundation. In fact, you were the founder in a way.
Well, one of them, Michael, but that's the fundraising part of the library, and we've raised several $1 million over the time. But this,
They raised more money than the film foundation.
but this Conejo Through the Lens project is a joint partnership with the city, Recreation and Parks, the California Lutheran University, and the Library Foundation as the lead. And it's been very exciting, and you know, getting people together. It's a grassroots effort. So,
No, we've had a very good life in
oh
the
yes.
Conejo Valley. We came here with a bang. We came to town with one a year old. We had this tremendous big Jaguar. I had
Cost
this
more than our house payments every month.
I had this attractive wife, and we made a big hit with the community, and we got involved. Tony has a quiet way of pushing you into things. Like she said one morning, there's a news article, they're trying to save a stagecoach inn in town, and why don't you look into it? So I went to a meeting of neighboring town, Newbury Park. They had their Chamber of Commerce, and 5 or 6 people showed up. We're going to save the Stagecoach Inn. It's the oldest building in town. And they didn't know what to do.
Well, the highway department
Yeah.
was going to tear it down to make a
But
cloverleaf.
somehow, I don't know, I had no experience in saving stagecoach inns, but I seem to know exactly what we should do.
Well, you knew about political action.
I knew how to get results. I knew you had to do research. So I said, where's the material about the Stagecoach Inn? Oh, he says it's useless. It's up here on the balcony. He says, if you want to look through it. He had files and files of material, so I spent days going through it as to what had been done, what hadn't been done. And then I had a mode of action in my mind. I said, Tony, we're going to have a meeting. Let's call the people that we know who are activists. So we got some friends. We got, and we also invited the head of the Chamber of Commerce and publishers of the 2 newspapers, and we formed a historical. And I said, now, we've been discussing a lot. We've got to formalize this, because a lot of meetings disband without anyone tying it up. The knot had to be tied. I said, someone has to do something for the next meeting. I didn't tell them to appoint me as chairman, but it was obvious that someone became me. So they gave me full power to continue organize a group. And so it was in my hands. I had public approval. And then it became so important that for the first 10 years, the city celebrated its anniversary with the Triumphal Ball, which was an idea that I had to raise money, the big ball. They celebrated with us. We and the city were almost synonymous, the Historical Society and the city. And we got more publicity in the newspaper than city activities. So from that, during that period I became involved in getting a number of people on the city council. So at one time there were 3 individuals out of 5 that were ones that I had handpicked and got into office. So once that was done, we kind of stay apart. We never really interfered much with what decisions they made, but we picked the right persons and got them in office, and then leave them alone.
Well, you forgot to mention that fighting, what is it, the Department of Highways
Yeah.
was a very big deal. And
I was doing that same time I was in Yanikian's arms in the cell.
And Mike and the Historical Society, we were actually the first city that actually won a suit and had the highway department move the stagecoach into another location. That was a real victory, Mike. You're a very quiet person, but boy, do you achieve a lot.
You just mentioned a name that I'd like to bring back, Yanikian.
What's that?
You just mentioned a name that you said this was at the same time as the Yanikian
Many
story.
of these things are going simultaneously.
Yeah. So can you talk a little about what that was, or maybe can I ask Tony to talk a little about that experience? What happened
About
at the same
Yanikian?
time? Yes.
Well, I related to you. No, maybe I haven't. In the mid-70s, Armenian youth were becoming aware of the fact that nothing had been done about the genocide. The only visible thing that had been done, I'd produced Where Are My People? The Armenians had established a monument at Montebello, and they went on a shooting spree. Armenian Secret Army was a group of young people. And during that same period, I was in late 70s, and we heard in the newspaper of an Armenian who'd killed the Turkish consul general and his vice consul had invited them to his hotel room in Montecito at the Biltmore, and said he had a prized artwork that had been stolen from the palace of the Sultan in the 19th century. And the Turks fell for it. When they walked in, he shot them. And he said, I did this because of what they did to my parents. And I got involved because I said the man is guilty, but maybe we could use it to tell the Armenian story, like what happened to Talat Pasha, Talerian, assassinating him in Berlin. And that's how I became involved with Yanikian, formed a committee. I didn't take the chairmanship, but I was the force behind it. And we raised $43,000 worldwide to defend him, got the most famous American attorney, Percy Foreman.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Tony didn't approve of all this because she was worried. He's a murderer. Why are you helping him?
Well, I knew why you were helping him, but I thought it was the wrong vehicle to tell the story. But that's what you had to work with. This was not a single committee effort. There were many Armenian organizations that were supportive of it.
Yeah, they became supportive after we did.
Mhm. But it was a very big case at the time. It was
Well,
a big deal.
I talked with this accused individual. I've been in the jail cell with him twice and quite fearful because he was a tremendous individual, like a bear, could squash you. The jail guards put you in and lock you. It's a very bad, it's a horrible feeling. So I was the second member of my family who's been in jail. My dad had been put in jail by the Turks because they wanted a ransom so that they would not deport him. He'd refused, and they put him in jail. Anyway, I was in the jail, and we somehow couldn't get an agreement with this guy as to how to proceed. He eventually discharged the attorney. He went on his way. And the attorney that he had was a local man in Santa Barbara, and irony of it was that he used my film, The Forgotten Genocide, as chief evidence to mitigate the sentence on this individual, Yanikian. But we tried to get an Armenian attorney, Charles Gary, to take on the case, and he was willing to do it pro bono. But Yanikian refused. So it was quite a troublesome time for you and my mother, who was here at the time.
Well, it was.
How was your mother and you, how were you reacting to what was going on, I guess, on a
Very
daily
worried.
basis?
And concerned, and we had small children. I believe I had told you that the FBI had warned us that there might be Turkish problems, and worried, very worried.
So the concern or the warning was about Turkish repercussions,
Mhm.
or that there could be potentially attacks? Was that sort of implied, or
It was, there were hotheads, and it was very controversial. They were very worried about Turks and Armenians being so hostile to each other. So
Well,
I became worried too.
I'm amazed at how the Turks haven't reacted to many of these things. Maybe we're placing too much importance.
But at that time, Mike,
Turks
people
have-
were very worried. And perhaps it was some unrest in the Middle East, in Turkey, with Armenians wanting their land back. Michael and I often went to homes for dinners and events, and it was common toward the middle of the evening when people would stand up and talk about wanting their land back. These were people who had lived in a home and had a life, and they were totally disrupted, people in their family killed, but they still felt that they had a home, and they wanted that home and their land. So it was very real at
I
that
think,
time.
Tony, you personalized it more than they were doing it. They weren't always thinking about their own home, their own property. They were thinking the nation is their own. That's gone.
But so many of them, Mike, were people who had their farms
Oh yeah,
taken away. It was personal and, again, very emotional. So
Yeah, you remember that Captain Hagopian?
Mm-hmm.
He wanted his lands back. What? He had a Armenian flag, and do you remember anything about him?
He was a very colorful person.
Yeah, he was trying to keep the Armenian cause alive.
And trying to put it across to people how terrible this had been and what an injustice. But over the years, these people have died, and the passion is now secondhand. It's not as direct as it was then.
Mm.
And Mike, I think you have survivors where that passion is very direct.
Yeah.
So, I think all of them have died. But
I think everyone I've interviewed has died.
Mhm.
And
all
I've been thinking about conducting a world survey to see how many survivors are alive today. I don't know.
Mm.
And prepared a letter, and I've given it to Allison, but my assistant, but we haven't sent it out to every church. The address we can get in United States and Canada, at least, is, and to every old age home. Are there any survivors? This is good for statistical reasons, and it may make good copy in future narratives we might write jointly with Shoah Foundation Institute. It's good information to know that these people have passed on, and there may be so many left that I don't know if there's anyone worth interviewing. There might be.
Tony, could I ask you a question about the archive that has been now accumulated, the archive that has been accumulated, and the interviews and this documentary evidence and material that will become available to schools and students through the USC collaboration with the Armenian Film Foundation. What in your mind, what do you like to see happen with it? I mean, or who do you like to see it, use it? For what purpose? What do you think, from your point of view, would you like to see the future be for it?
I think, number one, it should be there and available for any legal action that might be taken. This is eyewitness. The genocide did happen. One of the wonderful advantages of being a part of the Shoah Foundation is it gives the Armenian genocide credibility. And I think it's always been the idea of a legal case having evidence and documentary evidence, and certainly this will serve as a part of that. The other thing is, because I've been so involved with Michael in the film aspect of it, there are films to be made. There are voices to be heard, and I think those direct interviews and the availability of them will encourage that. And one thing I would like to see is I would like to see some of the films that have been made as a part of that collection, so that
You're giving my films away?
so that people can have an idea of what can be done with it. I don't know if that will happen, but I'm putting the plug in right now. I would like to see younger people, such as my grandchildren, who would be able to go back to their parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, and be able to hear their story. It is certainly a part of their heritage and what made their parents the way they are.
Well, you know, you tell this story to certain Armenian youth, and it becomes a burden on them. They become more Armenian. I don't want that to happen to our grandchildren. I want them to know about the genocide, to make them more humanitarian, to make them look at genocide as a global issue. So if Olivia, our little girl who was at the Show Foundation signing, she saw enough. Her father doesn't think she should see anymore. My daughter Joanne thinks she ought to be exposed. But I think maybe the father is right at this time. She's only 5 or 6. But I want her to grow up not to become more Armenian, that this happened to my people. You want her to grow up, her thinking, this happens to all people, to other people, and it ought to be stopped if possible. If she gets that lesson, that's the important thing.
One of the interesting things to me was that our granddaughter was at the signing, and the tears just started coming when a piece of the film shown talked about mothers throwing their children in the river to save them from the horrors of the genocide, and this very much affected Olivia. And I was talking to our daughter, and Joanne said she hadn't realized, first of all, she didn't know that clip was going to be shown, but she didn't realize that Olivia knew nothing. Joanne said, I grew up with it, I always knew. It was just a part of who I was. It wasn't a big issue. It was my background. So I was surprised at that, just how she had talked about it being with her always. And this may be a part of what most Armenian families have within their family circle. It's just they knew Grandma was a part of a horrible thing, and it's accepted. Olivia did not, and it was very shocking to her.
Now, since your daughter mentioned that for her, she grew up with it, you mentioned before the conversation sort of around the dinner table wasn't about the genocide in these kinds of things.
That's true.
So how do you remember?
She's seen all.
How did you approach it with your children about what happened to the Armenians? And I know that your grandparents, I mean, your parents were.
Well, they talked about it all the time. My parents talked about it all the time. We didn't talk about the genocide, but I test my films before
where they learn.
many audiences, and this room has held countless gatherings from 5 or 6 to 30. I bring a film to a certain stage, I run it, and our children are sitting, so they've seen all my films.
From very early on, early ages?
Yes, we never stopped them from seeing at any age. Didn't even think that this might affect them. It was just, Dad had made a film, and anything on the tube they look at. And so they thought that all those films belonged to television. So that's how they got to know about it.
They absorbed it, I think. It was
They
just
absorbed
in
it
their
without
minds.
us passing acrimony against the Turks or on the subject. We didn't say, we didn't swear at the Turks. We weren't waving flags.
Michael, they've always known that the Turks were bad.
We
were mean
but
guys.
we have never told that to them.
Well, that is true. But
We have
they,
never said
but
the
they
Turks are bad.
picked that
They have
up
decided
very
on
quick.
their own.
And
Well, they decide a lot of things on their own. I remember three of them standing on that couch there, looking across, and they were 5 to 6 or I don't know, 3. They said, "Dad, you know that guy across the way? He killed Jesus.
Oh.
He was a Jewish surgeon. Somehow they found out he was Jewish. Somebody at the Lutheran, I'm sure, at the Lutheran, they were going to the Lutheran Sunday school, told them the Jews killed Jesus. When they found out he was Jewish, they said he killed Jesus. So I had to straighten him out on that one.
he was our doctor, so it was rather important. But
No, he was a good man.
and that brought up some questions later on about if you were a Christian and a Jewish friend lived across the street, and if there were a gathering of all the Jews, what would you do? Not a shadow of a doubt in their minds that we would do something as a family, not just Mike or me. And
Well, they responded in a similar fashion when I mentioned we went to see this Dr. Shotwell, the missionary in Boston. Mike Adams went with us, the young man who was my editor on Forgotten Genocide. Mike was caught growing marijuana in his window, and they took him to jail, and our kids found out about it. Oh, they on their own rallied together. We're going to raise money to help Mike Adams get out of jail. So they had that for the underdog.
And when it becomes real, then they have that kind of a spirit. We're very pleased. That's what we would like to see. But see it directed in a really positive way. But as they became older, they began going on trips with Mike, filming
Well,
trips.
the boys particularly.
Yes, Joanne has never forgiven you. And so they had a real taste of it.
Yes, they've all there. All of them have heard the genocide stories, but it's mostly from the age of 15 on, because
That's when you started
Yeah,
taking.
Michael didn't, the oldest one, didn't go anywhere with me until he was 20,
That's true.
so he went to Toronto with me, and Bill has been on a number of trips, and David also, so they completely immersed. They heard everything I heard. And they're never really discussed it. Do they have any nightmares?
I
Good.
don't think so. Well, as I said, I think they just grew up with it. So it's always been there.
Do you remember conversations between, because your mother passed away in 1976, so your children were already, youngest was already over 10. Were there conversations with the grandchildren and your mother about sort of
No, she did not speak
Harpeth
English
and
very well. And she was crazy about the grandchildren. I remember
Oh, yeah.
the kids dragging her up on the hill there, showing her the garden, walking around. Yeah, but they did. That issue never came up.
And she had dementia in the later years of her life, so it was different.
Yeah. How many years did she live with us?
I'm thinking maybe 2.
2 or 3?
Mhm.
You know, they always like going up to Fresno, the family home up there. And that's the closest thing that they've had to deportation, disruption, exile, because there was that home. Grandma lived there, and then we went into somebody was not careful, they let the roof leak, they had to tear it down. What a horrible thing. And every trip that we've gone up there, they want to go look
That's true.
at the home, at the foundations. They go around in the yard. If they find an artifact or tulip bulbs, they bring them down here and plant them and say they were grandpa's. And we still got some of them. That's the world that was destroyed for them, Fresno, because here nothing was destroyed. We just moved from one home to another, but Fresno home was a beautiful home. You don't take care of it. Once the roof leaks, the house is gone.
Well, unless you take care of it.
Well, yeah, if you don't take care of it. And that's the way it is in life, I guess. If the roof leaks, you don't take care of it. The foundation is spoiled. Right?
Okay.
She says okay to all crucial things.
Well,
I wanted to thank both of you for having given us your time and your patience and for the interview. And we're very grateful. And I'd like to then stop the tape for a minute and we'll look at some family photos and we'll ask you some questions
Cool.
about the family
Thank you
photos.
for coming.
Thank you.
been a great pleasure.
Okay, we're rolling.
Michael, if you can tell us when the photo was taken and who was in the photograph and where the photograph was taken.
This photograph of my father was probably taken in Arapker, which is a town close to Harpert, prior to his marriage. So I would guess it's taken in about 1910 or thereabouts in that city. He went by the name of Dr. Mikhail or Dr. Mikhail Hagopian.
Okay, recording.
Can you tell us about this photograph?
This picture of a group of Armenians sitting on the grounds was taken in 1914. I discovered it by accident when I was interviewing Harriet Atkinson, who was a witness to the Armenian genocide in 1915. Her parents were missionary doctors in Turkey, and they had an outing for the staff of the hospital. My dad was the chief surgeon there. When I saw the picture, I was amazed, because she said she had no pictures until I pressed her, and she told her husband, Herbert, to go up to the attic and get a box. And in the box, when I saw this picture, I was amazed, because here is my father, and here is my mother, Aghavni, taken in sometime in 1914. All of the people in the picture were massacred or deported. Only my parents survived.
Okay.
We arrived in the United States in 1923. I was 9 years of age, and this was the first family picture that was taken when I was 10 years old, standing in the background there. Next to me is my sister Mary, who was 3 years younger, and my father and mother. And they took this picture in Boston.
Okay.
This is a very important picture for me because it gives me the feeling of what it was, what my parents suffered. Here they are sitting wistfully at a picnic by their new Buick sedan. It was in 1927, the date of the picture, in the city of Fresno, probably near Kings Canyon, the Kings River. They always used to talk about the genocide. They talked about Lake Goljuk. This was a table conversation. They could never get it out of their system. Lake Goljuk is where many Armenians were drowned. It was only 10 miles away from Harpert. And when I think of this picture or see it, it brings a sadness to me as to what happened, particularly my mother's face and my dad brooding.
Would you like a chair?
Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
I'd gone to Africa in 1960, but prior to going, I had heard about a young woman by the name of Toni Hobden from a lady friend that I knew, but I never met Toni. After I got back in 1960, mid-60, I brought a Jaguar back with me and went and visited my lady friend, met Toni there, and we were engaged, and soon we were married. So we took this picture at the Beverly Hills Presbyterian Church in 1960, September 8, and standing next to me is my mother. My mother was alive, but my father had passed away in 1952. And in the picture also are Toni's father, Mr. and Mrs. Frank Hobden, taken in 1961 in Beverly Hills.
Oh, okay.
I've always believed in doing things fast. When I got my PhD, I hurried and did it in 3 or 4 years. When we got married, we wanted to raise a family. We were thinking of 6 children, but in the space of 6 years, we were only able to produce 4 of them, and they're wonderful kids. The first one was Michael, and then Joanne. Everyone is 2 years apart, and David and Bill. And the picture was taken in Los Angeles, again at the Beverly Hills Presbyterian Church, because it was the occasion of Toni's youngest sister's wedding. So they took a picture in 1972. It's looked so happy, and everybody looks happy here. Not that we're not happy now.
Yep, go ahead.
Well, our children grew up, and we had occasion to get together at my daughter's wedding in the year 2003. And the picture was taken in Santa Cruz, up north, where they were married. Here we are. We are David, my second son, on the left, Michael, the oldest, Joanne, of course, me and my wife, and our youngest is Bill. David is a librarian. Michael is a waiter in a high-class restaurant on Maui. Joanne is a financial advisor. And Bill is a scientist at University of Hawaii in soil science.
Okay.
When my son, Michael, got married on Maui, we took this picture. And let me tell you who they are. This little girl here is Isabel. She's a twin. Her brother Thomas is not in this picture. She's the daughter, twin of my daughter Joanne here. David is holding Isabel. I try to get in the mood by wearing Hawaiian attire. It's the only time I've worn this shirt. They won't let me wear it in Thousand Oaks, and Tony, of course. And Michael's bride, Abama, she's from Cambodia. And she brought Vuti into the family, so she's our oldest grandchild. She's 11, and Michael. And something went haywire, and he couldn't get a church location for the marriage. So a nearby Buddhist temple, and its priests were very kind. They permitted us to have the wedding on the Buddhist temple, and this priest officiated. And Michael fell right into it because he visited Cambodia many times. He knew the Buddhist ways. And Bill, behind here, and Joanne, my daughter, and Joanne's and John's daughter, older daughter, Olivia. The picture was taken in 209 on Maui. Okay. I've mentioned that Joanne had twins. This was Thomas on the left, and Isabel, and their older sister Olivia, the children of John and Joanne, three of my grandchildren. Altogether, I've got 5 grandchildren. Vuti was in another picture, and this is the newborn. His name is Jaya Marman, which is the name of a prince who ruled Angkor Wat in Cambodia centuries ago. They named him with a first name to start in J, so that this was my son Michael's reasoning, he would become J. Michael, his second name, Hagopian, the 4th.
Okay, I'm recording.
We're continuing the interview with J. Michael Hagopian, and we're now showing and walking through your working space, Michael. And I'd like to ask you some questions about some of the footage you have here,
Yes.
and if you can take us through and take us
Okay.
through a little also of your process.
What's the question that comes to your mind?
About what kinds of films are you storing here?
Well, we're making a new category here. Ever since we signed a contract with the Shoah, USC Shoah Foundation Institute, we started to categorize our films and try to bring some order so that you people will not be completely confused as to what we have. So right here, what we have is so-called violated films. That means we have already put one of these individuals, any of these individuals, or all of them, for that matter, in one of the films, and we've cut up parts of the original. So now this here, what you're seeing here, this is work print. This is not the original. So here's this woman, Keteyan. So far, Barbara has only found this much of Keteyan. There's a lot more about her, but the best part, I think, is in The River Ran Red, the latest film that I made. Here's a section that came out in sync. It's here. I've asked her to put everything about Keteyan that's found in any of these boxes all together. So right now she's just putting them here. These are the last interviews that Shoah Foundation will get from us, because they're the most difficult to reconstruct. Here are the assemblies. What we mean by that is, when I came back from a trip, I gave my original and the sound to the lab. I had a work print made, and we had the quarter-inch sound transferred to 60 millimeter film. Now, That's about 800 feet, or half an hour. This says here, has two names, Shumavan and Kanturian, and it's in Toronto. That means at least there are two interviews in here, and we call it an assembly because two are together. And I have to go through and separate these and give them to Barbara. So all of these here are things that I've put together thinking I might use them that way. There's no relationship. There might be a half a dozen here. Let's see. Decline, and there's only one. This one's got three. It's got more. I've got to separate these interviews. That's what we're doing. We're separating all the interviews and putting each survivor in a separate box. So we've gone through, and she's already determined these have more than two interviews that have to be separated. And I'll work on this before we work on that. Now, coming through here are some things that we haven't touched at all. Interviews that we just stored here and use. Here's one that's Durrance, Minasian, and Gulbenkian. Well, Barbara hasn't come to do anything with these yet, but she'll go through these. And here's Gulbenkian. This is Gulbenkian. That's her again. Durrance, this is another individual. Now, Durrance was somehow put in here when I didn't need it at all. But Durrance is one that's violated. So she will put this, if there is a Durrance category, put it with that. So these are all survivors' work print, not the original.
Was any of the original ever violated?
Oh yes, the original, about 70 of them have been violated. More of the work print has been violated, but that violation doesn't count because we chop up a work print, edit it a certain way, it's violated. But then we try it out and say it doesn't work, so we put it back in the box. That's apparently what happened in this one here. We got Gulbenkian, we worked it various ways, we chopped it 3 different ways, and then said we don't need it. So we have to reconstruct it. We need to reconstruct it because that's the way we're going to use as a template to synchronize the final product before we hand it to the Shoah Foundation Institute. And this is all material like that. My assistant Barbara is working at this table, she'll pick can by can. This is the next group she's going to work with. Although I've noticed she's said, thanks, work to be checked and sorted. Yeah. Some of it is violated. I see some problems. Problem might be synchronization. It might be broken sprockets. It may be something. So when all of these are processed, they go here. This is a new system we started just to make you people happy. Each survivor has a box. And anything she finds of that survivor, even if it's a small reel, she will put it in this box. That's her job. She doesn't try to reconstruct it. That's going to be my job later on. So by putting it here, we could easily pull them out and rearrange the alphabetical order.
So this becomes your
This
work
becomes-
list?
This is the work list, and then I'll look at it here, and I will ask Allison to say I pick one here that's well. Allison will tell me where the original is. See, what we have to do is I don't want to play around with the original too much. The original isn't organized like what we've organized here. I've gone through the original on one box. That's the one that you're going to see tomorrow. I went through that original and looked at all the numbers, and I realized that there were 6 interviews in that box. So you're going to see one tomorrow, part of one. If you like it, we'll bring that single one and do whatever we have to do. And I give it to you, say, 1 of 400 is digitized. Then there are 5 others in that box. So I'm going to work on the next 5. I don't want to break them up. Alphabetically, they may not be in alphabetical order. They're probably in the chronological order because they're all together. That means I shot them together in the lab, printed them. So now we've got, once I've got the key numbers off of the original, Allison can tell me who they are. See? And then and Barbara, if she runs across those same key numbers, she'll know who they are. So I'm trying to match, I'm trying to get the work print to match the original box. Then we don't have to open up that box 3-4 times. I'll just give the box as it is to the lab and say, do the 3 steps to digitize it, except the second interview, which is called Baltayan, with edge number such and such, skip it. And then they will do that because we've already done it.
I'd like you to take us through some of your
Now-
process also with editing.
Yes.
And we'll take a short break and continue that conversation.
You want me to show you about the editing?
Yes, I want to take a short break before we start.
Okay.
We're rolling.
After the film comes back from the lab and we have a work print and we have a 16mm version of the soundtrack, we sync it up. Line up the sound clapstick with the visual and the soundtrack, probably in the next room, in the back room there. And then I have someone come and listen who knows the language. In the case of Armenian and English, I can do that, but some dialects of Armenian I wasn't able to. Now we have Kurdish, Turkish, Greek. We've had a Greek and a Arab translator. They come and listen to it and write down what was said. And this is the master sheet for that survivor. And on that sheet we have information, which part of it we've gotten from these books here. I've got 18 of them. They are the Bible in a sense. These are my logs that I carry in my hip pocket. And if there's an assistant, like here I had an assistant. He or she was pretty methodical. This is a very good assistant because handwriting is easy. Clerk Archives at the Foreign Office in Bonn. This must have been Samantha, a French girl who happened to be a filmmaker and a distant cousin of mine. So we keep track.
What kind of information did you keep in those logbooks?
In this logbooks, first of all, we put down the number of the reel. And I regret to say that I changed these numbers as I moved from country to country. I should have kept the chronological order. It would have made things for us and for you much easier. But CR 446, let me get another one here. CR 446. I've got here 105. CR 105. Or here, CR date is 94A. 94A was in 1988. And 5 years later, the number has jumped up to 445, so I don't know where I started. So we're trying to resolve all that, and the best way to resolve it is, it's not 100% accurate, but it's the best we have, is by going through these books in the order I recorded it. So even if the state is wrong, we'll spot it. If I had 1995 and this is 93, I know that there's a misprint. So what kind of information? First of all, the number of the roll, which is of no interest to the Shoah Foundation Institute. But we need to keep it here because in the final analysis, if there's any problem, we may be able to identify it by this number, because this may be on the work print. So we have that number. We have the subject matter. We have a David number, which is meaningless, except that that's in the order my son David, when he made these pages. He took interviews at random that were given to him by editor and Glenn Farr, who was looking at the original numbers. And so 198 has no relationship to chronology or anything, but just a number. Code is the code is the number that appears on the film. See this yellow number? Mm-hmm. That's a yellow code. That's the sound edge number, which we put on the sound and on the film. We have that here in the person's name, location, Harpert, date of event 1914, language, A stands for Armenian, camera roll 168, sound roll, we don't know. Where filmed? Massachusetts. Scene number, film, what kind of film I used.
So for example, when you have location there, it is not location of the interview, it is location of what is on or what it's about?
Where filmed in Massachusetts. Date of event. Date of event is when the eyewitness saw something. And location is where that happened, in Harpert. And my question here is, let's see, what happened in 1914? When 1914 started, I said to myself, something is going to happen to the Armenians. I prepared a place in our home, something underneath. Suddenly we heard noises. So
how do these logbooks and the information on here, how do they correspond or correlate or relate to each other?
Well, it's supposed to be the same. We've taken the information out of here and putting it here. And we have translated the interview. What we haven't done, we haven't put it by takes. This is, in some ways, this is more accurate as to what they said, because we don't put any details there. If ever what they said, we just say, woman being deported. Second, third take, Mrs. Atkinson's letter. Fourth take was a picture of Harper to zoom out. But this was not an interview. There's this guy. Guju Manyan. We interviewed him he was born in Zurich, in Switzerland. But somehow he was taken back to Adana. And there are several people like that. Father and mother died before the massacre. He went to live with his aunt in Adana. And that's why he becomes a survivor. So we put that information here, and then, but we don't put the various takes. I think when we give the material to you, you'll have all these takes. And each take will be accurately translated. And all this information that's here will be here. So each survivor should have a page. In a book like this, this will be updated.
You were talking about before that sometimes when you did interviews, and you were talking about takes right now, you took the same take many times.
Several times.
Several times.
For one reason, if the camera moved, if the light went out, if suddenly I heard a noise, dog barking, or he got off the subject.
So these multiple takes are all part of what we consider now the archive, or the Armenian
Yes,
Film Foundation archive.
They're all
right?
together.
They're all together.
They'll never be, on the unviolated ones, they'll never be separated. They'll stay in that form.
For each
And
take,
you'll get it in that form and it's digitized.
and for each of these takes, do you have the equivalent information that you are showing here repeated, or
Yeah,
is it?
Here, we don't say there were many takes. This is what he said. The sum of what he said. This has already paraphrased several takes. There may have been, I'm sure, this was longer, a 400-foot roll of film, so there are a number of takes. But you don't know that a take, in one take you might have said, when I started 1914, I said to myself, let me see, I forgot something. Okay, let's do that over again, take two. And then finally, when the full information comes out, person translates it, but doesn't say maybe it was 4 takes to get that information. So this isn't absolutely accurate. I'm not completely happy with it, but it helped me locate subject matter that I thought I could use. And then I had to look at it again and retranslate it. We also should put down here information that I have here. The length of the film, I have the type of film used. Here I put 400 feet. Now I haven't put here the size of the roll. That's important when you've got a lot of interviews and they look like they're 400 feet. And then you look here a group of interviews, 400 feet, 400 feet, and then there's one interview 100 feet. It's crept in there. That happened in the last thing I worked on. I thought it was, I looked for the breaks when I, with my hand, the moment I knew a splice, I knew it was a different reel. And I assumed that no break to the next one was one interview. But what I had done was I had filmed the first person 700 feet, the last 100 feet I used on somebody else. And I had missed it. So if I'd known there was a 100-foot roll, if I looked here, oh yeah, there's a 100-foot roll, where is it? Then I'd have to look more carefully. I can't spot it by a feeling of my finger. Okay, that's this has worked for us. Now, it'll help you, but you need a lot more detail. I don't think we consider it our job to do the accurate translation. I think that may have to come under your jurisdiction and budget. But we'll provide it in such a way that if you need translating, it's in sync. So that someone can sit in front of the monitor and figure out. And don't give them any leeway, that's my advice. Most translators, if they're Armenian, there's a tendency to paraphrase, and there's a tendency to correct. I looked at one interview, one translation, I said, did the guy really say that? I said, I don't remember the narration, but I don't think he did, because he wouldn't have said that. And the guy said, well, he shouldn't have said it, so I left it out. Or he said the wrong thing. He said Adana when he meant Harpert. I said, no, you can't. If you said Adana, that's what you keep. That's what he said. We'll do the correction at the far end. But he made the mistake, and we don't correct his mistake on the film that's going to be digitized, or it's got to be, if he says, I said, I want that in there too, because that helps me. If it's a foreign language, it helps me indicate what to cut out and when the good part begins. So you'll have that tendency where one individual told me he said the wrong thing. That's not my version of the genocide. I said, it's not for you to decide. I said, he was maybe right or wrong, maybe you're right or wrong, but we want to know what he uttered.
Michael, at the end of our interview, I'd like you to take us through some of your experience in the editing process that you've done.
All right. After we get through this stage, then I put it here to see. It's all synced up, and I have this to go by. I've gone by here, and I say I want something from Adana or Harpert, and my assistant or I will pick out those interviews. Then we'll bring it here for me to look at again, using this as a guide, but not as a true Bible. I will put it on here and decide if that is really a good interview or not, or what parts I should use.
I'm going to take this, I'm going to move my chair, and we're going to move the camera for a second. And I'm not going to prompt you, Ryan is going to prompt you.
We're recording?
You tell me when to start.
Okay.
This is my editing room, and I've lined it up with some of the pictures that I love very much in areas that I enjoy being, having been, and to think of possibly someday going again. On the very left here we have Tibetan traders going up the Ganges, and these are my porters carrying my stuff. And then we have a scene in Sikkim where they had the so-called devil dance. The priests are pouring something, and they're very decorative. In Tibet, the border town of Tibet called Niling, I found a hut, a chalet kind of, the third picture from the left, and a Chinese official who was taking census. So the pictures in the center with the snow-capped mountain is at the source of the Ganges River. These were all taken by reflex a camera, a two-lens camera, the Kodak reflex. Those are my porters in Sikkim, sitting in a tent, under a tent. Then in this top village, the chief of the traders has a booklet in front of him keeping record of commodities that they exchanged. And then the final two people on the road there, these are on the Ganga Yatra, meaning the Ganges pilgrimage. These are people who are devout Hindus, are going to the source of the Ganges. And since I was going there, they thought I was a holy man also. Let me get back to that in a moment, but I'll just tell you about the last picture, which is a hornblower, and that's the only picture I have here in this editing room of my trip to Nigeria in 1960. I was going up the Ganges, and because I was a foreigner, and because they they had sicknesses, they thought I was also a doctor. I gave them pills that I happened to have, and I got pretty well acquainted with them. The fact that I was going to the source of the Ganges was an occasion for the richest man in India, Birla, who met me to get cans of Ganges water at the source and bring it down. So he gave me 2 donkeys and his personal valet who accompanied me to the source of the river. Well, all that material has come back, and it's in my own private archive. But right now I'm working on the Armenian project, but I like that ambience up there.
When did you go to the Ganges? When was that trip?
That was
those
in
pictures?
1950. And a lot of things happened in 1950, 1949-50. As I've mentioned, I went blindfolded to see a revolutionary traitor to Lebanon in secret meetings, blindfolded. It happened at the same time. It was that year or the next year that I lanced a Tibetan trader who had this infection in his groins. And that's the year I took some advice from elder Birla brothers as to what grains to eat, what bowel movements to have, which were advisable at what hours of the day. He was very concerned. Indians are very concerned about bowel movements. And I find that that's also somewhat true of Buddhists. The first day I was in India, I was in a rickshaw with a Buddhist priest, and we went to pick an American who was coming to town, young man. And he bent over to me and he said, did you take a bath this morning? Well, I could take an offense, but he was making conversation. Did you have breakfast today? That kind of conversation. The American arrived, by the way, with 3 tuxedo suits and a desire to have Hinduism poured into his head by some wise guru. And I said, you know who the wise gurus are? This nut sitting next to me. I said, that's the wisest guru you'll find in India. Anyway, that was in 1950. 25 years, 18 years after that, I was filming Survivors. It was 18 years after these pictures were taken that I met Armin Wagner. I never put it together that way, but so once I started editing seriously with all the sound that I had, particularly that I had all the Survivor, which is the most sound that I have on any subject. I've got synchronized sound on Africa now and Canada, but most of it is on Armenian Survivors. I needed a flat top editor. This is what they call a flat top. Original ones were made by Moviola. There are other models, German makes, European makes. I bought this because someone told me there was a second-hand machine that was up for sale in Panama that Dictator Noriega had it, and he was through with it. I don't know whether he'd been apprehended or not, but he didn't need the machine. I asked how much. They said they'll sell it for $5,000. Originally, it went for $30,000. So I put another $5,000 into it in repairs, adjustments, and I've been using this now for 22 years. It's been the workhorse. And let me show you, I've got a Survivor on here. When they manufactured this machine, they were very cagey, secretive. The on switch is in the back for some reason. And it was explained to me so that unauthorized people would not turn it on by mistake. Now, that went on with a pop. If by chance I had not had these things at the right spot, these things would have moved, see? So now, okay, now everything's tight, but it's not in sync. The way to put things in sync, this interview has been synchronized either by me or somebody else. And it's gone to another lab to have these yellow edge numbers put on. You'll see edge numbers here, 0415. So I'm lining up. I'll put the 15 right here. This is 0417. Let me unhook that. Now the 17 is right in the center there, see? So I will move this one to 17, and then I'll lock them together. And when they... Okay. It's out of sync, right? Not out of sync, but it's not in focus. Okay. Okay. I threaded it right, but that's the focus. And Oak said,
And somehow my aunt got lost. So my mother and my grandmother and I, finally we came to Harpeth. And all that time they were walking for days, and their legs were quite swollen. When they came to this huge brick building, nice, sunny, warm, they sat down, and it was towards twilight. And
now this interview was taken at St. Catharines in Ontario. And her English was very good, so I had her tell her story in the English
I was
language.
playing out on the streets, and a couple of ladies came around and just took me by the hand and talked nicely to me, and they took me away, and I didn't know any better. Oh my, I was going to have things given to me. My mother and my grandmother, they just couldn't move because their legs were so swollen. So finally, these two ladies, whoever they were Turkish women, and they kept me for 9 months before my mother saw me on the street.
Okay, there's a jump there. So everything was in sync. The end number here, you check, is 0582. And the end number here is 0582. So they're in sync. And for some reason, I've made a splice here, temporary splice, and this number is entirely different, 0709. 0709. But it's still in sync because I've kept it in sync. That means something's been taken out. And that's what we're trying to determine so that we can get back to the violated interviews and locate this. By judging from these numbers, 0709 comes after 0582. 0582, 07, there's about almost 200 numerals away, so there's a roll of film probably this big that's somewhere. Which box did I take that out of? This box. Couldn't be here. So there's somewhere in the process of editing, re-editing our stuff in the last 25 years, that's been misplaced. And once we go through every box that we have and bring out everything, we'll find that. And see what she's saying now.
After my mother thought that she saw me on the street, she went to the officers and told them about me. And first they wouldn't believe her. And then she says, no, she says, I'm sure, she says, that's my daughter. I would like you to help me to go and see her. So finally they believed her, and they went down to this Turk woman's house. And she was an officer's wife, by the way, and she didn't have any children. And I, being a little, I don't know, exuberant, little dark, playing on the streets and happy-go-lucky, and I thought, oh, this was for them. And they took me home to raise as their own. So finally, when the officers went with my mother, she says, yes, she says, that's her. So the next thing was that they had to go to court and to prove how did she know that it was I. I wouldn't allow her near me at all. I always ran away from her, and I would say, go away, you're a dirty lady, you're not my mother. I've got my mother here, and I would just hold on to her hand and wouldn't let her go. So they went to court 2 or 3 times, and then one day they set me in between the two ladies, and now the judge says to me, and after talking very nicely with me, he says, which one is your mother? I motioned to the Turkish woman, and I said, that's my mother. And my mother began to cry. So after my mother telling her story about what had happened, I think the judge believed her. So finally, they gave me to my own real mother. And she had a couple of soldiers with her, with the officer. And the officer took me on his lap and talked to me and carried me all the way to the armory. I wouldn't go near my mother for 3 or 4 days. So finally, they worked me over and talked to me nicely, gave me things, and I can recall.
If this was in America and you went to a American judge, they would probably say, we'll do what is best for the child. And probably it would have been less traumatic for the child to stay with the Turkish woman, and she would have ended. But an Armenian could not tolerate that position. She's their blood, regardless of what that child thought. Armenians thought that she should go with the Armenian, and there were a lot of Armenian men who went in the Middle East into the deserts looking for children, looking for girls who'd grown up or women who as children had been adopted. Now, it seemed that this woman repeated herself. Let me go back before we finish to the first take. She has a good story, but it didn't fit in to the film that I was making. In another film, in another use, it would be very useful. See, there was another cut here. Let me see what the numbers are here. These are all 423. That's in sync also. And this is in sync. 05. So I've taken things out. I don't know what they are. But let me just listen to this first part.
And somehow my aunt got lost. So my mother and my grandmother and I, finally we came to Budapest. And all that time they were walking for days, and their legs were quite...
Did she go over that again in the other take? I don't know. But it seems that part of what she said, she repeated again. So now, at the very beginning, all right. This is not the. This is not the first scene. I know that because there is no sync mark at the beginning. There's another scene someplace that has the clap stick and the cross, and I've cut this from that because I thought this might be useful. It just gives you a sample of some of the problems we have. This interview is much longer, but this is the portion we thought we might be using. Now, after we do this, after we get everything together with this woman, it'll be here. And then we'll decide whether we're going to digitize it, at what time, in what order.
Michael, once again, I wanted to thank
You're
you
welcome.
for your interview and your patience.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming out.